time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a man in a series, shine like a moon in the last sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some dance into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Ready, know how to have fun. No need no explanation. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Sure, that doesn't matter. Storyteller. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
Stage left!
What happened?
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Sorry.
I was waiting for the dedicated to Monione, but I was so
came
far
up.
down I couldn't see it come up. I was waiting. Okay. Last time, Team Supernova was recovering from their revelations that Nero is confirmed an asshole now because he split Lucy's hand open, and that Namahage is a slave driver and actually owned Felix at one point. That's pretty cool. So after everyone was freaking out, Felix especially having a panic attack, they all walked out because their original goal was to find Yuri. And they all decided that they should act natural because of Namahage's threat to hurt anyone near them if anything got out. So then Viridian walked over to Irene, which may have set off a chain of events, but yeah, they were selling it okay, but due to Irene's semblance, she knew something was up. Then after that, they all went back to the room to discuss what to do. And the consensus was, we kind of want to do something, but, you know, we have family and loved ones to think about before we do anything rash. And then, after that, Clara left to go check on the first years. Unfortunately, Irene was there and intercepted her, interrogating her. And while Clara stood her ground, I think Irene got tipped off a little bit further. And, correct me if I'm wrong, was the next thing to happen Irene confronting Felix, or was there something in between that? I feel like there was.
I believe there was something in between that. Was that when Viridian talked to Kit?
No, that was later.
That was later.
That was... Or
was that sooner?
Oh, I know how it happened. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Felix went out to talk to Viridian and confirmed that, hey, we really shouldn't do anything. We really shouldn't do anything. We got to think about people we love first. You know, all that emotional shit. And, you know, I think they came to a decent understanding. It just sucks you can't do anything. But you never know. And then Kit came to talk to Viridian. They had a nice little conversation. Kit...
What was it about?
I was...
My bad. Sorry. My
Damn,
bad.
dude.
I kneel.
Listen, Kit let drop some hints about her past, looking like she's not exactly clean herself. She really has a poor view of herself, frankly. Yeah, and after that, that is when Irene confronted Felix, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds right.
and it was a similar confrontation to Irene and Clara, but Irene at this point has her suspicions and lets them be known, but Felix won't say anything, but does drop the hint that we would tell you if we thought it was a good idea, but we're in some deep shit. And Irene resolved to help them if she could. Because they're all friends, you know? And I think there was one more scene after that, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there were a couple of things. I remember Vereen tried to get a phone number for a while.
Yeah.
Right.
Talked to Historia.
Oh, yes, Viridian talked to Historia about training, in which she scolded him and said, go train with your team. And I feel like I'm missing a Clara scene.
Clara talked to Gwen before that.
Yes.
Clara and Felix, with Viridian for the first half, talked to Helena. Clara also talked to Brackjay near the end.
Yeah. Yeah, you had your nice little trip to Locke's tent.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I forgot that was last session.
It's okay. You went for the full course tour on scenes, and that can be troublesome when we actually have quite a few. So I commend your bravery in that regard.
See, the one I was thinking that I was forgetting was the Clara and Brackjay scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, I forgot about L'Occidente. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's all that happened.
All right, cool. You know, Felix talked to Yuri in the hallway when he had a Garfield shirt on.
Fuck, you're right. That was.
He had a Garfield shirt on. Felix thought it was
He did have a fucking Garfield shirt on. Son of a bitch. You can't sneak that by me. He is based on Garfield, though.
He's based on Garfield.
Damn, Felix, I hate Mondays. And Felix with the sunken in eyes. Yeah, me too.
Hey, Mondays. Sure smells like
What's up with the lasagna, Felix?
Oh, Felix.
It's great.
God, I hate Mondays. Oh, God. Alright. Well, why don't I bring us all back to Shade Academy? Oh, did I get this? Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah. Yeah. With the dour Shade Academy music. Alright. Well, everyone, let me check my itinerary really quick, and then you can all decide what you would like to get up to, people you'd like to run into, who you'd like to talk about. We're still in the immediate zone in between the next round of the Vytal Festival. We have a couple of things that'll go through in the middle of the week-ish when we get the actual announcement on the bracket. And then we'll actually have going to the Coliseum and doing the fight. But besides that, we're free to place things in between as we see fit here.
Right.
Cool.
So, line up, everyone. What do we got on the agenda?
I like Wide Shade Student. That's a pretty good one.
Thanks.
I love how when we go to this map, the first thing to load in is both the background and the generic NPCs.
Yeah, it's lovely.
So, okay. So things we want to do, huh? I'm just going over my list, thinking which thing would be what order do I want to do things in?
Sure. Ben, Richard, you got anything?
Robin, Kid, Hagios, in that order.
I want to talk to Felix.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I would like to go down and talk to Lawrence, because I assume that's not a mistake and he is out of...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him.
All right. Cool. Where shall we start, everyone?
I'll do. I think it's better if I probably do my scene after Felix talks to Lawrence. Not for like context wise, but I feel like it would probably be better that way. I also want like a minute to go use the bathroom, so.
Let me see, a selfish reason. Buried underneath lies.
Yeah, well, what if I told you I have to leave for 5 minutes, huh?
I would say this is really unfortunate, and
Alright, alright.
I would say we're starting with Iridium by the sounds of things. By process of elimination. Alright, Richard, yeah. Let's see.
Why would you do this to me?
I don't know,
You
I didn't
traitors.
do this. We could just edit this out if you really don't want to go first.
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, I would hope so. Alright. Well, out in the courtyard, you spy, hanging out amongst the shade of the trees at their bases, Robin and, the two, Argentum Monastery students. Robin sat there with her cowl up to kind of hide from the shade more. Or not hide from the shade, hide in the shade, away from the sun more. As Friar is tugging at some of Raggy's bandages, and he's attempting to calm him down and get him to stop fighting and trying to tear off his bandages, as Robin's chatting a bit with Nawal.
Amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
Friar's tugging at Raggy's bandages.
Yeah.
What a smart boy.
It's a difficult situation for him. He doesn't exactly want to make him stop, but he needs to make him stop. How troublesome.
How troublesome. Alright. Spying them hanging out in their nice shady corner. Grading will start making his way over.
Alright.
I mean, just given the general mood, he just kind of looks a bit, less enthusiastic than normal, but not like, Viridian, why are you depressed? More like, Viridian, what's up?
Yeah. Robin will look up a little bit, and she'll pull her hood back so it's covering less of her face, as it's just kind of drooped out a bit. And she'll fan her face and go, is that a mirage I see? Stand a little to the left.
Alright. Viridian will step to the left.
The shadow will cast over her more, and she'll sigh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Been tall's gotta be good for something.
Yeah, I suppose it comes with its benefits here.
Nodding, nodding.
I don't know how y'all survive it out here.
Well, I mean, you get used to it after a while.
So, any news about Sparkles yet?
Brandon will kind of look down and be like, we didn't, get any news, did we?
No.
Okay, good. And he'll be like, nah, nothing new. Last I heard, she was, getting surgery for her hand.
That's a shame. Come on, Friar. Ease up. Well, surgery and all that's pretty good, so that's nice. I think that's good.
Yeah, well, something like that, I mean, even something like that's not gonna hold Lucy back once she gets, recovered a bit.
Huh. So, she'll be good for the next round?
I don't know if she's gonna recover that quickly, Rob. That, I mean, I don't know. I'd guess not, but, I bet Lucy, if she came back talking about stuff, would be all I want to fight.
Something like that isn't taken care of quickly, though. I hope she keeps her hand. Well, why'd she lose it? I mean, it looked bad, but it wasn't that bad. Something more sensitive might have gotten damaged. Nerves, things like that.
I just know it looked a real nasty mess.
Yeah, that's for sure. Guess I'll say a prayer for her or something.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, Huntresses have gotten over worse injuries, but Brittany will shake his head and go, shouldn't have happened to Lucy.
Shouldn't happen to someone who's not a huntress yet. Put a sour tinge on the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. Real shower.
Well, don't go looking so dour, you two. I mean, y'all made it to the second round at least.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe I'll get to throw down against your team this time, Raggy.
Well, I would hope for it to at least be later on then. I don't wish to knock you out immediately.
Oh, well, thanks for that. I'm glad y'all worried. But I don't think you're gonna do that.
Nah, it'd be easy. Wall speaks up for the first time. She's just slumped down for hat covering her face. She barely moves as she says it.
Oh, really? Easy
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
And what's making it so easy?
Did it once before. No need to sound proud of something you didn't do. No wall. Come on. It's fine. I mean, we did, like, emotional support. Well, that's some fucking support, man.
Yeah. You know what? All right, I figure maybe you got a point. Guess we'll have
Connie,
to
you just
shake
gonna
things
take
up
that? What the hell? Come on.
Guess we'll have to shake things up next time, Rob.
Ugh.
I mean,
You really are down the dumps if that's all you can do. Eh.
yeah, well. I'll just kind of breathe sharply for a second and go. Real affected by a whole lot that's going on, you know?
Huh. Yeah, I suppose so. Robin's eyebrows wiggle a little bit back and forth as she's thinking. Something else up?
Nah, Brittany will say after a bit of a pause. And we'll go. Nothing else up. Just
That's
that.
so.
Oh yeah, you know, just me and my bleeding heart.
Right. Got it, she says as she does a side eye to Fryer, who side eyes her. They both look suspicious.
Right. Of course, they're both suspicious.
Raggy takes the advantage of Fryer's distraction to pull out some of the bandages, start reapplying them.
You know, now that I think about it, maybe talking to the vicar might be something that could help quiet my mind.
It's a good person to go to.
Oh yeah, she gave me some real nice words and advice last time. Really helped me out thinking about them.
That's a relief to hear. She's a wise woman. Oh yeah, funny too.
Oh yeah, sure enough. I definitely saw her wisdom last time. Maybe this time I can catch some of that funny.
Gonna need a wider net for something like that.
Well, I guess I better go start stringing one together then, hey Rob?
Yeah, that's the spirit. Gonna need a hand with that?
And he'll be like, well, it's got a pretty wide reach, he'll say, just kind of throwing his arms out. But I figured that might not be enough this time, so I'll take all the help I can get.
Yeah, sure. Robin will push off the ground and hop to her feet. Friar, you take a good bite out of the mummy. I'm gonna go help Viridian to this.
Yeah, don't let us down, Fry.
I think this is tampering with the future match. As Friar climbs onto like more of his lap and like starts licking Fraggy.
I love Friar. Oh man, don't worry. Friar slobbers good luck.
Yeah! I mean, I sure as hell didn't get enough of it, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
She shrugs.
Y'all could use a hell of a lot more slobber for your complexion, Rob.
Alright, that's it! Come here! She's gonna start, like, dragging his arm over.
Oh.
Off to over here. She'll look around conspiratorial in the hallway. And, like, sock Viridian in the arm. And glare up at him. So, what the hell's wrong with you? You getting, like, a fight with Felix or something? That's still going?
He'll kind of sigh and go, nah, not in a fight with the kid right now, and honestly, I think we's talking right now better than we has been recently. Got a good understanding there.
Huh. Wow, you two seemed like more taut to the bowstring before. I mean, he seemed like he wanted to cut you up or something. Guess he took my good old advice.
Yep, you sure did, Rob. You always give a good calling to people. I mean,
right.
Suppose I sure am glad he confronted me about it. Get that whole thing behind us. Learn from it a bit.
Rob puts her hands on her hips and turns her nose up proudly. That's right! I know how to handle these things.
Yeah, Rob. You knows how to handle them, but I ain't gonna call you no genius.
Well, I hadn't gone around to asking for it yet, so how's you know I'd want it?
Rob. Yo's easier to read than a children's picture book.
Yeah, it's real funny and all, but, like, how far are we gonna go down this lap before we make a full circle? I feel like you're avoiding something still.
Well... we'll kind of sigh and go, I just can't hide nothing from you, Rob, yeah.
Yeah, it ain't like we
mean,
met yesterday or nothing.
I mean, it's not like I was dodging questions. I answered everything you said so far. I was just kind of meandering around the issue, I guess.
Yeah, that's the point. You just got that old tick of yours. That's what you always do. You're gonna have to come up with something new if you want to trick me.
Aw, dang, and here I was working on something, but it just ain't ready yet.
Ha ha.
Vinny will sigh and smile for a second and then go, But, you know, I can't go telling you exactly what's wrong right now.
Why not? I take great offense to that.
Yeah, I know. And he'll kind of shake his head and go, truth be told, I feel like I should be telling you. Like, you's my best friend, Rob. You's
Yeah,
my
that's
oldest
right.
friend. I can tell you anything.
Yeah, so if truth be telling you to do it, then who's telling you to not?
Well, my teammates got a point when they tell me that this specific issue, it could get people in danger if they knew about it.
What's that supposed to mean? She says this like her eyes. She like nearly goes across from her eyes go across from like thinking about it. I mean, how do you get that far down it? You done something illegal again or something?
Just kind of shrug and go, every now and then, you know. But, I mean, this one's not really like that.
That don't make any sense then.
We learned something we, shouldn't have, I guess. No, that ain't right. We learned something someone don't want us to know.
Like... Alright, I'm having a hard time figuring out what, like, some of your teammates would be involved in. Because, like, Gwen's a little too funny for something, like, fun. And I don't know how you even rope Felix into anything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, kind of feel bad about it, but it's pretty easy. The guy's earnest. You just tell him it's training or hunting Grim or something like that, and he's all gung ho for it.
I'll remember that next time.
Oh yeah, you just keep that one in your pocket till you really need it. He's sharp enough that I don't know is gonna work over and over again.
Yeah, I like him. He's funny.
I need 1 second.
Okay.
Alright, sorry, I'm back.
Okay, welcome back.
What was the last thing Rob said? Someone was kind of interrupting me.
Well, she just said Felix is funny. Then she
yeah.
I was going to transition from that to tapping her foot a few times, then going. And she's like looking around. Like, not, it's not that like anxious sort of look around. It's that I've got too much energy, like wise guy looking around, like kind of jostling a little bit as she's like sizing up the place you're standing in and craning her neck over to look around at people and make sure there's not too many around as you're talking. So like,
Right.
I mean, it's not like, I could get like a meeting going. I mean, it's not like Tattletale's always around if we gotta like do something about this. Y'all in trouble or something?
Yeah, I mean, we is apparently in some kind of trouble I can't quite get my beat on, actually.
All right, well, let me help you out with it. Let's get that beat on. Let's sew it on real nice and tight.
That would be much appreciated, but he'll kind of pause for a second and go, I'd be a dang-gun rascal for going behind my team's back and doing that without at least talking to them about this, Rob.
Why?
Because they all's saying, and I can't say they's wrong, that we shouldn't be speaking to people about this unless we show that it's safe.
Well, you know I'm not gonna tell anyone about it.
Yeah, I know you ain't gonna tell no one about it, but he's just gonna kind of shrug and go, it's complicated. I don't really understand it, Rob.
Well, I'm trying to help you understand it.
Right, so... simple enough. There's a bad guy, alright?
Uh-huh.
A real bad guy, a real piece of work, real son of a gun out there.
Yeah.
Alright? So we found out about that. And now he's so bad, we don't know what he can do to us or anyone else that we know, but we damn know if he don't want no one knowing he's a bad guy.
Okay.
Now, I think I can tell you that much, because I ain't really telling you who it is.
Where the heck you
Or
find a
what
guy
they-
like that?
Well, we found him here, Rob.
I think you knows what I meant more like. I mean,
Yeah, I know. I really weren't expecting to run into no one like that.
I just didn't be expecting you'd be trying to get into too much trouble around now. Let alone the rest of your, like, teammates.
Yeah, well, the road to getting there was important. To Felix.
Huh. That's a funny one. I expected it to be more like you were Clara.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's not really his stuff that usually gets us into situations.
So, like, did he do something, like, funny to someone who took it bad? I mean, I could see Felix being a little too blunt when he's kind of, like, talking to someone who's trying to scare him and he doesn't act scared and then they get all, worried about him, mad, and start trying to rough someone up about it. But, I mean, it can't just be no, like, street punk if it's this got your boot shaking about it.
Yeah, it ain't. Yeah, it's apparently someone real big.
Huh. Well, Robin furrows her eyebrows a bit. You can basically, like, see the steam coming out of her ears. How big we talking here? Like, I mean, if this is something pretty serious, like, Well, I don't know too many of the like gangs around here, but I didn't think there was anyone who'd be that actual scary. Maybe them VRA people, but I thought these was like sort of like kind of like police.
Yeah, they is. It ain't nothing like that.
All right. Was it them Faunus people?
Brilliant's gonna like be biting into his lip and going.
Teeth people.
Dang sure I want to tell you, Rob.
Well, I ain't gonna go snitching.
He's gonna kind of look
Are
around.
you hearing this sort of stuff from here?
He's gonna kind of look around and go, I doubt it. I mean, I really do. How could they have that much stuff going on here? Especially since we is able to.
I thought you said they were from here.
Well, we ran into him here.
Okay, that makes it a bit stranger then.
Alright. Just kind of look around and like, some birds will come out of Viridian. I'm just gonna look around.
Yeah.
He's pretty sure we're not under constant surveillance. This is
Yeah,
Shade.
there's nothing
Those
more
guys are fucking...
Yeah, there's nothing out of the ordinary. He knows what Shade students loitering around are like.
Yeah. It's like he's gonna be kind of lean in then and go, it was someone from Mistral.
You know, I should have guessed that, considering they got like the most people there, just his best odds.
Yeah. And like, you really should have guessed it when I said it was something to do with Felix.
He's from Mistral?
Oh my goddess, you did not know that?
I thought it was just like he liked the place. I didn't know they had... I thought they, like... Did they have a lot of faunus there or no faunus there? I thought they all went down south to that island or something. I don't know. I didn't really... I don't hear about this sort of stuff.
Right, like, I mean, I don't either, but he was from there, so I assume they still got faunus there.
I just thought he, liked it a lot, alright? Cut me some slack.
Alright, okay, slack cut, Green will say as he just makes a chopping motion through the air.
Plus, I also didn't... Yeah. Plus, I didn't even... She opens her arms as, like, she's presented it, allows you to do it. Alright, so, like, I didn't even know he knew anyone also, so doubly there.
Right, yeah. Like, it's someone he knew. Someone that, Alright, Felix was involved in some real rough stuff in the past.
Alright, I mean, he's a faunus, that's not that surprising.
Yeah, and this guy was connected to it. So looking into Felix's past, alright, this guy shows up, and we find out he's a bad guy, right? Bad guy from Mistral, connected to something real big, real bad in Mistral.
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
Okay, so Days, like, I don't know how high up it is, but it's like Days got people in, like, the government over in Mistral, so they're real powerful, so everyone's real afraid of what they can do, because they are some cutthroat people.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, and it's like, even though we found this out, he's gonna kind of, like, ram a fist into it in his open palm and go, we can't do nothing about it, because it's like, it would just be our word at this point, saying, that guy over there, he's one of them. One of these things that most people don't even know exist. And it's like...
Yeah.
It's like he's just gonna say, no, I ain't, right?
Well,
and then after we say it, he's gonna come after us.
Well, wait, I mean, like... This is like a big deal, right?
It's a huge deal, yeah.
But this is just like Felix. Felix ain't a big deal. You telling me these guys gonna get bent out of shape over, like, Felix?
Well, apparently, it's not too bent out of shape over Felix specifically. It's not like they want to bring him back and, like, cut him up and sell him on the market and stuff. It's just happened, coincidence and stuff, led us to it.
Yeah, alright. So, well, my point is, you really think they're gonna come after you if you do something about it? I mean, what could you even do about it at this point? I mean, like, rough the guy up or something. How important is he?
And he's gonna think about it and go, yeah, I thought about that too. But,
seems like the obvious thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's clearly, like, something we could do.
You know where he's staying?
Yeah, I think we could find that out.
Well, I mean, like, you could go do something about that. We could, like, try and get something on them, or, like, I don't know, mess up where they're staying or something.
Yeah,
Nothing sends a message like saying you ain't welcome somewhere.
yeah. Like, I'm hearing you. I agree with you. But, I mean, my teammates thinking stuff, like acting stuff like that would be a bad idea.
They don't gotta know.
Yeah, you right.
Yeah.
Tell you what, let me think about that. You get a meeting stuff set up, and I'll think about that one.
Yeah, I will. Alright? I ain't like, this ain't about robbing pies no more or something. This is like serious. We ain't gonna let something like this slide and just we'll mess with you, Tiny, and your pals and all of that. Look, I'll get the gang and I'll see if I can shake a couple trees and see if I got anything else that might help.
Brittany will sigh and, like, honestly, like, look relieved after the sigh and go, "Ah, Rob, I knew you was gonna feel this way, but it is weight off my shoulder hearing it again."
Hey,
He'll
pal,
smile.
I mean, maybe if you didn't run off to the desert and make sure to still hang out once in a while, you'd remember that. She says she puts a hand on his shoulder. But I'm glad I can alleviate that now, because your pal. Sorry, what's that? Your pal Turf is always here on your back, all right? Been through one too many scrapes not to be this way, all right?
Brittany will smile and, like, fist bump her on the shoulder and be like, "Hell yeah."
Hell yeah. She rubs under her nose and sniffs. All right, well, I'll go start working on that. You don't worry too much about more. You get me back in contact after you've done some thinking about it.
All right, use the best, Turf.
Yeah, of course, a mace. Now quit looking around like you got your head in a storm cloud, or else people are gonna notice.
All right, I'll do something about that.
Yeah, right. Gotta stay all conspicuous and shit.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was letting too much show. Gotta, Brittany will kind of, like, pat his face a bit, like, make a face like he's stiffening up and go, "Ain't no one gonna see through me now."
Hell yeah, there you go. Like a rock wall.
Mhm. All right, break.
So smack, give you a double-handed high five, and quickly tumble off and stand up like she wasn't talking and walk off back in the crowd inconspicuously after the tumble.
Love you.
Just gotta stay conspicuous. Or inconspicuous. One of the words. She means the right one.
She means the right one.
Give her in a little confidence.
Yeah.
A few moments later.
Yeah. Put back on the music. And we can resume here. I just moved the music, right. Okay. Alright, so as Felix is making his way down the hall, sat down on one of the little like bench areas in the hallway is Lawrence and Yuri. Lawrence has like a little couple bandages on his face. Nothing like big, just like small little bits. He looks basically fine now, but obviously a bit, dour. Just in some like casual clothes. For Lawrence, that means like just some jeans and like a dark shirt and something. A little what the fuck are they called? Like a little bandana stuff under his waist belt that hangs down, and Yuri's got his classic, just like cargo pants and some weird graphic tee with a cartoon character that Mary bought for him that he looks ridiculous in. And they're chatting a little bit. Lawrence will look down the hall and nod over to you. Hey, Felix. It's like morning time, I imagine.
Yeah, Felix will walk over and be like, Lawrence, how are you?
Yeah. Oh, looking pretty as ever, just a bit more bent. I'm fine, honestly. I was probably pretty good, basically, after a couple hours, but I figured sitting in wouldn't be bad, and Plus, I was waiting for something on Lucy earlier. It looks like she's still conked out, though, so I figured no use to be sitting around there that much longer.
Right.
He just kind of scoffs and spits on the ground over the side of the bench. Sword business is yeah. Ugh. He just kind of props his arms behind his head and leans back against the wall a bit as Yuri sits forward. Nothing much has changed yet, but I mean, that's probably expected.
Right. It will take some time.
Yeah, exactly. Not like, that's a bad thing. I mean, no one will say to hurry along that process, but, Look, you haven't seen them pricks around here anytime soon, huh?
Yes, they would not be. Felix will kind of stop himself and be like, "Not be smart of them to show their faces." I imagine.
Haven't really seen much of them at all, honestly. Even on the streets or something like that. People normally keep track of those things, at least a little bit, with like the celebrity ones on their team, here he says. Guess they're keeping it on the low right now. Probably for the whole send the wrong message or something. Oh yeah. That Namahage guy's real concerned about like them PR and stuff. Can hardly blame him. I mean, he picked some real rotten egg to be on the fucking team of his. Not really doing work for his academy much. He shrugs. Can't blame him, I guess, though. Shit like this happens. Not like I don't think Nero did on purpose. He's a real rat, but... well... no need to call the whole basket rotten just because of one apple, yeah? Nox and Umbra, they seem like proper chaps. Plus, Mr. Namahage is helping with the surgery costs completely. Oh yeah, that's a real ease off us. Thought we'd be going into debt for a while for something like that.
Felix will kind of look away. He's not like his face hasn't changed, but he's just kind of looking away, and he'll be like, Yes, he's quite generous."
Awkward spot for everyone. Don't think Lucy'd hold it against him, except for maybe the prick himself, but... looks like we gotta leave it to you guys to get that in.
Yes, we will do our best.
Of course you will, I know. Thanks. Y'all been holding up alright?
I won't lie. Seeing what happened to Lucy affected me deeply, but
I'd be more pissed if it didn't.
I think everything is okay.
Yeah. I just hope we don't turn the whole thing into a funeral procession for everyone else, though. I mean, y'all still have to try your best to be winning this thing. Not saying you can't drag your feet a little. I mean, you're no psychopaths, but make sure to at least get a bit of that vim back before we're all set to go fight them rest of them, alright? Couldn't make all 4 spots in there, but I mean, we would have if we hadn't got knocked down, so nothing to cry too much about.
Of course,
He just kind of still stays like pretty stock still, staring forward as Lawrence is talking.
Of course, I don't think that. Well, I don't think I would hear the end of it from Lucy if I did not give it my all.
Yeah, well, you know, I wouldn't let her be the only one lecturing you punks about it, alright? Lawrence smiles and chuckles a little bit. Kind of looks down the hall a little bit at the big hound. Guess we got some company looking after us now. Little mental to think they'd be worried about something else happening, but I guess that's what people in charge do.
I don't think they want any more incidents.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be. Well, this already looks bad, as
Yeah.
it is.
Heard things almost got a little dicey. Eh? He says as he nudges Yuri a bit, and I'll knock him out of him, like staring at the wall, seeming lost in thought or distracted by something. He'll blink and kind of give Lawrence like a scathing little side glance. It didn't happen, okay? Yeah, I know, I'm just saying, mate. You can't go giving Mary a scare like that. I know, I've heard enough about it. Alright. Ease it a bit. Come on, man. This guy says as he gestures like a thumb towards Yuri. Yeah. Real life of the party.
He had every right to feel what he did.
Yeah, of course. I know. Lawrence's smile kind of fades a little bit and he sighs. It's just a lot. Don't need to be dealing with it all at once. Little steps and all that.
Yes. Felix will look away a bit and be like, I just want to say, I am so sorry.
Appreciate it. He shrugs. Could have done a better job keeping our heads straight in the fight, though. Kinda let it happen, I guess. Not really. Come on, I'm not gonna cry about it or anything yet. It's frustrating. Went the worst it could possibly go, but, well, I had my chance to keep things together. Didn't go well. Hell of a kick in the ass for it, but I suppose it wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something like this to go this bad. It's frustrating as hell, but, well, neither of us are dead at least.
I don't think it's a very healthy thing to blame yourself for this.
Well, I'm not gonna try making a habit of it. I'm just frustrated. Like I said, it's not gonna be hearing me wail about it or nothing, just... Whew. He kind of whistles a little bit as he stares up at the ceiling and exhales a bit of breath afterwards. Just... Not much I can do right now, so... Taking as much control over it as I can, I guess. Only way I can beat this is by not looking like such a glum.
Felix will give him like a small smile. I suppose that is a good way to deal with things for now.
Thanks, mate, but don't feel like you gotta force yourself. I mean, like I said, you all still got something of a hand in it, so you still got a bit of stuff you can be doing. Got enough to worry about yourselves.
Yes, we need to make sure we make it to Vine, that is.
Yeah. Wouldn't do anything else if it were me. Just don't push yourself. Now, who are you to be giving lessons on that, Yuri? I'm not gonna hear the end of this. Nope. I mean, come on, Lucy's gonna be way more obnoxious about it than me. Or we got Mary, neither of you can beat her. Well, if we put in a little team effort forward, huh? You might catch up. That's the spirit, see?
Felix will give a small chuckle and be like, I do not envy you right now, Yuri.
Yeah, what else is new? Just kind of huffs and lets out and like puts on like a small smile. Anything else you want to chat about with the lads?
I think that's good if Blake is done sneezing.
Yeah, sure. I was just
Oh.
mostly just wanted to make sure that you had whatever time you wanted before I interrupted and ruined everything.
Nah, come on.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess around the time they're still chatting, Claire can come walking down the hallway, passing by the dog on her way.
Yeah. Too much of a coward to try and pronounce his name.
Artyom?
Close enough. Tiom. Yeah. Just eyes look at you a little bit, surveying for danger.
I'm not dangerous.
Nice. You see Felix and Lawrence chatting as Yuri tries to contribute a little bit, but is still a bit too distracted by something to really seem like he's putting his heart into it.
Right. Well, I will come walking up. I'm not trying to like interrupt them or anything, but just start.
Yeah, just join the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Miss Sora?
Ah, hi Lawrence. You feeling a bit better?
Oh yeah, peachy, honestly. I mean, like, stretched out and strange, but I laid up more than I needed to. I got the feeling better.
Well, that's good. Any new word on how Lucy's doing? Hello?
Guess the answer's
Sorry,
no.
my Discord crashed for a second, yeah. I heard you, yeah. Nah, nothing new. Nothing bad either, so that's good.
Huh. Right. Guess we're gonna have to wait still a bit more.
Ah, it's her own fault. She's been building up this nap for a couple of months now. Something just knocked her out. It's finally all kicking her back.
Yeah. I guess I just kind of wish it came, a bit later. But I'm sure she'll be up and at 'em before anyone, really expects.
Yeah. At this point, we're all just wasting breath on it. We all know it to be true, yeah? It's not like we gotta remind anyone. Or is Yuri really that gloomy looking? I think they're saying it for your sake, Lawrence. Ah, come on, man. I'm not so shallow, am I? I mean, I've got like a pretty good front face. Yeah? I said I'm mad, not sad. You don't tell people who are mad things. You lock them up and wait for them to finish stop breaking stuff.
Look sad to me.
Hey, there you go.
Well, glad to see that you're doing better.
Oh, yeah.
Took a kind of hard hit out there.
Ah, yeah. I'd say you don't gotta tell me, but I was a bit loony after it at first, so yeah, probably needed a couple people to explain it to me at first. Not my best showing. But I suppose we all have our off days. Something like that.
Well, I'm sure that next time the Vytal Festival rolls around, well, I don't think anything's gonna be keeping you guys down then.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving us that much time to practice for. We're gonna knock all of you off your sorry feet. Hopefully, though, at least one of you won't be competing.
I think the plan is for us to sit next one out.
Ah, gotta run away from us. That's smart. I like that thinking.
I mean, gotta take the opportunity when it presents itself.
There you go. Got your golden ticket, huh?
Something like that.
I'll get on with it then. Don't let us hold you up much.
Yeah. Maybe we should get some lunch later.
Course. We ain't going anywhere. Don't worry. Keep you posted if we hear anything.
Claire will just smile and nod. Well, Felix, can I talk to you for a minute?
Of course, Clara.
As she will smile and wave Lawrence and Yuri off.
Yeah. Guess I'll head to the room as you hear kind of briefly mumbled. Yuri going, "You're gonna have to force it so hard, Lawrence." And Lawrence just kind of clicking his tongue a little bit. And, like staying up to say something else as you guys head inside. That was fucking sad.
There's our brave little boy.
It's called Anakin.
God, this sniffling thing is perfect. Just makes it sound like Blake is crying for every
Clark is
scene.
always crying.
Fuck Felix.
Felix, I dropped Sheila Bond in the river and I can't find it.
Can you get it?
Can you
Oh,
get it?
never mind.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I walked all the way here for that joke.
Okay. So Clara will come into the room and kind of lean up against the wall. I was kind of wondering, Felix, how you doing with everything? Now it's, been like a day or so.
I am frankly not okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't figure you would be.
This situation we find ourselves in, it is, well, terrible, although I don't think I need to tell you that, but
Yeah,
it is how powerless we are that I think is really eating away at me.
He tried to make it as clear as he could that, I don't think he'd stand idly by if we went to do something. But really, is it? I really hate this type of feeling, Felix. I was talking to Gwen about this. This feeling of like you can't do nothing to something that's standing in your way. He's out here threatening us, and we truly feel like we ain't got nothing to answer him.
It is awful. I hate to say that if I didn't have experience with his brutality in the past, I may not believe him, but that would be foolish now.
Corey will just kind of like sigh a bit and look up. So, what do you think we do next? I mean, I know it's kind of my job to have those type of suggestions, but, well, this isn't the type of situation I want to just, firmly state. I know what the plan should be. I'm kind of at a loss for, what we should or shouldn't do. Because I really don't want to involve anyone in this, put them in danger, but I don't even know if that's possible right now. Irene came to talk to me yesterday, and I don't think it'll be long before she starts to put more pieces together. She was already halfway there when she was talking to me.
Yes, she spoke to me as well. She seemed to be on the cusp of finding it out.
Damn girl's too smart for her own good.
Yes, we should have been more careful, but no use in thinking of that now.
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance that even if we were being as careful as we could, she'd sniff it out. She's kind of good at that sort of thing.
Yes.
So,
I suppose we were doomed from the start.
Well, knowing that, I don't know sitting still's the right move anymore. I mean, if she just keeps digging, she might... Well, she could find something, but she might find it in the wrong way, you know? Put her more in danger if we just try to explain it to her.
Yes, that may be true. Suppose we'll have to think of something then. All of us. Although you are the team leader, Clara, in a situation like this, I wouldn't want you to put all that weight on your shoulders.
Trust me, I'm not eager to take that burden all for myself. I'm definitely willing to, well, share the pressure in this situation. So, I was thinking we might... Felix, this whole thing seems, well... Claire will, rub the back of her head a bit. When we were back in the prison, I mean, we learned just how dangerous someone like Umboshi is. Oh. Wow. If Sinbad's to be believed, he's got a lot more control than I think anyone would think. I don't think this is the type of thing we can just... that we should just try and, handle on our own. Not now that it's gonna start getting out more. And, I mean, be honest with me, Felix. Would you really feel right just not doing anything at all?
I frankly hate that I feel as if I cannot do anything, Clara. Because to me, getting any of you hurt, or anyone close to me getting hurt, is mortifying. But I think that maybe it is time we tried something. Anything.
Yeah.
It has to be better than...
I mean, yeah. Better than sitting here just hoping that someone like that just keeps his word. I mean, I can't trust him to just promise not to do nothing to us. Just leave us alone. I mean, who knows when he'd come knocking, even if it's not right now. So, at least he's a monster I feel like we can do something to. Even if it's just asking someone that's stronger than us for help.
I think that may be all we can do. You're right, we cannot do this. The four of us. It's just too... It's too big for the four of us.
Yeah. So, we definitely gotta tell Irene sooner rather than later about what's going on. Just so she doesn't, just so her investigation doesn't lead her to some real unfortunate situation.
Yes, that would be the safest.
Well, I was also thinking of, if we're asking someone for help, I mean, Mr. Toto's always been there to give me advice since, well, he's more than a little familiar with the, well, more serious stuff we get up to. So I thought, well, maybe he might have a good idea of what we can do. Or at least he might be someone we can trust that we can turn to.
Felix will hold on that for a second and then be like, I suppose that is not the... He may be one of the better options to tell.
Well, who knows what, I don't know, talking to people about this, trying to get some help will exactly really solve things for us. But doing anything has to be better than how it feels to just sit here hoping that things don't get even worse.
Although we do risk something. Irene could put herself in danger, and that man is not... We cannot trust him, you're right.
I mean, given the way she's walking, she's taken a half step to her grave already. So, I don't think we're doing her any disservice by filling her in on what's going on.
I suppose then it's settled.
Yeah. This is probably I think this is the right thing to do. And I know Gwen's still... Well, she's about as shaken up as we are about everything going on. Well... Viridian was the most eager of any of us to cook up some type of plan that doesn't boil down to just waiting. So... I think this is the best way to move forward. And I think once we get a few more heads in here, we can truly figure out, what the next step might be on what we can do to make sure that everyone's going to be okay.
I must agree. Our options are limited, but you and I clearly do not like sitting on our hands, so if we're going to do something, let's do it.
Yeah. I mean, being honest with you, Felix, is probably this might be the most hated feeling I have. I mean, thinking you're going up against something, larger than life that tries to present itself as, a monster you can't ever hope to tackle. I don't want to believe that someone like that someone like Umeboshi who hurt you in that way is someone we have to just bow down to and accept when he comes around threatening us.
Yes, I suppose that sitting around like this, especially to that man, has been... I cannot describe how much anger I feel, frankly. It almost makes me feel as if I haven't changed all that much since our first meeting. But I think things might turn out differently this time.
I think so too. I mean, I promise, Felix, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure he ain't got no control over you anymore. But you never have to go back to feeling like that.
Thank you, Clara. But what is most important to me right now is that you all remain safe.
I think you mean we all, Felix.
Yes.
Right. Well, Claire will kind of like look at her scroll a bit. Do you think we should get working on this as soon as possible before Irene really amps up her investigation?
Now that we've decided, we should go find her immediately.
Right. Well, I guess we can get going then. As Claire will start getting ready to leave the room now that their mission is decided.
Excellent.
Oh shit.
Mission
Yes.
selected. Alright. 1 second. Claire's going to leave the door, or leave the room. Someone knocks on the door.
I guess she will open it.
Yeah. You'll open it basically in the time as they're knocking. As you see Rosalind in the doorway holding like a bouquet of flowers. And kind of she'll take a step back and go, "Oh, May, good timing." Or she'll kind of look over her shoulder. Is it bad timing? Yes.
No, no, it's fine.
Here, she says as she hands over the bouquet. I just want to apologize. I perhaps said some inappropriate things in the heat of the moment.
Claire will like take it and look at it strangely for a second. Sorry, what are you apologizing for again?
I thought I might have said some. I thought I might have. Maybe I overthought this. She says as she puts a hand up to her chin as she's looking to the side, almost like a bit embarrassed. I just thought I might have been acting a bit hasty and upsetting in the light of everything, and I hadn't seen you since, and with everything going on, I just thought I shouldn't be adding to it.
No, that's fine. I wasn't thinking too much on it. I mean, it's understandable that you wouldn't want to just sit there and let him get away with something like that.
Yes, I just thought you... Sorry. She pauses again. She, bites her lower lip for a second and looks over past May and sees Felix and kind of coughs awkwardly, like, "Oh, right, Felix is fucking here."
Felix is trying to
for a second.
keep he's there, but he's realized that this is supposed to be something she's apologizing for, and is looking uninterested.
Yeah, Rosalind looks up at the ceiling, cheeks flushed a bit, feeling like, "Oh god, I'm doing this in front of someone else," and folds her arms behind her back. I just swallow and look down again, or we'll look down back at May again. I just thought you seem very... I thought I said something that made you angry.
No, trust me, you didn't.
Right, it was everything else, and...
Yeah, it's a whole mess of things that have nothing to do with what you said. I mean...
I just wanted to make sure that I could do my best to make sure there was less of a pile.
Claire will walk over and just quickly put the flowers in before walking back. Well, at least I have something nice to look at to help me calm down a bit.
I know it's worked well for me in the past with you.
Have you seen Irene?
Huh. She'll kind of cough for a second, collect her thoughts, and think. Not this morning, no. I guess she was up much earlier than usual. I could tell her you're looking for her if I see her first.
Right. I think we're just gonna send her a message and start walking around, and hopefully she'll respond sometime soon.
Right.
Claire,
Need help with anything?
Claire will look over to Felix and look back to Irene.
You mean Rosalind?
Or yeah, back over to Felix and back to Rosalind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think you can come with us to look for her?
Of course.
We need to talk to her about something, and I think I'd want you to be there too for when we discuss it.
She'll nod. Still looking a bit like inquisitive, but you know, you're just being only so coy so she doesn't press it. Right, I'll help then.
Right. Well, Felix, let's see if we can go find her.
Of course.
Add Rosalind to the hit list.
I mean, it had to be done.
Had to be done.
She
had to be
literally
done.
walked in the door saying, "Add me."
No, she said, I'm sorry.
She walked in the door and was like, "Here's some flowers."
You could have said thank you. Now I have to go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Where's your team leader? I need to speak to her. I want to talk to her.
Wow, just because Clara's real conscientious of her girlfriend, she's gonna get her killed now.
Pretty cool.
Thinking straight, more like thinking.
Well, I mean, it's the right thing to do. I mean, if Umeboshi killed me, she'd kill herself anyway.
No, she just killed him first.
Well, no, she'd
Right.
kill him, then Viridian if he didn't kill Viridian, and then herself.
There you go. Speaking of Viridian, was he heading off to actually go talk with his team, like he said?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Excellent. Well, he can run into his team then in the hall, a little ways down past our join,
Oh, okay, our point.
as they're making their way down the hall.
We should also probably gather Gwen for this. This is basically team discussion at this point.
Well, you'll get her soon. First,
Yeah,
we'll run
yeah.
to Viridian. Viridian will spy Rosalind falling around his two teammates. She looks a bit like inquisitive about where they're going, but isn't saying anything. And is looking, not with like outright nervousness, but with some concern, as it seems like she stumbled into something serious. How does Felix and Clara look?
Clara looks mostly like fairly stern as she's like walking around, mostly like focused as she's just like currently scanning around looking for Irene, because it's like now she has like an idea of, instead of like being depressed, being like, oh shit, we're just in an imminent danger, being like, okay, at least we have like a plan. So she's just trying to distract herself by just focusing immediately on what they're doing. And Felix is looking spiffy.
Yeah, Fenlo is just staring at the ground, drooling.
Fuck you. How dare you, dude?
Well, describe how he's looking then.
He's looking like
Describe how he's looking, how he's feeling.
he's got that iron
Well-
coat on.
Well, how's he feeling, and what's immediately obvious to Viridian,
Okay, well,
his friend and teammate?
right. Felix, looking a bit more troubled, because, you know, this is... They had basically two choices, and they chose not to lie down. And
Yeah.
while Felix is all for that, you know, potentially could get some people hurt, so he's not all for that. He's not looking like the most confident.
Understandable.
Oh, unfortunate, Felix. Because I'm looking to get a whole bunch of people hurt.
Right, so Viridian can
Jesus.
Approach.
Rosalind frowns.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck, Rosalind's here. Oh well. Everything will come up and see them and go, hey guys, Where's y'all headed off to?
Oh, really good timing. We were looking for Irene, if you've seen her.
Nah, haven't seen her recently.
We were gonna talk to her about... Clara will look at him for a second. Something real important, and well, it's about what happened. 'Cause she's... Well, it's probably safer for everyone if we just talk to her about it, given what she's already looking into.
Safer. Rosalind frowns.
Probably safer? Well, that's got me confused, but I think I'm picking up something else you're putting down. Will kind of shake his head and go, speaking of which, I kind of wanted to talk to y'all about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can just talk. We're going to look for her anyway, so better if you're here with us, so you can just talk while we walk.
Should I split up to widen our search? Listen, tips her head a little bit towards Clara, or towards May. Kind of like, should I not be here for this talk? Is like the underlying question.
No, I think it's fine.
Right.
Um,
As relief, I'd like to know what's going on.
Oh yeah, well, explain in less vagueness once we actually find Irene, just to, do it all at once.
Right.
As I guess we can start walking.
Sure.
Alright, what do you got, Rudy? Shoot.
Yeah, alright, so here's the deal. I get everything y'all said, but he's just gonna kind of shake his head and go, I can't be hiding nothing from Rob, you know. She's my best friend, my oldest friend, and she knows something's up. And look, I know her, and I know all my buddies from back in Shawwood. None of them's gonna mind if they know something that's a bit dangerous. We's all wanting to be huntsmen, and we's all talked about the things we want to do and make the world a better place. I just feel like I just need to let them in on this at some point, you know? Like, even if we's waiting till after all this is blown over, I'm gonna have them on my side when I go and deal with my stuff.
What are we talking about here?
This is getting a bit cruel towards Rosalind, don't you think, Clara?
Yeah.
Sounding more and more serious by the minute, I suppose.
Right. So I guess while we're walking, we'll stop for a moment.
Sure, yeah.
I
mean, shit, you can run to Irene and Gwen if you want. They're on the map.
Wait,
you pick where you're going.
I don't even know where they are.
Just down the hallway, to the right.
Oh.
Yeah, was not big enough?
Yeah, I guess we can. I guess we can run into them just to save time on this.
Oh yeah, do as you like. Exactly. All right.
What's this up over here?
Wow, Irene is currently questioning Gwen on things. Gwen will see you guys coming and go, oh, perfect timing. Irene, I really have to go. I can't talk about anything. I'm busy. We have to practice, you know? She starts quick walking over. Irene follows her.
Irene, I told you to take it easy.
Oh, Irene, good. We were looking for you. Yeah, you too, Gwen.
Oh! Good! Why were we looking for Irene? They were looking for me. I'm part of the team. Well, if that's the case, then I'm also looking for you, apparently. Rosalind's there as well. If we're going off by teams, I think your point doesn't stand, Ardenea. That's so pedantic, Irene. Make their way over.
And I'm assuming Viridian already like has birds like circling to make sure no one's actually around,
I'll just
Like
look
it-
around, sure.
like you did with Robin.
Too paranoid, but it's good to check.
Right. Well, Viridian, can't say I can blame you for feeling like that. I mean, definitely given how close you are, you makes sense that you wouldn't want to hide nothing from them. Especially something like this. So, I don't think it's wrong of you to feel like you gotta let them in on it, especially if they're, well, already getting there just from looking at you.
Are we talking about what I think we are?
Yeah.
Hello?
Well, we were
She
talking.
gestures her arms towards like Irene and Rosalind, and then Viridian.
We were
I
talking.
will shrug.
Me and Felix were talking, and given the situation, it seemed better to let some people in on it.
Oh, I'm glad I was consulted.
We were coming to find you.
Wow, you found me. Looks like you found your girlfriend first.
To be fair, Gwen, I still am not sure what's actually happening.
Oh, don't worry, Gwen. I wasn't consulted either.
Oh, great.
Gwen will throw an arm over her shoulder.
It happened very recently.
Like,
Cool.
I'm not against it either, but I wasn't consulted, that's all.
Yeah, I know you're not against it.
I mean, we were on our way to come find everyone. What can I
Hey.
say?
When he said I'm not against it either, he literally stepped away from Gwen and then
Yes.
threw an arm around Felix.
Yeah, great. Wow. Well, I guess I'm outvoted then. Cool. Great. Awesome. Yeah, let's get more people fucked over about this, huh?
Come on, I'm sorry that, came to this, but... Claire will kind of look towards Felix and start it off.
Yeah, Gwen, Felix will be like, Gwen, listen, you are familiar. Well, I imagine, and he'll look at Irene and be like, Irene was giving you quite a questioning, yes?
Yeah, and I don't answer anything.
To be fair, I was being very light on her.
Ah, thank you.
I was not saying anything like we said we would.
Yes, but Irene is quite good at what she does, and
I'm not an idiot.
she would have discovered something sooner or later.
She can get herself killed.
When?
What?
Well, that's kind of mean.
I wouldn't fall into something so stupid.
My point was that I don't want. Ugh. Whatever.
She throws her hands up and slumps against the wall, pouting, crossing her arms.
There, Gwen. Arian wouldn't be my first
Touch
choice
me.
either.
Just smack his hand away.
Oh, alright.
Give me a second.
Got a lot on the line here. We all do.
Yeah, but...
How serious is this? Rosalind says, more visibly concerned, like agitated now at like how quickly this is getting out of hand.
I
Oh,
mean,
deadly serious. Irene answers for you. Rosalind glares at her like, what the fuck?
Gwen, I think, well, me and Felix kind of came to the conclusion that better doing something like this than just hoping he keeps his word.
What a conclusion.
Claire,
I mean, that's fair. I don't know why you'd trust a snake not to bite you.
Claire will look towards Felix to,
Considering you're being intimidated by someone, no, I don't think it's a good idea to capitulate with their demands either.
Gwen, you
Intimidated?
have to understand that this is not something that we have thought about lightly.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps we should have spoken to you first, but
Yeah. We should have spoken first.
Well, we're speaking now, Irene says as she steps forward and kind of folds her arms together. So, can you illuminate the details you've been skimping on now?
Right.
Yes, please.
Felix, do you want to start it off, or should I?
I suppose I will. Irene, you were quite right. Something did happen in that hallway.
Excellent. Rosalind tilts her head over to May, like, what?
When we were, and Felix will look at Rosalind and say, when we were searching for Yuri after Lucy was injured, we ran into Namahage and Nero.
Are they trying to muscle you out of the tournament?
No. They were also assaulting Knox. He was... he was already collapsed in the hallway when we arrived.
Why? That makes enough sense. How does it make sense, Irene? Well, I didn't suspect them of doing it. She says, like it's the most obvious thing, and just gestures a hand towards Felix. Go on.
Yes, well, he was speaking. At the time, we were afraid for what Yuri might do, obviously, but it became very clear to me soon after that he was very familiar to me.
Irene raises an eyebrow and looks worried, but it nods.
And Felix will kind of roll his shirt down and have the mark and be like, he's the man who branded me with this.
Rosalind lets out a little a gasp and looks fucking horrified. And Irene winces a little bit, but dips her head. This explains enough. Felix, what is that?
I used to be that man's slave quite a long time ago.
Slave? Rosalind looks fucking aghast.
Claire will wince a bit.
How?
I was quite young back then.
It's a pretty stupid question, Rosalind. Honestly, can you have a bit more tact than this? Irene, you're not taking this normally? Well, it's not like it wasn't a conclusion I could make. I'd heard stories of what the Mistrali did in the past, but still? It's illegal, isn't it?
I don't think
I know people operate in the dark, but this is ridiculous. People would know about something like this, wouldn't they? It's a large continent. With little care for most of its people.
Well, it goes a bit... Felix will be very hesitant to say the next part and be like, it goes much deeper than that. I suppose if we're telling you all this, what we did earlier may not be as bad anymore.
Rosalind's eyes go wide as Irene tilts her head up a bit as she's absorbing that, and slowly widens her eyes a bit and then blinks back to normal. And then kind of tilts her head down and puts her chin in her palm. This is troubling. For a many number of reasons, then. You didn't recognize him until now? Rosalind kind of says after shaking out of her surprise.
Yeah, Felix will look a bit ashamed and be like, it had been quite a long time. I should have known when those dreams started back up.
I just didn't know. That seems impossible. It's not impossible. Traumatic events, especially at a younger age, lead to repression of memories to cope with it, especially in a sordid enough situation. And I can't imagine they treat, well, people they treat as objects well, Rosalind. Objects. I see. She kind of looks a bit pale and shuffles on the spot uncomfortably as this is sinking into her. Irene's taking it much better outwardly.
When we broke into the grindstone a bit earlier, looking for information on, well, on Felix's brand, but we're still trying to piece things together. Namahage was already in there. He actually helped us while we were in there.
Makes sense.
Went in to go talk to, well, he went in to go talk to Sinbad before we did.
So those aren't rumors after all. Now that's disturbing. I didn't know you did so much research into here, Irene. Oh, Rosalind, give me more credit than that. I've gotten familiar with a lot of the upper staff of the VRA during some of our work around the city. You start to hear things. So, whatever operation they're running is enough to get them an audience with him easily enough?
Sinbad was pretty clear about who Namahage is, at least without saying his name to us at the time.
Rosalind just scoffs a little bit in anger. I've heard of the Mistrali Syndicate or something like that. I know organized crime over there exists. But
He called them the Hachibakemono. Did I get that right? She kind of looks over to everyone else on the team.
Yes.
They
Rosalind just kind of nods a little bit, and Irene kind of looks up thinking.
Sinbad made it real clear to us that if we do anything to them, that, well, if someone like him was giving us a life or death warning over them, even knowing that they even exist, I mean, I think that's a pretty clear sign of just what they might be, capable of.
But even here, it's a foreign organization, Rosalind says, angry. I don't think they'd have the sort of reach around here to be able to threaten you that easily, right? Oh, yeah, we want to take that chance? Gwen barks over at her. And Irene raises a little, a finger. And you said Namahage was there already, right?
Yeah, he talked to us in the prison, let us out of our cell, and then he went to go talk to Sinbad right before we did.
Huh. So it's not out of the possibility that he asked Sinbad to intimidate you for him, then?
It's certainly not. Well,
Keep you off his trail. Spin a tale about their, threat they might place to you and try and get you off the scent then. That makes more sense than expecting a foreign organization to have roots here. I certainly think we would have run into them by now if they had that much of a sway in the city. Shade isn't exactly dry, it's quite lucrative. You'd think they'd have business here if they were able to. Look, just because they don't own a bunch of fucking casinos here doesn't mean they're not able to threaten us.
And Namahage almost seemed surprised when, he was talking about how Felix didn't recognize him.
Well, if I ruined someone's life and they didn't try and kill me so blatantly, I'd be pretty surprised too. Felix has more sense than that, Irene. I don't know. Be subjected to something as awful as that, and I don't think sense would play into it much. But I suppose we could just ask for a first-hand opinion.
My anger towards him is quite insurmountable.
Of course it is.
So,
Felix, I don't know what to say. Rosalind just admits. That's horrible.
and he made his threats pretty clear to us back in that hallway, that we'd try and do anything to him, or get in the way of whatever he's doing, that he'd make sure to do something about it.
Huh. What exactly are you all afraid of? Irene, is that really a reasonable question? I think it deserves an answer at least.
You've got to be kidding me. What else would we be afraid of?
Irene just like raises an eyebrow, looks at all of you.
Actually, I'm still, not entirely sure what we're afraid of.
A broken clock. Irene raises a hand towards Viridian.
Irene, they can't just risk their lives like this. Surely, I mean, a dangerous enough organization, maybe they don't have enough connections here, but something like this slighting them, they could do something about it.
I think you're underestimating your position you have here, actually.
And Claire will kind of look at her.
Dangerous, yes. I'm not saying for you to play with them, but, well, you're not exactly inconspicuous people anymore. If you're worried about something they do to you, now would be an impossible time to do it without more suspicion being raised. And there's already got to be enough attention put on Namahage after the incident with Lucy. And if you're worried about your families or something like that, I'd say the same thing remains true. There's only so many people chosen yearly, now biannually, for the Vytal Festival itself. Your household names across most of Remnant now. You really think something happening to any of you or your families wouldn't go unnoticed by the right people? If anything, now's the safest time you have, while you're all still known.
I guess that's kind of why we're already talking to someone about it.
Well, what happens when we're not? I mean, it's not like you can remember every Vytal full member from the last 10 years, right?
The winners, maybe, but besides that, no, I wouldn't say so, which is why you'd have to do something now, decisively, or else you're dead, actually. You really think he'll let this go lying after this is all done with, even if you stay silent? Loose ends are something that a smart businessman wouldn't deal with. Businessman? I'm calling it what they would. Ignore it. My carelessness. Irene kind of drags out. But if you're this concerned about a man like this, I don't think he seems like a chump. He managed to get himself into control of the Huntsman Academy. For brothers know what reason he's put himself close to the spotlight like this. But it does make me unwell thinking about how obviously corrupt the society like Mistral must be if this man's been able to prosper this long. Still. Well, Felix, you don't exactly have much family left there, right? No one to worry about.
I suppose I only have one, but I think that he can take care of himself.
She nods, and she looks at Gwen. Gwen, I don't think your family would be in any immediate danger as easily as anywhere else. And Gwen scowls at her, ready to say something. Irene holds up a finger like, shh. Consider Argus is one of the safest places for or one of the most difficult places for an Astrali to influence. It's an Adlesian-occupied state. Mantlian, Rosalind corrects. And Irene glares over at her like, shut the fuck up, Rosalind. Now's not the time. And goes back to talking to Gwen.
I would suspect they would be the most on alert for organizations like this. Especially after the regime change. They're practically witch hunting bad actors. Argus would be in the most highest state of alert it's been in years. And your father was a registered huntsman at one point, but still enough of a suspicious person to die. Combat training doesn't fade, even with injury. One kind of clicks her teeth for a second and looks a bit, like, off-put. Like, lost her momentum of saying, fuck you, Irene. My point is you two are at the least risk you could be, given the most risk situation of something happening. And as Rosalind said, I think if they had a foothold here, we would have noticed. And the easiest place for an organization to slip in would be Vacuo. That means Atlas and Vale are most likely safer than that. Unless there's a contingency set up in Sleepy Hollow, Irene says as she puts her hands in her pockets looking at Viridian. I think you're safe, Amis.
I just kind of look for a second like, alright. I mean, I don't care. And then be like, yeah, no. Everyone in the Hollow knows each other. So that ain't gonna be happening.
She nods and
And I ain't worried about anyone else.
She nods and she looks over at Claire. And I can tell you I have good faith that Inspector Bates wouldn't allow activity like this to go unnoticed in Mantle.
Yeah, I mean, and Bates was worried about my grandpa and Anna. Well, they were here rather than back in Mantle.
A place like this. He'd avoid any more incidents, wouldn't he? He's already being raked across the coals in the press and doing his best to control things. This would explain his desperateness to help with Lucy's surgery as well. He's being rather accommodating because he knows he's let his gladiator make a slip-up. So, have I convinced you all at how defanged they are in their current position yet, or should I go on?
I think you've made your point.
I think you're... Irene, I'm not going to call you senseless, but this is still... reckless. You're saying that because you don't want anyone else involved. If they weren't, and I had told you this myself, you'd be willing to act, Rosalind, so shut up. Rosalind flinches and kind of glares at her for a second. They hold glare at each other for a second. Rosalind scoffs and looks to the side.
I think we've
Of course, having more people involved makes it more dangerous, Irene. My point proven.
I think we've decided that not doing nothing is not the right thing to do.
We could still do something. I don't think they're going to stay out of this, Rosalind. That would be incredibly unlike them. Right. You wouldn't, would you? Rosalind looks around at you guys.
No, frankly.
Wow, really? I only know how to get into trouble.
It's too late now. Rosalind looks over at May. You see, like, almost pleadingly, like, come on.
I'm sorry, what'd she say?
She asked, like, I couldn't convince you guys not to do anything. She was saying, like, look, Irene and I, like, we can do things to keep the heat off you guys. And she's like, you guys wouldn't do it. And everyone else said, no, of course we'll fucking get involved in this. We're already involved in this. We're not going to stop.
I don't think I can bear to just sit by now.
Rosalind sighs and gathers herself for a second and straightens up again. All right. Well, then I'll make sure to be assisting the best I can.
So, oh, fuck, sorry. I had to sneeze.
Sure.
What's the next thing we should probably do then? Claire will kind of look around while saying that.
Yeah. Just waiting for anyone else to speak first.
Viridian, you said you wanted to tell, Robin and everyone else. Have you done that yet?
Richard? Hello? Hello?
I think he got up.
He was just saying something, for fuck's sake.
Listen, sometimes you gotta go.
Ah!
No, listen, man. If you're in the
Well,
middle
I'm
of
sorry, there was a knock on the door.
It's fine.
Exactly.
It's fine. So Claire looked at Viridian. You said you wanted to tell Robin and all your friends. Did you say anything yet?
Oh, brothers, Team Greenwood, really? Irene just massages her nose. The bridge of her nose.
Define something. Cause something, yeah. Any details, no. And I know my friends. They's trustworthy to me, and there ain't no finer band of troublemakers than them.
Well, as long as they're not causing trouble before it's necessary, we'd still need to decide what to do about it.
Hey, look, you tell us we can cause as much trouble as we want in 3 days. We won't do nothing the 2 days before then.
Right. Good to know.
The actual act of doing something is the hard part. I mean, I don't think I'm quite familiar with this type of thing, so it's hard for me to guess what. It feels like we're walking on eggshells, so it's hard to know what to actually do.
Oh, certainly. Well, it's not like any of us have a clue on from practice, but finding a way to get them on the back foot on this issue, to have something over them, would be the best way to go about this. What exactly do you mean, Irene? I mean, there's a lot of ways you can attempt to get someone to quiet down, but if they're talking about an organization that has large enough resources and backing, I don't think there's much we can do. No, but on a personal level to Namahage, maybe. I need to do some more digging. You haven't confided in any of this detail to the headmistress yet, have you?
No,
God, why would we go to Gale first?
Felix and I thought that if we were gonna tell someone, someone else, we might go talk to Mr. Toto about it.
A much wiser decision.
I already did tell him that we broke into prison and everything, so he's not completely unfamiliar with what happened.
Ah, excellent. I suppose I can see why you were all so motivated to do that now. I'm surprised you're a little less surprised, Irene. Oh, I had already heard about it. How? News travels fast around the school.
But,
Wait. Felix will just look around confused and be like,
One looks confused also.
that is...
I only talked to you, Rosalind, about this, and
I didn't say anything about it.
yeah, I know you wouldn't say nothing. Viridian, did you go around talking to anyone about it?
I don't remember doing that.
Yeah, I definitely didn't. You're all thinking about this backwards. Who else was involved in this? Where did you get your information?
Oh.
Dare I say, the rumors trickle down from the top. The venerable headmistress has never been good with secrets. Oh my... You've got to be kidding me!
Well,
That cannot be true.
I don't feel bad ratting her out to Toto now.
Well, for now, information gathering
is a good idea. How much of it would be possible to gather, though, is questionable. But, well, until an opportunity to present itself, seizing one might be dangerous. And it's not like any of us can exactly forget the oncoming tournament.
That's certainly something to, consider, but I think it's definitely secondary now.
So, the team, Rosalind says, she leans against a wall. Are they... I mean, Nero is definitely in on this, right? What about the rest of them?
Well, Nox didn't seem to be a willing participant if it looked like anything.
If he's getting roughed up in a hall, no, I don't think it would be either.
Not-
Kalila definitely is. She was Namahage's old assistant back at the Federation. She's had a connection with him for some time. She's probably his most reliable plant in the entire operation.
Given Nox, it's only right that his brother also probably isn't any kind of willing. Probably is going along with everything.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of leverage on them. It wouldn't just be that he is, they're his debtors, or the debtors situation, would it? I mean, doesn't he, bless you, doesn't he have their coach?
Yeah, sounds like they got many reasons to not really have a choice in what's going on.
So the brothers are being strong-armed. Right. Well, that would explain why most of the team has remained off the streets for now. Namahage's damage control is impressively blatant. What a disgusting man. I think that's a kind way to put it. So, Irene, I'm presuming you would suspect it would be a poor idea to attempt to ambush him at some point. Yes, Rosalind, please calm down.
I don't know.
I don't think you and Clara jumping him on the streets would be a good idea to your reputation or success-wise.
I wasn't gonna agree with her on on that part.
And I wasn't going to bring her. Gwen snorts. Wow.
Please.
I meant because she'd be more conspicuous than me. Like you're not?
I think the whole city knows what you look like with or
I
without
know they
you.
do. I just... It would be different. I wouldn't want to make it seem like you are going against him. I think you doing anything would incriminate her at this point. Well, that's why I asked, wasn't it?
So, well, just straight up attacking him definitely isn't the right play. I mean, his reputation's already taken a hit, right, Irene, with what happened to Lucy?
Well, he certainly doesn't have any friends around here. As for back home, I have no idea personally.
I'd imagine.
It seems like he's a bit of a demigod, though.
I'd imagine back there it might be a bit harder to shake things up.
Yeah, I mean, getting his representation in the festival itself was a sign of how popular this school is going to be. He's a bit of a household name in Mistral, at least for the Federation.
Claire will be thinking as she's biting her lip a bit. I mean, so I think, well, maybe the best thing to do first is to go ahead and talk to Mr. Toto about this. At least get some advice with someone that might have a bit more experience dealing with more nasty sorts of business.
Certainly.
And I'm sure he'll, well, have something to say on what we should or shouldn't do.
Oh, I would suspect so. I had already tried to wring information out of the headmistress, and while she was obviously lying, she's still stubborn enough to continue with a poor lie. It wouldn't surprise me if her and Toto have some suspicions on the situation already, honestly.
That'll only make things a bit easier for us to explain.
Well, perhaps conduct and foul play on damaging one of their students in the middle of a festival is a bit of a leap to to national crime syndicate, but I'm sure it'll ease the transition a bit. I suppose it would be advantageous for us not to always accompany you immediately on this. Too large of a crown causing up concerns, and, well, as I said, I don't suspect they have much sway here, but the idea that you might be being watched by someone isn't out of the ballpark of possibility, so no need to cause a complete scene about things.
Yeah, moving around in a big group, trying to, you know, figure out what's going on here, it's probably not for the best.
We have a past of plausible deniability for it, but there's no reason to stretch it.
Claire will then pull
Plus,
out.
I have some digging of my own to do.
Claire will pull out her scroll and put everyone in a group so we can discuss this further. Right. Well, I guess we know at least what some of us will do next, and I guess after that we can discuss further what next step we should take. Felix, you wanna come with me to talk to Mr. Toto about this?
Of course.
I would like to make a request that we all make sure to only inform extra parties so long as we've all agreed upon it.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, you're asking for that. I am. I'm in the position now, Gwen. Keep up with the pace. I don't disagree.
I think that seems, right. Verdin, you can... I think it's okay for you to tell your friends when we have a more concrete idea of what's going on. If that's alright.
Rosin will cross her arms and, as she's leaned against the wall and look over at Vrian. Don't get Kid involved in this yet either. If at all.
Vrian will pause for a second and go, yeah, alright. How long you think till you got this figured out gonna be?
I think we'll have a better idea at least after we talk to Mr. Toto, so maybe I'll have a better answer for you in a couple hours.
What, is he not going along?
I mean, do you want to come with us, Veridian? I just thought trying to keep the group, a bit sparse might be for the better.
It'd be more strange to see your team split, wouldn't it?
Wow. Really don't want to go talk to the dog right now. But I can go along.
What, you're afraid he'll bite you?
I mean, I got nothing really to say that these two can't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that weird if me and Felix handle this. I mean,
Why do you assume I'm not going?
oh,
Hello?
that,
Yeah, still here. It's hard to forget you are, Miss Arnea. Oh, why am I Miss Arnea now? Well, I'm trying to treat you with respect since you seem quite agitated.
sorry, Gwen. Just
Am I a joke to you, Irene? Oh, half the time.
gosh,
We
brother.
are all working
Irene,
together. Perhaps
really?
we could.
Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone else is allowed to do this, am I not?
Okay,
If it
well,
looks like a funeral procession all the time, we're not going to be able to keep focused. I'm not trying to make light of this situation for you all, but I want to instill some confidence. We're going to solve this.
right. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't walk around looking like someone died.
I guess.
What are you two gonna do, in the meantime?
Well, I suppose I could go to some of my usual contacts around the city. I'm not exactly, well, averse to subtlety. I'm not gonna walk into anything stupid asking a couple questions. I know enough people. Well, I was going to do some of my own research into the topic. Maybe see if I can find anything online first, of course, and then, well, keep up to date with some of Namahage's affairs over the years, what he's done, anything that stands out as odd to me. Simple, basic profiling work for now.
Right.
I still need to find Kit, though, at some point.
Looking for her?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure she got home after drinking last night or whatever. She left with Nebu, so you can never trust that.
Yeah, so,
Nothing serious, don't worry.
well,
I just have to make sure we're all prepared to get training at one point.
well, good luck with that. I hope she's at least put together enough for you guys to get a bit of that in. Maybe, I think that'd be good for us to do later too, to clear our heads.
Oh, we'll see. I'm none too optimistic to assume she's fine after that. It's all about dragging her to do it anyway. I should probably get going then. Yes, speaking of training, I guess since you guys don't need me, I'll go do some of that.
No, you can come, Gwen. I didn't mean it like that.
No, I don't want to talk to the dog. Jesus, Freudian. Why do you even call him that?
Brittany will shrug and go, I don't know, just came to me one day when he was tracking me down.
I figured it was because he's a faunus. He's a faunus? No, he's not.
Mr. Toto?
I think he is.
Look at his features. He doesn't exactly have a tail or ears, but his teeth are sharp enough and his senses are keen. No, he's a human, isn't he? I mean, I've never heard of him being a faunus before. How much have you heard about Mr. Toto? Touché. Well, what does it matter? I was asking if Doreen's nickname was derivative or not. You can never tell what's odd country slang and what's genuine racism, after all. Well, I'll be going then. Good luck.
A moment, please. I would like to thank both of you, and he'll motion towards Rosalind and Irene. Thank you for the assistance.
Irene will just turn her head over her shoulder as she's walking away, and she'll give a small smile and dip her head. As I already told you, I'm not going to let anything happen to you all. You're my friends. And she'll walk off. Well, she never has been anything but succinct about this sort of thing, but yes, of course, Felix. I'm sorry I never knew something like this had happened to you in the first place. I didn't know.
It's quite alright. It has been affecting me more lately than I would like, but I think I'll get through it alright.
Rosalind kind of looks at her feet a bit and nods, almost like ashamed. Well, I'm sorry I didn't notice anything. I won't let that happen in the future. Well, I shouldn't burn daylight much. Oh, please be careful, she says to the group and then nods over at May directly.
Yeah.
Doing something is whole well and good. I couldn't sit idly either, but always keep that in mind.
Trust me, we're not gonna go doing anything stupid. And I feel better knowing that, well, you're with us in this now.
Likewise, of course. It would have been horrible to hear after the fact. Thank you for sparing my conscience.
Claire will go in to give her a hug. We can meet up and talk more later.
Of course. I'll get back to you all if there's anything interesting I learn. I'll see you later. So give May a little hand a squeeze and dip her head and walk off down the hall the other way. Alright. Well, I guess there was no stopping Irene once she caught a scent, no matter how she did that in the first place.
Yeah, she was pretty... Well, after I learned she interrogated me, well, she went to interrogate Felix after doing it to me. I mean, we agreed she was basically there already, so... Might have been a bit dangerous just to let her keep poking her nose in without properly telling her what was going on.
Huh. Well, she catches on quick, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, she definitely does. So, I guess the three of us can go talk to Mr. Toto and, we'll meet up later, Viridian, to maybe get some training in.
Like I said, I'm going to go training.
Oh, come on,
No! I'm agitated, so I'm training.
She's clearly made up her mind, Clara.
Yeah. Listen to Felix, Clara.
Listen,
He's the smart one of them.
Claire will kind of get a loss for words.
Got her.
Oh, I think it made her mad.
She is right. Everything happened so fast, but we should have perhaps consulted her faster.
Yeah. I mean, she was basically the next one we were gonna come talk to. Rosalind just showed up at the door.
Yes, how fortunate.
Right, well, we're gonna be off Viridian, and where are you gonna go? Where are you going?
Well, I don't have anything else that I need to do until y'all give me the okay to go talk to my buddies, so I'm gonna go train too.
Alright, well, we'll probably meet you in there later to tell you how our talk to Mr. Toto goes.
Yeah,
Claire will
hope it goes well.
get ready to start walking off to Mr. Toto's office.
Alright, great. Green can go off to train with Gwen. Or just by himself.
Yeah, heck, why? It's kind of bullshit how they just get to tell whoever they want and we don't, isn't it?
Yeah. Owned. Look out for Wide Student. It's pretty spooky.
It is.
This
I
is
don't know how he's
What are
doing
they feeding that boy?
more.
Good one.
Thanks, I'm awesome.
Come on, Steel, let's get down here.
Yeah, come on,
Fuck you.
Skillix.
Sorry, I've always zoomed so fucking far in.
Come on, Scuttlix.
You can unzoom. It's on the top right.
Thank you. Oh my god, thank you, dude.
So I actually wanted to talk to Felix a bit while walking there.
Sure.
It's also just
It's gonna be a little awkward, Mrs. Toto, right there, but yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
God, there's only
Richard, do you wanna tell me anything Brian's gonna do next, just so I can prep it in my brain, put it in the oven? Want to talk to Gwen at all during training, or just talk about your future scene?
Oh, yeah, talking to Gwen during training is something I was thinking about doing. I think it might be short, but I'd like to do that.
Sure.
And then for future scenes, obviously, there's the Blythe Buddies, and I would like to try to get... I don't want to go through get their number again, because I can just go to Raggy to go find the Viker.
Yeah, you can.
Because talking to the Viker is another thing that I find important at the moment.
Yeah, you can just stumble upon the vicar. I'll just have her be somewhere and you can run into her.
Ooh.
Okay, good.
Right.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. Go ahead, Felix and Clara.
So as we're walking down the hallways, Claire will kind of look towards Felix. Well, we're pretty much fully committed now.
Yes, I hope this was the right move to make.
I'm sure it is. I mean, I at least feel a bit better than I did. Well, thinking that we had no option. And
Yes, I
Irene,
do feel better as well, knowing that Irene and Rosalind are here to help us.
Yeah, and Irene has a real funny way of giving us confidence, but I was able to really feel how much she meant it when she said that they can't do anything to us right now. She seems to be, well, I was pretty sure of that.
Yes, it's not guaranteed, but they were very convincing points.
And that's... Well, I guess situations like this are really when you thank the brothers you have friends to rely on, because if I was going into something like this alone, I couldn't imagine how I'd handle it.
I think that it would be... Yes, quite horrifying, but a bit more simple.
Maybe not in a way I'd be happy with.
Of course not.
Okay, that's really it. I didn't have much to say there besides just some nice comments before we went to Toto.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to go over Ian and Gwen real quick then.
Sure. Please, by all means.
Alright. So for Ian and Gwen. Training it up. Did Richard step away?
Fuck.
I'm standing on the edge,
Yes.
and I'm ready to fall.
I think it's Linkin Park song, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It sounds.
It's
like
at least something. It's at least what I'm aiming for. I don't know if that's actually.
that sounds like the lyrics from one of the Linkin Park songs.
That's what I was going for. I pulled it out of the ether. We're just gonna wait for one of them to get back.
Oh yeah.
A few moments later.
Room entrance before the larger room entrance of the Gil's office. Sat there, clacking away at a keyboard as he's surveying some stuff on one of the scroll monitors. His eyes will dart over the monitor to you two as you enter. How can I help you two?
Hi, Mr. Toto.
He'll tip his head. Presume you'd know to be checking with the nurses and the staff at the medical room center back at the Coliseum if you were looking for something about Lucy. So, what is it?
Something important.
Yeah.
I'd hope so. Don't know many students who'd be looking for a fun chat.
Claire will kind of look towards Felix to, like, kind of start things off.
You say it. I mean, I know you're like a...
Clark
you're-
stomps on Felix's foot to say something.
Say it, slave!
Yes,
Their
we...
eyes look across the tip of the monitor at both of you. Read it as he reads the room.
We need to say something that... in private that is very important.
He leans back in the chair for a bit and folds his arms. Something got you spooked?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yes.
And
How
this,
bad?
pretty bad. Probably as bad as it
Very.
might get. And this is... well, it's a lot more than just Lucy getting hurt. That's gotten us kind of riled up.
Kind of clicks his, like, you know, grits his teeth a little bit as his bottom jaw moves back and forth for a second as he's looking at both of you slowly between both of you. And he'll slowly creak out of his chair and go up to the door and bang it a few times before walking in. For you two to follow.
Okay.
Alright, as you step in, Gail, like, is, like, perked up for a second. She's talking with this, with Historia about something. I don't know if either of you have actually met Historia officially at one point. And, before Gail says something, Historia's, like, standing up to be like, oh, who's this? Sarah's like, out! They both look at him for a second. And he jabs at Historia. Get out. We need a discussion. It's important. Historia stands by the chair awkwardly for a second, dips her head. Well, I suppose we were just chatting anyways. I'll get out of your way, sir. Headmistress, thank you for the time. She'll walk by, dip her head to you guys, and give a wide berth around Toto, who glares at her as she walks out. And she'll leave. And Gail fold up her hands together, lean her chin across on like them, and look over the desk and like do the big look over Toto. Toto, I know you don't like her, but goodness, that was a bit... We need to talk. He gestures for you two to sit down, and he makes his way to the side of the desk.
Claire will just take her shoes off and come and sit down.
Yes, Felix will also remove his shoes.
Even if it's a serious discussion, don't want to be rude.
Mm-hmm. Toto paces for a second towards the shelves, and then back. Do I need to leave too? No. No. His nostrils kind of flare for a second as he takes a breath. Y'all want to tell me what this is about now?
Right. Okay. So... Claire will pause for
Look
a
at me,
moment.
not her.
Right. Sorry.
Toto, you, he puts a finger towards Gale. You're part of this mess now, too. Now shut up for a second.
I guess there's...
Oh, goodness.
I guess, Felix, there's probably no point in mincing words on this, right?
No, we should be succinct as possible.
Right. Felix, when he was a kid, was a slave owned by Umeboshi, and Umeboshi threatened us the other day.
Ugh.
Gale does like a almost childish like wincing as Toto just stares at both of you as his hands are like on the spread on the table as he's supporting himself, nods. And he looks over at her. You see? This is the sort of thing that happens when you leave it in their hands.
In my defense, I thought guidance would be much better than Umeboshi, huh?
Yeah.
Boy.
He was in the prison with us too.
Yeah.
When we broke in there.
Right, yes.
I didn't think y'all would go looking for much more trouble than you needed. But I suppose there wasn't getting out of this one, was there?
Yeah, we didn't know the Hachibakumona that Sinbad warned us about would, well,
Wow, he really told you a bunch of things, didn't he? Gil says awkwardly. She sips a big cup of water she pulls up from below the desk.
Kids wanting water?
We didn't know that we'd run into them like this. We'd have
Of course
such
you
a
wouldn't.
connection to them.
No, of course you wouldn't. Why would you think that?
We found Umeboshi with Nero in a hallway the other day after what happened to Lucy. We were chasing after Yuri, who was going to try and confront Nero.
Right.
And they were, well, I think they were assaulting Nox in that hallway.
Graciousness.
Gail sits back in her chair. And Toto kind of chews his gums a little bit. Right. Well, anyone but Nachovi got an idea of what's going on, or is it just you four?
Roslyn also knows.
Of course.
I think they're the only ones that know it in actual detail.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not sure on all the details of it, but I think Viridian said he might have given off, at least to his friends, Team Greenwood, that he wasn't feeling that he had something worrying him, but he said he didn't tell them exactly what was happening.
Gotta save my fucking soul. Anyone else you share this at show and tell with? Huh?
No, sir.
Yeah. Felix, I suspect you're smart enough to know this ain't something to be glibbing and glabbing about.
Yes,
Of course you would. I'm sorry, but this, y'all knowing about it's worse off than before.
Claire will kind of look down and nod, and I will
off to the side.
I will actually be right back in 2 seconds.
Oh.
A few moments later.
Yeah, so I didn't hear. Toto took a second to pace and walk up towards the wall to stare at some of the bookshelves and some of the paintings on the wall and stuff. As Gail is rubbing her head a bit as she sat back in the chair. Well, I can't say we know. I think you can say a lot less than you want to.
Sheesh. Someone's in a bad mood,
She whispers across the table. And Toto tilts his head back over. And she kind of sits back. Sorry if it doesn't surprise you or nothing, but already knew enough about your background, Felix.
that is
Not about this, though.
It's quite fine. I don't hold it as a secret necessarily.
He nods. Well, just wouldn't be a lot of other places shouldn't get a kid like you. Easy enough to make these suspicions come to reality. Namahage himself, though, rolls his jaw a bit more, makes it more difficult. Wouldn't be suspecting much of that kind of man, though. Cutting out the competition like that. Well, it's detestable, but doesn't come close to something like this. Not that we hadn't suspected something already, though.
Yes, what Mr. Toto means, she says as she sits forward in her chair, attempting to look like a headmistress again instead of a child who's also getting scolded. As she kind of combs her hair back a little bit and fixes her bangs. Is that... Well... we may have been performing an investigation already on... Well, considering Mr. Namahage's interest in running as a candidate as a Huntsman Union official, it's not like we don't have background checks on some of our members.
More than background checks, especially with a guy like him. Enough suspicion around him to cause a real sort of spook if he does anything this crazy. And he's got himself a Huntsman Academy now in a couple of years and is already here. Something doesn't seem right in the first place, but something like this is enough of a shock. Didn't think he was... well... Felix, you were pretty young back then. You got any idea on the full scale of his operation at all? Remember how many people there were?
Not...
Hey, I'm not asking for miracles, it's fine.
I do remember it being... There were quite a lot of people. That
He
is
nods.
as much as I can give you, I'm afraid.
It's enough. The more people we got from back then, well... someone like you might do well in the future enough. If we need someone to testify eventually.
Building up a case on a man like that isn't exactly easy, though. As I'm sure you might all be aware. I'm sorry that he threatened you.
Gil kind of trails off. Shouldn't be happening.
I mean,
Y'all might be sticking your feet in shit. But... shouldn't be happening.
and I never thought, trying to look into why Felix was starting to have nightmares would lead to something like this.
Well, if you hadn't gotten the message already, Grim aren't the only thing they're caused by. Monsters walk in human skin just as much. A lot harder to deal with them, though, sometimes. Makes a man sick. So, here's what y'all are gonna need to do. Whatever ideas you and your friends are getting up to right now, stop immediately.
Just
Gale kind of looks down to the side a bit, like, guiltily.
just do nothing?
Yep.
Okay, we'll kind of look towards Felix and back towards them. I mean...
What do you
Claire,
expect to accomplish?
I don't know. It's just... Guess it doesn't feel right. I mean, not like... Guess it doesn't... I don't know what to... Guess I don't know what to say. Just... I don't like the feeling of not being able to do anything about it.
You like the feeling of waking up in the morning, don't you?
Claire will kind of like, she'll get like, she'll tense up a bit when he says that.
What'd he tell to you? He says as he looks over at you both.
Well, his threats are much like the rest of him, quite eccentric. So he only implied things, but our families and people we care about would be harmed.
Coward. He might be a coward, but he knows how to keep his control intact. Namahage, from what we've gathered on him, if he really is in this position, is one of the heads of their organization. He's run a large-scale slave operation back in Mistral. Mining, grunt work, anything. It's a large enough nation for things like that to go unnoticed. And they've got enough people who know how to grease the right people to keep it unnoticed. It's not someone you can be playing games with necessarily. So what you've got to do right now is listen, but not break against what he tells you to do. What's he asking of you right now, besides staying quiet?
I don't think he's asking anything, really.
It's a good start.
I think he just wants us to keep competing so his team has a good opponent. Don't ruin the show and everything.
Right. Well, that's the exact sort of thing he's afraid of. He's done and made a pretty bad error so far, causing a mess of this, hurting kids. If he really doesn't want to ruin the festival for his whatever reason, can we really rule out that this was not intentional? She's just looking over at Toto, and he sighs. I don't know. What's your kid's read on this? What happened to Lucy?
Nero did that on purpose. I'm damn sure of that.
Is it Nero or his boss?
I couldn't say on that, but I know for sure that he wanted to do what he did. If Umeboshi really wanted to not have problems, then I'd figure Nero just did this on his own.
Right.
He's the type of guy that I think he wants to hurt people like that. He already made that clear enough to me.
Is that right? For Nero, the union's already got a committee of investigations going on the current situation. We are in a difficult position. Delaying the festival further would be tricky, especially if we're trying not to raise any suspicions about it. Mr. Namahage's certainly gotten out on the front on the publicity sort of angle on this. But, well, if we're able to get something better on this, come to a better conclusion, we can do something at least about what happened with Lucy, to Nero, to them. I don't know how much it hurt Umeboshi himself, but we're at least working on that. And if we happen to come across anything that might be indicative of darker dealings, that doesn't hurt also. Which is why we need kids like you to be safe and sound when it comes time, if we're gonna need witnesses, affected, victims.
Um, me and Glenn were, out drinking the other day with Noctum and Umbra from Team Vaughn. And they mentioned to us how they were, I think it's called debtors in Mistral.
That's right. Slavery by a sweeter name. Mistral really
And-
know how to pick 'em.
They were really indebted to another debtor that taught them how to fight. And sounds like all of them came under the ownership of Umboshi at one point. So
That'd be Miss Curtis, wouldn't it?
She says over to Toto. Makes enough sense. So he's leveraging over those boys, huh?
it definitely doesn't seem like they're acting, on their own will on this.
Mighty big of you to be concerned about them.
I mean, if you guys are looking into people and trying to, find out who's caught up in this and which way, I thought at least mentioning that they don't seem to be a willing participant in it is pretty important.
Toto holds your gaze for a second as Gale pipes up. It helps, yes, thank you.
Maybe if things actually start moving, they'd have something to say about it.
She nods. Felix, you've been awfully quiet. You got something you'd like to say?
I'm sorry, it's just... Doing nothing is difficult.
Think I'm asking for you to do something easy? I know what I'm asking. I just don't want any of my students getting it worse off than we already have.
Of course.
You're kids, you're not huntsmen. Even a huntsman shouldn't be dealing with things like this, but apparently the powers that be ain't got no one better to be doing with it. If this could be solved easy as going up to Umeboshi's little penthouse and gutting him dry, we would have by now.
Right.
Toto. They need to know the truth about this sort of thing. This is a standoff right now. It's not like he doesn't suspect we're looking into him. He's confident. That means he's gonna make more and more mistakes. Threatening you all. That was definitely one of them. Make no mistake regarding that.
He definitely gives off an air of confidence. Seems like he talks like he's untouchable.
Worst thing a man can do. Until there's a chink in that armor. Nothing. From none of you. I'll make sure the message is clear to the rest of your friends as well.
Right. I understand. I know that they'll get it too. We were already... Well...
But
Gale speaks up as she stands up over the desk a bit.
I'm not... You can't be asked to do literally nothing.
Gale.
No, this is unfair to them. They have their own rights in this situation. Toto's right, of course, in the sense that you can't do anything stupid, but the minute you see an opportunity, if it leaves you, it's gone forever.
Gale.
I'm just saying the truth. They're old enough to be able to do what they want in that regard. And they're not stupid, Toto.
She, as the two of them engage in an intense staring contest with each other. Gale unblinkingly stares Toto down, and he lets out like a gruff grunt. I made myself clear the first time. I hope y'all know who to listen to in this case. Not everyone, he says as he looks over towards her, has the same sort of competency that they need in a situation like this. You're kids. You're not taught how to deal with this yet. You haven't lived lives preparing you for this, have you? A bit presumptuous of you to assume that.
This situation is not something I don't know if we could handle it.
Well, if you say it like that, you definitely can't. Gale. What? It's true.
I don't want to go doing anything stupid that will mess things up.
I'm not saying something stupid. I'm saying when you know the time is right, you do something.
That sounds pretty stupid to me. I think it sounds sensible. Not everyone's got a brick trail laid out for them, Dorothea.
You don't need it. Not every time. If you really think you can ask them to do nothing after all of this, I think you're being a little bit thick-headed, Toto.
How would...
Got a bit of a mouth on her, doesn't she?
How would we know when there's a right moment?
Like any good huntsman, which I'm sure you both will be. When you can't let something slide. It's the reason we're all here, isn't it?
Chloe will kind of look down a bit. I definitely don't want to be the type of huntress or type of person that just stays quiet and doesn't act when they feel like they should. Just lets this type of moment slip by. But I also don't want to be the type that acts without fully thinking about what's going on and just puts more people in danger.
That sort of indecisiveness will get you killed, Clara May.
Gale sits back in her chair and leans forward across the desk.
Just don't let something get you off track. Okay? If the track is keeping your heads down, she says, glaring at Toto for a second, then fine, do that. But if you're just lying to yourselves about that, then there's no reason to. We're here to support you with whatever you do. I'm not going to let something like this just slide. The minute we have a chance to do anything, I'm going to be there to do it. So I can't ask you to do anything different. Be hypocritical.
It'd be contextually different.
Two different words, they mean different things. I think mine were better.
Should have kicked you out for not.
Right. Well, I'll try not to be indecisive if I feel like I really have to act. I'll do it with full confidence in what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm not worried about that, don't worry. I've never known you to be indecisive in action. Out of the field, though.
She waves her hand in the air a bit.
You get lost in the weeds sometimes. But when the time comes, you seem to have it in the ball. You seem to have the ball.
Well, thank you for your confidence, Headmistress Scale.
Oh, if I weren't confident in any of you, I never would have told Meridian about the prison thing. You shouldn't have in the first place. Ah! I think they... Felix, don't agree with him.
Oh no, Felix will look conflicted for a moment and be like, we did learn useful things going there.
You learned useful things, you learned about the world too, and you all did it perfectly. You only got caught because you confessed.
It was weighing on me.
That's stupid. See, I have faith in your abilities to perform, but I always forget she slips up afterwards. You just have to keep riding it, Clara, and pretend you were in control the whole time. And then you'll start doing it. It'll come naturally. What do you know about being out of control? I'm always out of control, Toto. Walk into that one, I guess.
Well, I guess...
Stay safe.
I have no intention of, well, doing anything to put myself in danger unnecessarily.
Yes, me neither.
Mighty fine qualifier you got there.
Huntress has to do something when the time is right. She'll kind of look towards Gales and kind of
happily.
kind of looking like she's trying to get positive reinforcement.
She gives you a thumbs up and a wink, and she mouths nice.
Well, I guess for now we should probably go and just get to training.
Oh yes, you have a next round to win. I mean, you're all gonna win the tournament for us, right? You got any sense of how much whiplash you're giving these kids sometimes? What? I mean, you can. I think you can do both.
I can guarantee you one thing, Gale. We're not losing in the tournament until I can pay Nero back for what he did.
See? She holds a hand out towards Clara, from presenting her to Toto. And he rolls his eyes. Oh, cool car.
I know you guys have to do things more officially if you want to punish him, but I think we're in a better opportunity to take things into our own hands.
Well, you're certainly not going to find anyone around here who's going to complain if some other accident happens. Well, assuming they're on the receiving end. You really got to be encouraging them to do something like that.
Well,
Come on! It would make the investigation more difficult. God, you're such a stiff.
I can guarantee you, at least by the way things are standing, me and him walk up on stage, one of us is gonna probably not be able to walk away from it.
See?
At least he made that more than clear to me. So...
Oh, okay.
I think it's only right that I respond in kind.
We will all be up there. I'm sure it will turn out alright.
Keep us posted on anything Umuboshi does to you.
If he contacts us in any way or tries anything, we'll make sure you two are the first to know.
Right. We'll get along.
Right. Thank you. Claire will get out of her seat.
We could be doing. Should be more we could be doing.
And I know it's not for a lack of wanting to. Claire will get ready to start walking off, gathering her shoes and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, Felix will stand up and be like, he'll just give them both like a bow and be like, thank you for everything that you can do.
Of course, Felix. We'll try and double our efforts as much as we can.
He'll nod and get his shoes and
Tip his hat a little bit.
walk out.
You guys make mom and dad fight. Like dad and daughter. Oh, they got anything to say themselves on the way out?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow, looks like a pretty roundabout way to get back to the... You know... Ah, shit. It's a lot of talking to get back to feeling like we shouldn't do anything.
Yes, it feels a bit better knowing that, well, it's being advised to us by people we trust. But it's not sit entirely well with me.
Well, I think Gail made it pretty clear, so... Not fully sit on her hands, and... Well... Be ready to get a bit red if the opportunity presents itself. So... I think we should do something if we truly feel it's the right time, and... If you ever feel like that, Felix... I think we'll all be ready to... You know... Do something?
Yes,
I know that didn't sound the most... leader-like, did it?
I think it sounded fine. I think the problem being that it is very vague, almost like how Gale put it, but I understand. If some opportunity presents itself, we cannot let it slip by.
Yeah, I definitely think... I don't think I'd be happy knowing that I was not gonna jump at chance I got to truly teach him a lesson for what he did.
Would be a blessing for something like that to come up.
Well, at least we know that one thing we can do for certain is put a star gladiator in place and at least take him down a peg.
Yes. I won't tell you what to do, Clara. Hurt him as much as you like. It won't affect me in any way. Beating him alone will be, I imagine, quite a massive blow to his ego.
At least that's one good thing that will come out of all this. Well, what do you say we go make our way, to the gym and work off some of this tension with Gwen and Viridian?
Of course, we need to, despite everything, be prepared.
Oh, that's for sure. Claire and Felix can start walking off, I guess.
Alright. Cool. BRB.
A few moments later.
Gwen.
I'm back, sorry.
Oh, hey, welcome back! Alright, make the cut here then, Blake. Alright, so Bree and Gwen make their way back to the training room after that chat. I don't know if they probably went together. They were leaving around the same time.
Yeah, I would have caught up to her.
Cool. Yeah. So you guys can be setting up, either deciding if you wanted to spar or just setting up in similar areas. The training room you know, we make it a very simple map. There's an arena. There's some of the workout equipment and stuff. There's like ranges and things. You know, we just use this as an estimate because I can't fit
Yes.
that all in a map reasonably.
Of course.
Keyword
I understand.
reasonably for some of us in the immediate Discord call. I'm
Hey,
not
you hear that,
crazy.
Ben?
Yeah, Ben, notorious map creator, Ben Famous.
All he does.
All right.
Yeah. I think setting up like near her, being like offer a spar, because it's like it might be better off in character for this being like Viridian is currently of the opinion that it's just working out with only a week left. It's not going to give many results, but combat training that can help you find something that you can improve on.
Right.
And so he'll catch up to her, and in the training zone be like, alright, so what we doing?
Well, I don't know. I didn't exactly come with a routine set here. I guess we could spar first to shake the rust off. Nothing too intense, though, obviously. Gotta be careful.
Alright, cool, yeah. I could swing around a bit. And he'll say as he's like pulling Cocky Woodsman out and unfolding it. Be like, figure that's probably better anyways right now.
Yeah, probably.
Alright, so I mean, I think I got a pretty good idea, but anything else eating you up, Gwen?
Huh? She looks around for a little bit. You guys are far enough away. It's no one immediately nearby, but she still does it instinctively.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this whole situation isn't great, but I don't know.
Fills with Orb Weaver for a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not great. It hasn't been great finding out about stuff and the way things been going. But, alright, I mean, I got a question for you. I mean, like,
sure, go for it.
it was pretty bullshit after all the talking we did about laying low on this, and then everyone walking up and you not knowing that people might have changed their mind about that and just finding out then. But how angry are you about that? Because, I mean, you got a right to be angry, but he'll just kind of shrug and go. Yeah, I mean, he'll just kind of shrug and go. But, I mean, I don't think they knew they was offending too much at the moment. Considering, I mean, I just kind of happened upon them on the way there. I don't think they put too much thought into it.
It's whatever, I guess. Just kind of annoyed already. Sounds like Irene got around to everyone else and had a pretty good picture of how things were going. From all of you.
Hey! He'll hold up an hand and go, "Don't look at me, I don't remember her cornering me in some alley."
She said she got it from you first.
He'll kind of think for a second and go, maybe that was the night of. But I mean, I didn't say anything. He'll just kind of shrug and go,
Did you say anything that was a lie? You know, her semblance can, like... She's figured out a way to tell that, right?
well, I figure she knows I lie a lot anyways. Anyways, he'll just kind of
She's
shrug and
high-strung.
go. Just
Yeah,
kinda-
yeah, spilled milk, whatever.
I mean, look. You know that I've always been of the opinion that I want to do something. I mean, we had to talk about it right over there. He points over his shoulder with his thumb on the bleachers.
And
like,
know, I'm the most worried about doing something still.
Yeah, I know. I heard your reasons. I kept to them. I mean, mostly because of the way you was worried about it and was like pointing out the reasons you were worried about it. That's why when I had a talk with Rob earlier, I sounded like a big idiot saying, "Rob, I can't tell you." And I'm only telling you I can't tell you because you'd know anyways. And man, I looked so stupid doing that.
I guess I'm impressed by your restraint then.
Oh yeah, it was hard. It was hard, Miss Gwen. I mean, I still thinking about it. What you said over there. I mean, gotta figure out what to do instead of just doing something stupid.
I just figure there's probably better equipped people to deal with this than just us.
Yeah. I mean, you smarter than me. And even I's agreeing you's probably right there. But I mean, we's the ones who found out. Kind of makes it our responsibility if those other people who could be better find out now, don't it? At least a little.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just figured they already know and are trying to do something about it.
Maybe. But, honestly, I don't see what good that does us.
What do you mean?
I mean, if they know and it's just gonna do something about it and we's here being quiet because we think that, I mean, even if they is doing something about it, we's just gonna be here stressing and worrying, and that ain't gonna be no good for us. Yeah, in any way, especially even with the fights we have coming up. Especially when one of them is against a team of people controlled by the snake in the suit who's gunning for us.
Yeah. But is really trying to talk about it and get something done better for us than worrying?
I don't think I can answer that, really. But I mean, it would sure make me feel better if I knew I had some other people on this with me. But, I mean, like I said, I get that you all got your own feelings, and up till Clara and Felix had to talk and change their mind, they was on the side of, let's lay low. And I pointed out what I think. You all thought that still, so I go along with it. I mean, I'm trying to do the whole be respectful to my team stuff. At least a little.
One's like crouched down, fiddling with Orb Weaver now away from him.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know. What's that say about me, then? I mean, if you all want to do something now, and getting people involved and stuff like that, I mean, Rosalind and Irene seem pretty gung-ho just hearing about it once.
She says as you hear like clicking, clacking with like the drum of the, you know, where all the ammo is and some of the mechanisms on it.
Right.
Does that mean I'm the one handling this the worst?
Well, I mean, honestly, I think it looks that way right now.
Yeah,
What?
I guess so.
I mean, you asked.
I did ask, yes. It's the question I'm asking myself that you asked about. Proper huntsman attitude.
Yeah. Oh, geez, I'm sorry, Gwen. I don't really know what to say to help you about that.
That's okay. It's fine. It's just annoying. Not you not knowing what to say. Not knowing what's either answer, if I'm right or wrong. One, I'm the only one who's right and everyone's going down the wrong way and I've lost control of the situation. Two, I'm wrong and that means I'm the slowest on the upkeep and still have a lot to work on. But I guess one of those is more preferable. Having people who are right around me that I can learn from is preferable. So, I'm in the better world in that place. I just have to make sure not to refuse to eat the humble pie. This is what Miss Patina meant by looking for my peers.
Yeah. Then he'll think for a second and go. Look, see, I think you're kind of just out of your depth right now, Miss Gwen. If I'm being honest.
Yep.
Like, I mean, he'll just kind of say, I'm still kind of kicking myself because I got a bad feeling about Mr. Namahage, but kept telling myself that it was because he was associated with that Nero jackass.
Yeah.
Kind of shake his head and go, but I mean, I'm kind of suspicious like that. And you know, Irene and Roslyn are suspicious in their own ways too, and he'll just kind of shrug and go, well, I mean, Clara came to a decision, but you know, she ain't taking this exactly so swimmingly, considering she was on one side and then flopped to the other after thinking about it for a bit. Felix is always like stoic and stuff, but I mean, he was right scared about the implications of this. He'll be like, I mean, I don't think you're too much lower on the upkeep than those two are. They just talked to each other and like came to a resolution from talking to each other and stuff.
If only we could all match your level of aptitude, Viridian.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. No problem.
I'm detecting some sarcasm here.
It was sarcastic, yes.
Oh, well. In that case, never mind. You're not thanked.
Good. Wouldn't want to have something I didn't earn.
Oh, well, don't stop trying one day.
Good to know. Well, with that optimistic attitude, I guess you're thinking you'll do pretty alright in sparring, all things considered.
Well, I'm hoping.
Yeah. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Go ahead and try, Miss Gwen. Go ahead and try.
Don't gotta tell me. Paces off and can fade out on you guys sparring.
Okay.
Alright, folks. What's on the agenda for everyone now? Got some more time. Maybe after a couple more scenes, we'll get to one of the mandatory events.
Right.
And
Okay.
I feel like
Let me think.
getting some more scenes in, or
Let me
go to the
think.
mandatory events.
I definitely have a couple things I want to do. I assume one of those mandatory events involves talking to Lucy in some way, or seeing Lucy in some way.
Wow, that's very bold of you. She's in a coma forever. Yeah.
Mostly because one of my things on the list is involving that, so I'm like, okay, that's probably one of the mandatory things. So don't pick that.
Cool.
Pick whatever I want to do before that. That's probably better. Okay, that are better probably after that. Yeah, I think I only have one thing on my list that I think I would want to do. Like a couple of these things are better saved like closer to, like maybe like a day or two before we actually get to the second round. But one of these things I think I'd rather do sooner, which is I'd like to go talk to I'd like to go find Yuya or Kaguya.
Sure. Yeah, Nadeshiko. Sure. You guys know what else you want to do?
Jesus Christ, why has it got to be such a federal issue?
Yeah,
I want to go find Victor.
Thank you, Mr. Egbert. Federal fucking issue.
Yeah.
Okay. God damn it. Right. So we're in Wibbly time space, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'll go. I think I'll feel like go see Carol during these days.
Oh, perfect.
I haven't seen Carol in a while, so gotta
Nice.
keep my social link up. You understand?
Of course.
Don't want it to flip around.
Duh.
You ever talk to me?
You haven't
Wow,
talked to me
when-
ever.
You've been weird to me.
She breaks a light bulb on the ground.
Why is this a consistent thing?
This is supposed to just be a Clara's thing.
How dare you train Felix to think women do that when they're angry?
I thought it'd be funny. Okay? Is that so wrong?
Is that what you want to hear?
Is that so fucking wrong? You all laughed when I did it to him. Alright. Yeah. We could start with the, Clara talking to Nadeshko. Oh, Richard, did you have anything next you'd do, by the way?
Yeah, the vicar.
Yeah, you got it. Alright, cool. Yeah.
Don't worry, I see you over there, Rob. We're gonna get to you.
Yeah, you will. Alright. Like you can, catch Nadeshko in the hallway if that suits it fine.
Yeah, sure. I don't have like a preferred location, so.
Here you go.
Kid, I see you've escaped Roslyn yet again.
Yeah, her and Nebu are just...
They're what should they least expect in Nebu's room, fucking watching TV.
drunk. Day drinking.
It's like 2 p.m. Come on, guys.
They haven't stopped.
Where's Hagios?
Out. Playing with his sand skipper.
Hagios, you have a second round to prepare for. Look at her.
Damn.
She's a lush.
It's just Nebu. Everyone else is training. Oh no, Nebu isn't going to be ready. We might have to make up for her. Never done that before.
I criticized him. He wasn't right.
Dumb bitch can embarrass herself. We'll be fine.
Jesus.
You have to train. You have to be firm.
How base.
She'll learn her lesson. Alright. Nadeshko is, oh no, our Toym would stay here, so I guess Nadeshko would be a bit further down. She's knelt down, petting her Toym's belly.
Clara will be...
She's flopped out on the ground.
Clara will be walking through the hallway, and she'll spot Nadeshko over there, happily petting the dog.
Yeah, a moment of pure bliss.
And then try to more quietly walk over to stand closer while she was watching her pet the dog.
Toym's ears twitches and she looks up, or as he looks up at you, but Nadeshko doesn't seem to notice.
Clara will stand still for another like 30 seconds before getting ready to speak up.
What a creep. Alright. Nadeshko's just humming to herself.
Having fun?
Nadeshko whirls around and swings her bat Sukabon at Clara's face instinctually.
Activate my semblance.
She smashes you and you kind of thump into the wall, but you're fine. It just cracks your shell. And she holds it up, levels it towards your face, and stammers a little bit, and just sighs and drops it on the ground and sits down next to our Toym. Sorry, senpai, that's the reaction you get for sneaking up on someone.
Sorry,
Dumb mutt didn't even warn me. She says she kind of like shoves our Toym's head a bit, and he just kind of lets it get pushed back a little bit as he's still splayed out on the ground, happy.
I mean, I think he was a bit engrossed in what was going on.
Nothing was going on.
Sorry, I should refresh. My music isn't working.
Nice.
I'll do a sound test for you. You
Fucking
hear it?
yes, I hear it.
I was just doing a sound test. Don't need to get so cross.
It's fine. It's fine.
I don't think I've
Sorry.
ever played that in the episode.
Let
before.
me
Okay.
let me compose myself.
It does go. Or put fucking head pumping to Elite Street Boys.
She's wearing like a
The
school
most
uniform.
intimidating Sukabon act. Hey,
Oh,
Clara, you
jeez.
met my cosplay girlfriend.
No, I've not.
She's cool and she's better than you.
Based.
I'm ready when you are.
So,
Yeah.
you enjoying yourself?
Well, I mean, I'm just. Somebody's got to do something for this mutt. Yeah. Just lying here. It's weird. Bunch of these things are around now. Guess that headmistress is pretty spooked. Wants some guard dogs up or something. And these things don't look very fierce, she says as she like squeezes its face with her two hands and kind of pulls back at its like mouth so it shows its teeth. It just kind of lazily lets her mess with its face a bit. And then she turns messing with it into kind of petting its face instinctually.
I'm sure it can be a real killer when it wants to be.
Yeah. Really killer. Aren't you, boy? He's hopeless. She just lets him flop back on the ground.
And Carl come up and just sit down in the hallway next to her and the dog.
So, how you doing, Senpai?
You know, I want to look more respectful and tell you I'm doing alright, but probably not great after what happened.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're just being honest, yeah. Sure. I wouldn't have guessed it.
It's just, I guess I wasn't exactly ready to see that happen to Lucy.
Yeah, well, who was? It's not like that's so out of the question. I mean, I don't think anyone saw that and went, yeah, that's normal. She scowls a little bit and pats her toy him out of, without really looking at him, just as she's glaring at the wall.
How are you doing after that?
I don't know, I'm mad. I wanted to do something, but, well, I mean, we got rushed out of the arena with a lot of people. Guess they didn't want a real stink up there. Probably smart. And, I don't know, we really haven't left the school much. A couple of the teachers telling people it's better to stay at the school for now and try and stay calm about all this sort of stuff. A lot of people wondering what's going to happen next, and I don't know. I wanted to go do something, but no one really took to the idea. Guess that wouldn't be the best thing to do as an underclassman or whatever if you guys aren't, but still. I don't know.
Trust me, you're not the only one that wants to try and do something.
Kind of looks down. Like she's been scolded. Yeah, I know. Shouldn't be acting like it's something special, I know. Well, I guess I've just never been one to really keep myself well contained sometimes. not as composed as everyone else is. Even if some of you are chomping at the bit inside, you got a good outside face for it. Sorry for making trouble if I did.
I don't think you ever made too much trouble for me. I mean, yeah, you kind of rough at first, but nothing that was that bad.
I don't know. I feel like I've been enough trouble. I mean, they had to assign you and Lucy to me.
I think that was more of a number thing, you know, not singling you out.
Nah. I don't know. I think Mr. Toto can see a bad egg. Want to crack that shit real fast. You know, senpai, I'm not stupid. I knew I kind of got an attitude coming here. Might have wanted to make a good first impression with how things are going to be going, alright? Maybe I overstepped a couple boundaries.
Oh, so swinging your bat and yelling like that was trying to make a good first impression?
Was trying to make the first impression I wanted. So, good didn't have anything to do with it. Didn't want anyone to think I'd be able to be fucked around with, you know? That's what, like, a punk could do. Someone who ain't gonna take no one's words for nothing they don't believe in, right?
Well, yeah, that sounds right to me. I mean,
exactly.
You definitely
Agrees.
You definitely don't seem like someone that will just, you know, act on something you don't actually believe in.
She's kind of looked over at the side, bangs kind of bits of her face and stuff, covering and scratching her toy, and she nods. Yeah, we'll see it worked.
Well, yeah, I'd say so. And it definitely let people know just so, well, I think you gave them the impression you were looking for, considering how many fights you picked, and then everyone, I think, knows that you're, you know, top of the class in the first years when it comes to, you know, actually being able to fight.
I wouldn't say top.
Oh?
Donnie is real strong. So's Reyna. And Tammy's just not taking it seriously. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm lucky that my team's all pretty into it. Besides Everly.
I mean...
Whatever. Donnie's trying hard enough for two.
I mean, you were picked to, you know, lead all of them, so...
It's just... Yeah. Guess I gave off the right impression. But whatever, it's a bit embarrassing, so... Sorry in regards to that, but I guess if I didn't cause you trouble, there's nothing to apologize for. Thanks, senpai.
Oh,
Jill spits out the same confused, quick, flustered, emotional outburst.
oh. That's the spirit, you. Also, I really wouldn't want you to act any differently, you know? I don't think it'd be right for you to go around, you know, hiding how you're feeling and doing that type of thing. I like you a lot more when you're, you know, an open book.
Why? Because I'm easy to read?
No, because feels more like, you know, feels like I know who you are that way. Like it wouldn't be right for you to go around acting differently.
Is that right?
I mean, yeah. Is this not how you think you should be acting?
Not. I didn't mean that. Don't go overthinking this stuff, senpai, alright? I
Alright.
don't know.
Just wouldn't want
You're
you to...
asking too much about me, anyway, all things considered. I mean, yeah, I'm worried about this all, but
I don't know. I'm pissed that we can't even go see Lucy yet. I know she's like conked out and all, but still.
Yeah, I do wish we could at least, at least get a look at her, even if she's still resting. But
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you'd have a better chance than me since you're friends and all of that. I mean, like, same years, stuff like that. I think they let eggs, and so, I mean, maybe you could get it. I don't know.
well, I know. At least sooner or later, Lucy's bound to get up. Probably sooner, if anything. And then I'll
Yeah, I mean, people keep saying that, but still, that was pretty nasty. I'm sorry. It's not that I'm doubting her. I'm just.
You're worried,
I don't
is
know.
all.
Yeah, I kind of shouts that out a little bit. Artoim kind of perks his head up and she quiets down for a second. Yeah, I am. It's like, I think Senpai's got good enough aura to heal something like this off, but I just don't want it to be something that sticks with her and bothers her. I guess. I guess it's kind of selfish, right? But I'm just kind of worried. I never saw her get stopped by anything before, and well, I don't know how she's gonna react to something like this, and I don't want it to hurt her. Maybe that's kind of selfish, though.
I don't think caring for someone is selfish of you.
Yeah, well, she folds her arms a bit. She still squats a bit, but kind of leans against the wall. Ain't it selfish if you're just worried about how they are? Not who they are.
No?
There's a difference, Senpai. What people act like and what people are.
I
I
mean,
don't think Senpai's really acting so far, but what if it has to start being acting now? You start being something big and you gotta live up to those shoes forever. Doesn't mean it's always gonna be true, though, ain't it? Forget it if it sounds stupid. Sorry. I don't know how to put it better. I just don't want her to force herself and hurt herself anymore. And, well, I guess a part of me... I'd really hate to see it if she changed. I really admire her. And I wouldn't want to think less of her for something dumb like not being invincible. That's why it's selfish.
I guess if you think so hard on it, trying to convince yourself that, well, it's not just caring for someone, then maybe, but I still think it's just you being worried. No real bad part there. It's on Lucy just, well, on her, how she might feel when she gets up. Well, it's hard to say exactly what will happen there, but with people like, Yuri, Lawrence, Mary, me, you, I mean, everyone here is ready to, support her no matter how she feels when she gets back up. So, I can't imagine she'll, well,
Senpai, I don't know if you could put me in that group, considering what I'm talking about here. I don't think I am just worried. I don't know. You ain't never had a hero or something, Senpai?
Claire will pause for a moment.
Or someone you looked up to or like a teacher or something like that. She's scratching like the back of her head as she's looking up to kind of avoid eye contact. I mean, you meet people or hear about people who is or were larger than life, right? Like real important people.
You got at least one person like that.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want to see him change or something, right? That's... I don't know, or it hurt to realize they weren't all they were or something. Even if it's selfish, right?
I mean, I guess you do have a point there.
That's what I'm getting at, I guess. I don't know. Just didn't realize it mattered that much to me until now, I guess. It's a lot to think about. And I'm thinking about this sort of thing when Senpai's laid up like that. I gotta figure myself out a little bit.
You know what I think Lucy would say if you told her that?
What?
She'd probably just smile at you and thank you for looking up to her so much. Probably with a bit of surprise mix in there.
Shouldn't be. I don't know where that girl gets off. Pissed me off if it wasn't genuine.
Well, I don't think something so small like this will keep Lucy down. Stop her from acting how she, truly is.
Small, huh?
I guess small from her point of view.
Yeah. I guess that's it, isn't it? World's different to people like that. Different than how I see it, that's for sure. She lets out a sigh and goes, and kind of nods. Thanks, Senpai, that's a relief to hear. I was getting in my head about it. You're probably right.
Yeah. And I'm sure all your worries and concerns will, fade away once we get back to talking with Lucy once she's feeling better.
Yeah, hard to have anything of your own when she's yammering on. Keeps you at her pace.
Yeah, and if you show even a hint of feeling a bit off, she'll be sure to, hammer it down.
Yeah, she says that she's like getting up and stretching out her back a bit. Ugh. Maybe I wouldn't mind a few more days of her laid up. Well, this dog's pissing me off, so I'm gonna go get him some food. Stomach keeps growling.
Well,
Thanks, Senpai.
if you got nothing to thank me for, just...
Yeah, whatever. Fine. Be like that. She'll scratch the back of her head and start stomping off. Just toss Sukuban behind her so Artion can bite it like a chew toy.
Yeah, I do have a favor to ask you.
Well, what is it? You wait till now?
Well,
I was just rambling on about stupid stuff until now. What is it? Tell me quick.
I still gotta get a few things ready. I gotta talk to Nebu and the headmistress about something, but I was wondering if you could help me with something a bit later when we get closer to the second round.
What is it?
I need to know how to have the same type of flair that you do. Same type of intimidating, aura.
Okay.
I'll come talk to you when I fully got everything ready.
Yeah, you got it, okay? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right. Intimidating. Just kind of lets out a little huff and flexes for a second. Yeah, intimidating. She mutters to herself as she starts to walk off. Partioim just looks up at you, chewing on Sukabon, and tilts his head.
Clara will give him a pet and then grab it to try and like play tug of war with him.
Oh, he loves that. Thank you. He's very grateful. Alright.
Who's a threatening murder hound? You are.
I am. Alright, who wants to go next? Whoa, not all at once, fellas.
Ah, the same joke, huh? I'll go.
It was the same reception. Why using it?
Oh my god. let me live, dude, please.
We live another day!
Right.
I presume that means you stepped up to the bat.
Yeah, I said I'll do it.
Oh, sorry, I was in a fugue state.
Right. I don't believe in repressed memories, so. Felix, I think you were a slave. No, that can't be it.
No.
No.
Those aren't. Repressed memories aren't real.
Irene's just like, yeah, of
Not
course he
real.
wouldn't remember. He was traumatized.
Rosalind looks over. Irene, that sounds ridiculous.
Felix is like, I don't actually believe that is a thing.
Irene,
I don't
you were a
believe-
slave. That makes sense. Rosalind. Slaves don't exist. What?
Oh my god,
Oh my god.
slave?
That's horrific. What the fuck?
Rosalind,
You're like a unicorn.
Rosalind, this is this thing I tried to tell you about before.
I didn't believe you.
Fair.
Thank you.
Not fair.
Not fair. Alright. Gone out to town to meet with Carol.
Yeah, you passed, but you
There's no fucking way that guy's still back there.
see,
Hell yeah.
you see Russet getting scared in the distance.
Hell yeah.
At least everything as it should be. Oh! See, Glenda and Yennefer are attending the clan meeting, or at least being drafted into it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a real party. It's awesome. Alright. So did Felix for this, did he just like want to like be like, yeah, Carol, I want to meet up, or just run into her in town randomly meta-wise?
Meta-wise, let's say he would like send her a message like if she wanted to hang out or something, because you know.
Yeah.
Felix right now probably wants to feel a bit better.
Obviously, of course, yeah. So yeah, she would have requisitioned him to help her with some event planning and shopping for supplies, food, and anything fun. Which means, of course, they'll get ice cream on the way also. A day on the town.
Right.
So Carol right now will be comparing paints for signs and things like that. Yeah. You know, you can't go wrong for vibrant purple.
Yes, I'm partial to the color myself.
She gives a thumbs up and smiles. Like, yeah, of course. And buys a can of it. Adds it to her load. Huh. Well, we're making out like bandits today. Oh, man. I really appreciate all the stall vendors and stuff making fake sales for all the, tourists and stuff. It's way easier to mark them down like this. I mean, they're making a killing already. They don't mind cutting prices even down lower than usual.
I would not like to be on the receiving end of your haggling, Carol.
What? What's so wrong about asking for a nice deal between pals, right? She smiles innocently.
Well, I suppose you are asking politely.
Mm-hmm. That's the spirit, exactly.
It's always reassuring how the city doesn't stop, isn't it? She says as she looks around at the crowds of people.
I suppose it is a bit comforting. I have
Yeah.
come to enjoy this place.
Yeah, I knew you would. Even when things are rough, it's nice to have normal things like this. Rivers, sun, the wind, they all try their best, she says as she stretches a bit, putting your bags down for a second to, like, take it all in. But when you see people, now that's the ticket. I mean, people get up with all kinds of stuff to get them off the normal beaten path. Something crazy will happen, they'll just be lazy or whatever. So seeing so much of them act the same and all normal and stuff like that means, well, not everything's going crazy in the world.
I suppose that is a comforting way to look at it.
The best kind of way to look at things. Try and find something nice about them. Not that you can do it for everything, though.
No. No, you cannot. I suppose that Felix will shake his head and be like, hope I'm not being too glum.
No. I hope you don't think I'm just trying to make you smile over something stupid. It's okay. I wouldn't blame you. But, I mean, I also wouldn't be opposed to doing my best to cheer you up. But you don't have to force it if it doesn't catch. I'm not so lightweight that I think it's impossible, and I definitely am smile in the face of failure. So it doesn't hurt me if it doesn't work. Just means I'll have to try another time.
Wow, Felix will look a little bit more serious and be like, I appreciate it, Carol, but how should I put this? Of course, I'm glad that you're my friend. And you have been a great friend for as long as I've been here in the city. But I do feel as if this is something getting over it myself is not the right way to put it. But there's some things that I don't think anyone can help us with, if that makes sense.
Maybe. I might know what you mean. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, depends on the person, of course, but, well, we all have to choose a lot. Really simple stuff, like where we eat, when we wake up, what we want to do for the day, sure, but of course there's plenty of other things, much more serious things too. Pretending like you can, well, leave that up to someone else, that wouldn't be right. We still choose to let others affect us in a way. Sometimes they're really good at wearing them down. Sometimes they're really good at wearing you down, right? But still, it's always you at the end of the day, so I know what you mean. I can't just give you an ice cream cone and tell you to feel better and you'll feel better. I know. I'd still say it's always good to have people trying to get that out of you. But I'm not gonna blame you if you're, well, convinced you're the only one who can really pull it out. It's a strength to do that, you know? I can't begrudge you for wanting to do that. Just as long as you don't feel like you're pushed into a corner. If you're just trying to escape it, that's bad. But if you're trying to get yourself out of that corner, well, that's better. That means you're probably on the right track, even if it feels like only you can do it.
I thank you, Carol. That is a very good way to put it.
Oh, good.
I do need to do this. And Felix will think of it like, suppose I won't fool myself into thinking I'm entirely alone, but I think when it comes down to it, I will have to make a decision myself.
She nods. Yeah. I mean... I can't pretend to really know the situation you're in, so I could give you the perfect advice. Don't know if I can put myself in your shoes exactly, but I always know that it's always the worst feeling to be stuck on that precipice of choice. Whether it's small or large, it's always the most worrying part of it. Because, well, you're kind of in the dark, right? I mean, you don't really know how it'll go. Most of the time I've found it's always better to get off that weird ledge thing that could go backwards or forwards. Feels like you're on a tightrope that's digging into your heels and splitting your feet apart. But when you're up there, the ground and stuff just seems so far away and scary. And no matter what the choice is, you're gonna be stuck there sometimes. I resolved to try and keep my life where I keep hopping past off of those. Get to the ground as fast as possible and get running again, but... Well, she kind of lowers her hands after doing an excited little gesture. Doesn't mean it always works out that easily. Still get stuck up there sometimes. So... can only really tell you that I think it'll be better once you have been able to resolve it. But, like you said, it's something ultimately only you can do. I just hope I can make this, other side sound a lot sweeter.
Thank you, Carol. That is... Well, I am just glad you're my friend. That is... You have quite a way with words, honestly.
Thanks. It's fine. I got it from talking to a lot of people, I think. Even when I was like a little kid, like even younger than you, she says. She jokingly pats him on the back. I was really talkative. I annoyed a lot of people, but luckily there's a whole lot more who come in and out, especially around here. So, once you get to talking to a lot of people, you pick up a lot of different ways to say things, and you get the best way from all of them, like picking all the best things off a menu, and from the platters and stuff, taking the sides from one, the main course from the other, and you put it together so you have the perfect meal. I guess that's just how I want to live my life, taking all the best parts of things and putting them together. The hard part is making sure you're not stealing it off someone you like's plate, obviously. But that's kind of taking the analogy and twisting it way too far and making it silly. Well, I'm sorry to hear you're kind of on one of those ledges. But in a weird way, I guess I'm just... Well, I'm glad you have a better answer than you did before. You're able to see him better now, You're growing up.
Yes, I suppose I am. It's just, sometimes it feels like I haven't, but thank you for confirming that I have.
Oh,
At
yeah.
least maybe in some small way.
Hey, someone's got to say it. I still need to hear it sometimes, don't worry. Honestly, I'm kind of trying to do something also. It's really, she waves a hand in the air and does like a little wibbly eye, like mouth thing. It's a big step, but, well, when I watch you guys up there on stage and everything, I mean, I put it into perspective, right? You guys spent some pretty crazy lives, but you still show up at this academy and get up on stage in front of the whole world in just a little bit over a year's time spent there. That's big steps to becoming huntsmen and huntresses or whatever you want to do, right? And you take them so brazenly. It's cool. Makes me wonder, or it was making me wonder if I haven't taken enough myself. I mean, you know, it's a little different, obviously. Way different social fields and, like, strategies. And I can't just go out there and, you know, actually fight people who are my ideological opponents. But I guess life did drop a pretty big basket of lemons on my door, you know? Really, money lemons.
Ah. I see. Felix will kind of look around and be like, if you don't mind me asking, what is this, step necessarily?
Well, the White Fang as an organization is, it's global, right?
Of course.
She nods. Branch-wise, or let me rephrase that. They've got branches and stuff, obviously, to spread out from nation to nation. And then depending on the nation's structure and how they split their territory, that way too. Larger branches are in bigger cities like, well, Vale for one. I mean, it's huge. Mantle and Atlas, or no, not Atlas, Haven, not Haven. What's that fucking called? What do I call it? Sorry, 1 second. I'm just having a fucking spurt moment. Right, Providence. Mantle and Providence. Well, that's a bit of a funnier case. That's kind of that doesn't really help my case. Let's go with ooh, that's actually a bad one too. She's saying to just talk to herself. But like Mountain Glen and Vale, different cities. One's bigger, one's a bit smaller, more important, higher value on some of the land there. So there's different numbers of people and branches, different amounts of support in them, right? Well, Shade, well, we've got a branch here, obviously. It's underdeveloped. I think you've gotten the idea from some of the rallies.
Yes, I think I understand what you're saying.
The problem isn't adversity, it's well, it's almost like there's not enough adversity to warrant the sort of base we'd imagine in a city of this size. I mean, we've got things pretty good, all things considered, for the most part. There's way less systematic oppression against faunas here than, well, anywhere. But still, she says as she kind of looks off in the river. Well, I don't think just because the land isn't filled with terrible soil doesn't mean we shouldn't be working to grow better crops here. And I think we should take the fertile land and make something out of it. So, I'm in the process of figuring out a way to help the organization and establish a firmer base here. Trying to take a more active role in things, not just on the ground floor, but maybe on the whole floor? The upper floor? I mean, I know a lot of people. I work with a lot of people. You've seen probably like, what, 100 or so people moved through the apartment while you were staying there. So I'm just thinking maybe I should start working on making it more official. I mean, I've gotten enough soup kitchens and stuff like this set up, and what about a better headquarters or something? And what about trying to actually work more wider spread? I guess I just realized now I might have the capital to do something more than just getting people to sign petitions. Seeing you guys do your best just makes me want to do mine for everyone, right? It's a different battlefield, but I shouldn't, ignore it. I have a chance and I can't let it go. Even if it's kind of intimidating. Sorry, I'm rambling a lot about this, aren't I?
No, it's clear to me you're quite passionate about this. And I think that it is the right course of action.
You think? Huh. Well, that's a good sign. She shines at your encouragement.
Of course, Carol. I could not think of a better person to be at the head of this.
Aw, Felix. She drops her bags and hugs them.
Looks will return the hug.
Well, I promise, with praise like that, I definitely can't screw this up. I'm not just gonna make the White Fang better here, I'm gonna make everyone better here. We might not be the most... Well, we've got a lot of opportunity to get things done here we couldn't do elsewhere thanks to stuff. I mean, a lot of the ground floor has been covered for us here. We can build bigger than that. I want to work on something that integrates... Well, integration, I guess. Ultimately, organizations like the White Fang, they're necessary to support those who are being harmed. But what if they could do more than that? What if they could be doing stuff to, well, make people just better off in general? I mean, I think the goal of this organization is to not need it, isn't it? Food for thought, I guess. Not enough people say that.
Well, I suppose if there was no... Felix will think of the nicest way to put it than
Let's just say conflict.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. If there was no conflict, I would see little need for the White Fang. But that is not what we live in.
Yeah. And, well, who's to say if it's even possible, but, well, if people fought that way, I don't think anyone would become a huntsman, right? So, why not live up to the standards that I'm seeing on the big screen, right?
Felix will kind of look away, a little bit embarrassed, and be like, Carol, I'm glad that we could be an inspiration.
Aw, thanks! I'm real glad to have you, Felix. Now, why don't we get some ice cream?
Yes, of course.
And Carol will grab up her bags and stuff and start marching off with Felix.
Felix, why do you have a cup of sprinkles?
Felix, I'm just kidding. Your name's Steelix.
Sprinklix, you want a lick?
Oh, I dropped one of my bags in the water, Felix. Why? How much did she pay you?
How much did she pay you?
One of the people they bought paint from is just clawing a mustache.
Here you go.
Careful. Oh, don't worry. That paint's waterproof.
Here's your metal coat.
Here's your metal coat, steal it.
Would you like purple or purple?
You see, we're like, I'm selling you paint, so it's like...
Paint, it's a coat.
Yeah, this
Get it?
No, this is like...
Metal coat is the held item in Pokemon
Yeah,
that evolves Onyx to steal it.
This is like a trade, because it's a transaction.
And it's a trade item. Yeah, so you'll evolve
Listen.
into Steelix.
Look, Felix, you gotta believe me. I tried to get Helena to do like a funny joke with me, but just pretend she's here, alright?
Just pretend she's here.
She said no, I'm not gonna do a mean joke to Felix. I called her a pussy.
I found this guy in a weird tattered coat that's here in her place.
Hi, it's Tattercoat. Hey.
I don't like tatter coats. How many does he have?
A lot. It's very hot.
He even put on the mustache.
Even put on the mustache. Alright. Let's get to Viridian, which is, as you can guess, conveniently going to be situated on this map also. You good, Richard?
Holy
Yeah, on this
shit.
map, I'm good.
Yeah.
I just finished my donut.
Viridian, enter.
Viridian enters.
Should I ask, are there any generics you want to talk to here, Richard?
Generics?
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ignore them.
That's the right answer! Good work!
Yeah. I'm really interested in their stories, especially who the fuck is the slasher?
Yeah, you should be worried.
We'll find out. It'll play out in the names eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Alright. You will see, walking away from one of the stalls, with a large paper brown bag filled with glass containers of spices, is the vicar.
How can I see what the bag's filled with if it's brown?
Because it's overflowing at the top and they're stacked in a rectangular Tetris-like fashion.
Alright, that was important to know. That's
Yeah.
that's terrifying, Vicar. You could drop all of those.
It's a very efficient placement.
Okay.
She's in a lighter adornment of the robes and stuff. So it's like a blue and white and silver lined like a tunic top with like a little blue overcoat with the tunic part and then the underlining thing. And then just like white silvery pants. And of course her white and slightly silver metal adorned eye patch on. She's walking down the street. And
Okay. Alright, I see Vicar. So Viridian, when he sees her, is just going to kind of have that moment of, oh, that's the Vicar. And then realize, now might be a pretty good time to talk about some of the things I wanted to talk about with the Vicar. And
excellent.
after coming to that realization, is going to kind of, not run, but like
Jog.
jog up and just kind of go, when he gets close enough so that he gets her attention, kind of call out oh my god, what did I just swallow? Gonna call out, Vicar Rose?
She'll brighten up as she's called without even seeing who it is first, and she'll look around and walk up to meet you. Oh, Amis boy, good to see you.
Yeah, it's swell seeing you. I mean, considering I wanted to kind of have a word with you.
The goddess is in your favor then.
Yeah, far be it for me to ignore a sign from the divine.
That's the correct answer. Well, how can I help you?
Well, I kind
Would you
of
like
need
some cinnamon?
cinnamon. Sure enough, I'll sprinkle some of that on my pie tomorrow.
Here you are. She gives you one of the jars. I bought much too many.
Well, that was mighty lucky for me. Sorry, why'd you buy too many?
They were very convincing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the shopkeepers around here are real convincing.
Well, who am I to ignore something that I won't find elsewhere? I suppose being belabored by these things won't be the most terrible fate. I'll
Why?
spread some out to the children.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like spices go bad or nothing.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot worse things you could get talked into buying a lot of here.
Hmm.
Like fish. Fish goes bad real fast.
Only if you don't have the proper appetite for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can eat quite a bit, so don't matter to me. But anyways, nah, not anyways. I mean, it really don't matter to me. I can eat quite a bit, and I had a lot. So anyways, yeah, what I wanted to talk about, kind of suppose it's a kind of suppose I'm needing a bit of advice on a bit of a sensitive subject.
Oh, well, I'd be happy to help. Sensitivity is one of my highest traits.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I mean, I figured, like, you gave me some good advice on what to think about and how to get over some of my problems last time, and like, you was mighty nice about it. So you'll kind of shrug and go.
Thank you.
Kind of shrug and go. So I mean, why wouldn't I like want to ask you now that I got a new problem?
Oh, of course, child. Please, go ahead.
Right, okay, so where to start? Pretty will scratch the side of his head and go, alright, so, a bit of context, there's this girl I like, alright?
I see.
And like, when I say I like her, I mean, I like her a lot. She's real pretty, she's real fun, she's real funny, ain't afraid to find the bottom of a bottle, you know what I mean.
Oh dear, I see.
She's training to be a huntress too, and she's like mighty fun in that way. She's got a real big hammer.
What a lucky young man you are.
Oh well, thanks. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky. I mean, I don't just like her. We're kinda going out and stuff, so I'm especially lucky, I guess. He'll kind of rub his nose.
Doubly so, yes. I'd say so.
Yeah, but there's a bit of a problem there. I mean,
Must be quite troubling if it was hidden underneath all of that.
yeah, it's quite troubling. I mean,
Continue then.
so I don't know exactly what, but I've put enough together so far that I know she's got a bit of a past back where she comes from. She's from Mistral. She was from Tengoku, I think.
Ah, the Deceiver's Plains themselves.
Yeah, and I don't seem like she had the best life there. I'd just be guessing, but I'd say there's probably something about not having a real family, and the streets and stuff probably involved. But I mean, she's a real happy girl from most of what I know about her, so I just kind of shrug and go, I mean, I don't know exactly what it was like. And just kind of look up and go, I just know that it seems to have left her with some problems. So these problems that she got, this past to hers, she don't really want to talk about it. I mean, like, it's not like, oh, it's a secret. It's more like I think she really like wants to forget and like pretend it doesn't exist, you know? Because it's like, I know a bit about it because like some things have come up and she's kind of said some things that give me some clues, and also her teammate, her best friend, was like pressing her about stuff that was bothering her, and like she told me a bit because I was on her side and like stuck up for her and stuff, and said that of course I knew what was going on, and now I do a bit more, I guess. I mean, really the thing is that I don't really know what to do about the fact that she wants to ignore whatever old life she had and find a new one. I mean, we'll kind of pause for a second and go, I want to like be good for her and stuff, and like I definitely do want to be with her. And, like, that means that... He'll just kind of pause and go, I mean, what should I do about that? Like, clearly she doesn't want it being pressed and stuff, but... I mean, I don't think she's just going to be able to ignore it forever.
It's true, a life built on a foundation of lies is only in the deceiver's hands. She's opening herself only up for trouble with this sort of existence. One can't expect to keep up something that isn't real, after all. Plays have a beginning, but they certainly have ends.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's something that she's convincing herself isn't real, but I mean, it's pretty real, and there's no way she's gonna be able to, like, ignore it forever. And, like, if something slips up and it comes out, is she really so serious about, like, not wanting to address it that, like, I don't know, she'd try to start a new life again? That's something I kind of worry about.
Well, far be it from me to say to ignore a creature of habit if it's that case. It wouldn't be out of the question if one's already lost enough control over themselves that they commit themselves to something like this. There is no reason it stopped them from doing it again. When you run away from your problems and allow yourself the idea of them vanishing, you're letting in the deceit that all caused, well, all great evils in the world originally. Because it's such an easy option, she says as she's walking down the road and fiddling with one of the jars of spice. Appealing, tantalizing, easy to swallow, it makes everything taste better. To cover it up with spice is nice, but you can't change a meal with its flavoring. Anything underneath it is still there. You're just trying to mask the taste. Unless you have a right inside, use the proper, well, recipe, I suppose, in this analogy. Maybe it's losing itself. But perhaps I've conveyed enough of what I need to say in that regard. With that lie, the only things built upon it can only hide the lie itself. Whether it's one of responsibility or just a lie to one's ideals, they have to know they're just running from a problem that will eventually catch them. And whether you truly care about them enough to remind them of that is what's to be called into question here, I'd say.
I mean...
The goddess is forgiving, but she still is firm, my boy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know that, like... I mean, I know that she got, like, some dark stuff in her past, but he's just gonna kind of, like, splay his hands out and be like, but I mean, I know her. Like, I mean, I could know her better, but I know her well enough. I ain't gonna be, like, judging her for that. Not now. I mean, not right now. I'm just, like... I kind of pause for a second and go... I mean, I'm kind of, like, thinking, should I, like, push her on it? Like, I don't want to, like, do that because I want to know. I don't. I just want to help her. But, like, if I, like, push her on that, is she gonna, like, up and go? I don't know. Like, that's kind of frightening to me.
True, it is a frightening proposition to realize that sort of situation might be what you're stuck in. But suppose your affection for the girl is true enough. Would you rather risk what you have or risk her.
He's gonna think about that for a moment and go, "Ah, dang, that's a hard one. You wouldn't think like you could explain a bit about the difference between those, could you?"
Well, she perches her hands together first. She raises the bag and kind of taps her hands together a little bit. I suppose it's simple enough in that regard. In one case, you're allowing the lie she's forcing upon herself to continue. The deception and all of that, and digs deeper and deeper. But you challenge nothing about the relationship you have with her. The comfortable distance between the reality of the situation and what she wants that she's created between herself and now you two. But, as you've ascertained, something about that is not right. Deception is at the foundation of all sin, after all. Malcontent may fuel it, but the act is still what does us in. Now, at the risk of shattering something or damaging it, causing her to withdraw away from you, rather simply or perhaps even most dramatically, flee once again from something, so much that you have lost her, well, that would be a risk, as you might guess, but it would once again shine the truth of the matter and hide and keep away, let me rephrase that. It would shine the truth on the matter in a way she could not hide it anymore. One would be closer to the goddess and to ourselves in that moment. It is uncomfortable, to be honest, to be frank, and to know oneself. That is what comes with the troubling nature of ourselves. Would we find it so easy, there would be no troubles in the world so much as there are now. They wouldn't have to be told that the goddess's love will not waver in the face of truth. They'd know it to be true, and I don't mean this just so simply as to follow one's own faith, but to know oneself as a person is to know peace. I can tell you that for certainty. I was not always once the same sort of devotee, but I knew myself since I was born, and when I knew the goddess's love, I understood why I felt so strong. It's because to know thyself is to know something greater than anything else. So the deception of one's own reality, the deceptions of one's own person, ignorance out of fear, the requirement of a condition, to delude oneself in grandeur, to hide from pain, to hide from something overwhelming, all of them for no matter what reason, invite a sort of discomfort to one's soul. Whether they feel it in the moment or not, it is there, and one cannot know true happiness, true peace, without knowing oneself. And so, I say, if you care for her, the care one would have for one's own identity, to know one that they love is at peace with themselves, and knows the love of the goddess in themselves, equally and intertwined, is what I say when you would have to risk that fear of her retreating to deception again, of not having the strength to accept it herself, of not having the care in one's heart to accept the embrace of honesty and welcomingness that you are trying to offer, that the goddess offers, that she wants ultimately. But once again, I stress the importance of such a thing.
Oh boy, that's a lot of deep stuff there. Things gonna be quiet as they walk for a minute. Well, he'll go, mind if I just have a second to think about that?
Take your time, child.
He'll be quiet for a second as they're like walking, and he'll go, I mean, I do care about her like that. I don't want her to be living in no deception. Like, she seems pretty happy in normal stuff, but like when she was talking about it, she definitely seemed like she had a deep sadness in her.
One who's
That's-
able to trick oneself can easily deceive others.
Yeah, and seeing that was pretty painful to me, because didn't know what to do. I mean, all I could tell her was that I was definitely on her side no matter what. But yeah, I mean, you saying it like that, it's real obvious that her doing that is definitely hurting herself. Like, even if it's no big thing right now, it's gonna grow as like the deception goes on and stuff, right? Then it'll turn into something really bad one day.
Like an open wound, it only grows more and more infected until one day it kills you. Same for the soul.
Vinny will kind of clench his fist and look at it for a second and go, I want to be a huntsman. I know that's what I want for my future. I don't really know what she wants besides finding this new life she said she wants. Like, she came to this school, but I don't really know, like, if or what kind of huntsman she really wants to be, or huntress. Man, I should really know those things, shouldn't I?
Certainly. Perhaps, of course, you've merely allowed yourself to be deceived until now for not knowing them, but, well, I would say you should know more than this at this point. Well, I've seen young love do much funnier things to people than that.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun, you know? She's fun. And, like, that's good. But, he'll just kind of shake his head and go, the way she talked last time when I was, like, in a funk and, like, she pulled me out of it. There was something there that just was a bit unsettling. And, like, I don't think I can put off those, things much longer. Like, I told her I wasn't gonna press her to tell her partner. And he'll just kind of shake his head for a second and go, but I mean, you're saying that I should definitely try to help her with this, because I mean, even if she really doesn't want it, and I don't think she do, but like you was saying, like, if I really care about her, and I think I do, like, she's more important than just having fun with her. I mean, he'll just kind of look down for a second, seem a bit sad, and then pull himself back together and go, I mean, I sure hoping for it, but I gotta be honest, I ain't ever been thinking far enough to think, oh, we's gonna have a life together after this. We're both gonna be huntsmen and huntress and travel the world, and it ain't gonna be like my mom and pa where he's out there traveling, we could actually be together and stuff. Like, I don't know if that's gonna work out. I'm trying not to think about that. I mean, even if that didn't work out, my mom and pa seem to be fine.
I think you're on the right track.
You know, even when it's like the topic's heavy and I don't like it, you do have a way of saying it so that, you know, getting this advice is kind of pleasant in its own way.
It's a skill I'm lucky to have. Thank you. I'm glad to know it still manages well. I've enjoyed this part of the work as much as my official business. I'd much rather be able to call this part the most official either, but I didn't exactly earn my title, well, handling confessionals and things.
Right.
But one
Right.
can't be this devoted without some understanding of the relationship we must have with ourselves and the goddess, and, well, luckily, such insights provide a very intimate look into relationships as a whole. Through that, you truly find a way to understand people. After all, we're all the same to a degree at heart. There's no need to feel so isolated in one's own horrors when there's always someone who has known them. No matter how unique, she knows at least, well, you always know at least she knows. And she has a good way of spreading it to others. In the right time, you find the person who will find themselves perfect to be able to speak to you. A kind shoulder, a firm reminder, one way or the other. So as long as we are willing to listen, we find such wonderful insights in them. Not to toot my own horn that much.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I'm always going to be in her care. We all are.
I only hope that you can remind the Mr. Prada of that.
Freedom will kind of look back down at his hand for a second, ball it up into a fist, and relax it, and he'll go, yeah, I mean, look, I might not do it, like, right away, but I definitely want to do what's best for her, so... definitely gonna. He'll think for a second, and, like, pause in the street. It felt like a step or two behind before he starts back up and go, hey, you mind if I ask you a bit of a weird question?
Oh, please, try your best. I often find myself being propositioned with something similar, so I like to see the most odd ones possible. I enjoy it. So go for it.
I don't think it's the most odd one possible, but,
Then you have nothing to worry about. I've heard much worse than whatever you might be worried about.
alright. Well, unrelated, I was just wondering, when did you all find out you were going to be in the Vytal Festival? I mean, like, you and your team arrived kind of late.
Oh, that funny business, right. Well, the reason our arrival was so stifled compared to the others was more an act of the oddity of this situation. They didn't find it necessary for us to arrive on time, I suppose is a way to say it. Not, of course, the organizers of such an event, but, well, the shepherds. They, of course, had to be consulted for this, I'm sure you're aware. It's not as if we're allowed to prance around wherever we see fit. I,
Right.
for one, wished for my students to be given the chance of an expansion on their horizon and an understanding of what their lives would be like, even if they weren't to be huntsmen but missionaries, the two are interlinked in their performances, and I expect them to be able to work alongside huntsmen in the future. So I would have liked to them to get to know their peers at their age, and, well, all I had to do was ask for a favor of the headmaster to, well, politely accept a concession while the shepherds took word to the king.
Right. Gradient will shrug and go, yeah, that it makes a lot of sense. So, like, you know old Osiris, or you just going to the headmaster to ask a favor out of the blue?
Osiris Ray. She kind of hums for a little bit as she walks along. No, I wouldn't say I know him too well, but we get along quite well.
Yeah, you know, he seems a real personable fella. Got a few weird mannerisms to him, but I mean, you're kind of charming.
Oh, certainly. Why else do you think I trust him?
He'll kind of tilt his head for a second and go, well, I mean, if someone's being nice, there's plenty of reason to trust them far enough. But I mean, you must know what kind of person he is to trust him enough to go and let y'all participate, right?
Oh, that, yes. I definitely know the person he is. She smiles to herself, like it's a funny joke.
Brittany will nod and go, well, that's good. Glad there weren't no weird problem from the Huntsman's council and stuff for why you were late. I'm glad to hear it was because of your own people, not minding you showing up a bit after the fact.
Yes, the simple facts of bureaucracy can affect even the most divine orders from the Holy See, should the proper manner not be handled. Not to imply something like this was from her, of course. Just how funny we can be as humans sometimes.
Brittany will nod and go, well, that... Sorry, coughing.
Of course. Do your best. Survive.
Okay. Alright, so Brittany will just kind of nod and go, well, glad I finally figured that out. That was weighing on my mind for a while.
Truthfully.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I did not like the fact that, out of 3 teams being pushed in here, out of the ordinary, the weirdest one was coming from my own Vale.
I see. Chills
Yeah,
have
so
some
it's
funny concern sometimes.
He'll nod and go, yeah, so it's nice to just get that out of my own head, seeing that there's nothing too weird about it, really.
Glad I could help alleviate that concern.
Yeah. He'll nod and go, Well, I mean, it's mostly alleviated.
Oh, well, I'm sorry I couldn't do better than that. Is
Yeah,
there
no,
possibly anything else?
He's just going to kind of, like, intentionally roll his jaw for a second, like he's thinking, and gonna be like, well, I mean, it's just, I get the whole, you want your students to, like, mingle with the huntsmen who are both of us is doing good work of the world and stuff. And he's just gonna be like, so I get that wanting to participate, but just seems, sorry if I'm minding it. It just seems kind of weird that that came from you, and then the Holy See deliberated on it and all.
Well, Argentum Monastery is the most selective training ground that I believe is publicly known towards anything close to what we know as huntsmen. Obviously, our classification for them as missionary is a minutia that's only understood to those who understand our organization. To any other, they are trained the same way, just with the added benefits of understanding their duties that they serve to the Holy See and the Church itself. However, I find it more troubling sometimes that the exclusivity of our monastery prevents the broadening of horizon. I'm not ashamed to say that we take in many children and help them find a place in this world, but perhaps in the example of, well, Raggy and Nawal especially have had sordid histories with the outside world besides the monastery, and I wish to make sure they are able to see it before they are released upon it as fully trained huntsmen. Elaine and Abraham, of course, have had the benefit of a closer to normal childhood, but still both could do with something more normal. The Huntsman Academies are a social place, one of obligation to one's profession, but also one of blossoming from youth, or from a child to youth, to true adulthood, in a way. I find it sometimes restrictive to place them in the monastery, especially in a year with so few peers. I wish to give them the chance to not feel isolated from the world, if they were feeling it in the first place. I just believe it's good for the children to be able to act like them sometimes.
Renee will nod along and go, oh yeah, I'm sure they're going to walk away from this with quite a good experience.
Well, besides some sordid detail, it has been a lovely time for them.
He'll nod and go, oh well, that's good to hear. I mean, I like old Raggy and the Wall. They's good people.
I'm sure you'd get
good
along
enough
with
people.
Elaine and Abraham as well.
Don't know too much about Elaine, honestly.
She likes to keep it that way with many because she's embarrassed about many things. If
Right.
you'd like to get to know her and Abraham well, just start with him. He's much more of an open book.
You know, I might do that. Well, anyways, it's good that you like. Hey, how long you been at the monastery?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
She counts on her. She looks at her hands for a few times and taps her fingers over a few times. 2 decades now, I'd say.
He'll nod and go, now that's a long time.
Oh,
Well.
certainly.
It's good that you finally got to do something like this then.
Yes, definitely. My position allows me so many benefits, but, well, following my own plans isn't always one of them. At least I've gathered enough sway where I'm able to make waves like this happen now.
And he'll go, good on you for that. I think it's probably a sign that things are turning for the better.
Why, thank you, Amis. I appreciate it.
Say, do you know a lot about Grimm?
Plenty.
He nods and goes, yeah, But that figures. What with all the missionary work you supervise, making the world safe and helping people. You know, it's
course.
gotta be something you gotta know.
Of course. I earned this position through missionary work only. Never was I anything of a preacher.
That's amazing.
Why, thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna take care of the Grim someday.
I'd like that. Might put me out of work, but I suppose it would be a time to brush up on my oratory skills.
Hey, you gotta retire sometime.
Not until I'm dead. That's the time I get to rest.
Well,
The
I
most
definitely-
comfortable heaven.
Well, I definitely want to get rid of the Grim, but don't really want to be putting you in no early grave, Vicar.
Well, I can make an exception should you succeed, I suppose.
Thank you. This is real nice.
Quite.
Yeah, I knew I got a good feeling about you.
Oh, why thank you, she says as she pats him on the head.
I think I'm mostly done.
Alright, cool. Alright.
Vicar,
Who's that? Yeah,
you
what's up?
you said some suspicious things in there.
No.
Yes.
No. It's very mean of you. It's
Uh-huh.
not suspicious.
I started talking about those things as I was already suspicious of the Vicar.
Among Us.
Might have to vote you off.
So...
I guess I'll be sitting on cams for the rest of this game.
I'm not gonna respond to Among Us memes.
Among Us.
I'm not Liam.
Among Us. I'm trying not to laugh because I don't want to embarrass myself like Liam.
I'd be
Who's next?
insulted if you did.
Who's next?
Who's next? Who's got something else?
I mean, like, is the event's not the fight, right?
No.
Okay, then yeah, I think I'm good to just do the event.
Let's go, boys and girls. Okay. Alright, everyone. Give me a second. What's the track called? This one, yeah. Alright. Through the on the see, I'm not actually going through the dates. I'm just counting in my head like what would it be. Guess it'd be the 4th. No, it'd be like the 5th. Okay. 2 days before the official decision, or not the official decision. 2 days before the second round begins is when the final decision on the bracket is announced. And so I assume you will all attend in the Coliseum area the actual announcement of this. And no one is weirdly absent. So I'm just not even going to give the chance of that happening. As we'll go back to the announcement page. As you're all gathered up in the rows in the stands. Obviously, even non-participants are here. It's a big fucking announcement. Gathered in the center of the arena as they walk out, as the large screens are displayed above them. The headmasters, as they make their way out. There are people like cheer and stuff and clap. They wave. You guys see Umaboshi catch your eye and wave at you and give you a little salute. And Headmistress Gale makes her way up to the microphone and goes, "Well, thank you all for gathering here today, and hello to everyone tuning in. After much deliberation and, well, some sordid events, we've officially brought in the second round bracket for the Vytal Festival. Unfortunately, one of the teams will not be able to advance to the second round due to medical complications. I'd like you all to please understand the complicated situations that can come with a festival like this. Huntsmen and accidents in training are nothing short of common, but still, it's unfortunate for something to happen to them, no matter who they are. So it's with a heavy heart that we have to bid Team Lullaby farewell from the competition. But we cannot halt it in the face of such difficulties. No huntsman would want such a thing. So, with that out of the way, we'll be announcing the second round brackets. It'll be starting in 2 days. Each event will host 2 matches per day until the finals themselves on the last day. I hope the remaining teams are well prepared for all the challenges they'll face coming forward. And within the next week, we'll be crowning the champions of this Vytal Festival. So, without further ado, allow us to show the bracket. Some people clap and stuff, and here's the bracket. I could actually do the clapping sound effect. There you go. So the bracket will shoot up on the monitors and stuff. And Team Supernova sat together. Gwen will click her tongue for a second when she first sees it. What's everyone else's immediate thoughts? You can just talk or say something that your character's thinking. You know how this works.
So it's in the second round.
Yeah. Gwen glares down at Umaboshi, who's waving to some cheering students on stage.
Right.
Or from on stage. We still have to make it through Butterfly, though.
Well,
I guess I'm kind of happy about that.
yeah,
Well, we'll get to knock Nero down a peg and then get to actually enjoy the end of the tournament. This couldn't be better.
Gwen kind of slowly nods. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a good point, isn't it? Can't let them ruin the whole thing. Doesn't even let him make it to the finals. That's embarrassing.
It
Oh,
would do
hell
a
yeah.
number on that man's ego.
It's not like Warden's easy either for them.
it's some weird part of me hopes they win just so we get the chance to go up versus them.
Well, I don't think you're alone in that feeling, at least, so don't feel too bad.
That part ain't weird, Clara. That's the part of you that just smells the blood in the water.
Well, don't look like Harvey's in any mind to do that as she, nods over down across the other way. As you see, Warden sat there. Harvey's got his arms crossed, and he's looking up very seriously at the monitor, and then lowers his gaze over to where, Namahage is, since Vine's not here, and kind of starts to look to the rest of his team, and is already standing up and talking with them.
Yeah.
See it once and get moving for preparing. Guess that's how third years operate.
Well, even though we want to give them the licks ourselves, we can't be focused on that right now.
Right. If we tunnel vision, we'll get shown up in the first round.
Good thing we already talked a lot after our first fight versus Butterfly, but we can spend the next few days going back over what we talked about back then.
True. Yeah. I'm glad I'm not going to miss the opportunity to get a rematch in. Hopefully Barclay won't run away from this one.
Don't we get to, shoot? Don't we got to, negotiate for the format?
We do, exactly.
We can make him not run away if you really want, Gwen.
Yeah, there's no way his team's gonna go away from a 4v4, and we can ask for one. We'll basically corner him. 7 versus 1. There's no way they'd let him refuse it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid way to force his hand.
Yeah. Perfect.
We're also gonna have to think real hard about, well, what we're gonna do going forward.
Yeah, Gwen kind of pauses and looks over. Felix, are you okay?
Felix has just been kind of glaring down at Namahage.
That's the second name, it's fine.
Yeah. And, he won't, move his eyes towards Gwen and be like, quite fine. It's just getting there.
Hand on his shoulder. Give him a reassuring squeeze.
Yeah. What about the, right side? Who do we think's gonna make it out? I mean, I guess the obvious answer would be Grail, right? Tough luck for Noir, but, well...
She dodges and looks down a few rows below you near the lower level. And Irene stood there, smiling to herself in her seat.
I'm sure she's itching to get her chance to go back for a sortie.
Lunatic.
Wow. As much as it might hurt me to say, I think, well, Grail has a better chance than any of the other teams at coming out on top. But either way, I think we can leave that until we get there. Just focus on the teams in front of us for now.
Right. Well, I'm sick of looking at that shit eater, so should we, get going?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bless you. No one you guys want to immediately talk to here, right? Most students are here, but I think on that note, people are like, yeah, let's fucking leave.
No.
Yeah, not here.
Not really. I don't want to be here. That man is here.
That man!
Yeah,
I can't believe he's just a cat boy.
Yeah, no, I want to... Yeah, I was talking about Yuri. Yeah, no, I want to talk to Namahage.
Yeah.
Here, they're trying to betray you.
He's trying to betray you. You try and get near Namahage, and as you walk by, somebody sticks a knife in your back. You fall down, bleeding, clutching your chest with the blood pools. You look up and you see his face. Seppo. It was always him. You bastard.
I thought you were going to say...
You're getting too close, Seamus.
I think Seppo is my favorite joke. Alright, as you're standing up and getting ready to go, you all receive a little beep on your scroll, saying a message. And it's from Mary, and she's saying Lucy's up.
Well, I will immediately message back, if it's alright to come visit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She'll answer, to Clara, since she's the first one to actually message something about it. Say, we're gonna probably see her soon, and we're gonna see if she can see more people, so at least come by, yeah?
Okay.
She's still at the Amity Center, so you guys can head up there.
Yes. I assume this was like a group thing, so everyone just saw that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's sent to a lot of
Yeah.
people. You
Yeah.
can tell, yeah. So,
We all sent the same message at once.
yeah, in sync, perfect.
You owe me a soda, Felix.
Tell me a fucking soda pop. Hello.
You.
Or should I?
I hate you.
Oh wait, how about you get me a water if it doesn't scare you too much?
And soda doesn't? Yeah, the bubbles, they carry you up.
Yeah, everyone knows that. Have you ever swimmed in carbonation?
What the fuck is wrong
Wrong
with you?
with you? Okay.
I gave all my meds to Lucy.
Let me get your
I'm growing stronger.
meds. Take them. Let me actually get your fucking tokens real quick. Sorry.
No, bring the big Gwen.
The big Gwen.
I'm
huh?
big. Err.
Bring the Gwen who's posed up against a tree like low tier god.
Low tier Gwen.
Low tier Gwen.
I feel like we've made this one before, but it's still making me laugh.
It's still funny. I feel like Gwen's name is so easier to fit into things. It's so short.
That's just cruel.
Well, not,
Yes.
I didn't mean that it's a short
Yeah.
joke. Jesus.
She's so fucking short.
It's 4 letters. I mean, nothing as extreme as Felix.
It's true. 5. Now the X adds on 3 extra letters by default.
Yeah, it's just like Scrabble scoring.
It's fucking stupid.
Exactly.
Fuck you for making that joke. Fuck,
I'm sorry, what's wrong?
it's not funny.
I'm
I
laughing.
know I laughed at it, but that's obviously I was obviously coerced at gunpoint to laugh.
Gwen, I want to play Scrabble with Felix, but the only word he knows how to spell is sword.
And slave.
Hey, come on,
What are with these S words in you, Philo?
fucking S.
Hey, you Philo. Felix is very good at Scrabble.
Can make your way over to the Coliseum medical room. It's a bit of a ways because you got to get a ride up and stuff, and people still visit the place off days. So eventually you'll make your way up here with a lot of people.
Oh, I'm just gonna park myself over here to play Game Boy. Oh, excuse me.
Whoa!
Die, Liam, die.
Like, it really here.
Whoa! Flame
sorry,
on.
sorry. I'll
What?
put Gwen over here to play Game Boy.
Thank you. I forget you can control her as you can make your way up. The VR soldiers move to approach you both, but Toto looks over and holds a hand up and goes, "Well, you don't fucking watch the TV or something? They're students. It's fine." VR soldier looks a little insulted, but stands back. Yeah, sorry. We're keeping visitations to only so many right now, just for safety's sake and all that. Keeping it right now to 2nd years, and well, even among them, I'm being a bit testy. Figure y'all are safe enough.
Yeah, thanks.
Don't think you need to be thanking me for that, just informing you. Kind of gives one last glare at the VRA soldier, like, really? How the fuck do you not recognize them? Shakes his head and walks back to the staff.
I've never met one VRA soldier who recognized me.
What can I say? We don't like TV.
Of course.
Alright.
You'd think the bouncer at L'Occidente would recognize me.
He does, that was the problem.
No. Let me in, I'm a celebrity.
Alright, so you can park yourselves next to anyone you'd like to chat to in the moments before you're allowed in for some random reason. But if you're waiting for just that, we could skip to it.
I'll come over here and chat to this group for a little bit.
Sure. Rose and Nebu are both on the bench or on the chairs while Jose is just posed up against the wall, leaning on it with one leg up a bit. And Rosalind is chatting with them. She'll smile. Well, under a week, she performed about as what we expected. I'm just happy, okay? I know you were confident, but some of us were worried. Oh, you can be worried and confident, Nebu. That's fucking stupid, Jose. You're stupid. Rose leans over and starts sniffing a bit loudly, and Nebu looks over at her. I'm not drunk. I get emotional in hospitals. Fuck off. Oh. Okay. Sure you do. You would know if I'm drunk, Rose.
Oh. I'm just happy she's up.
Likewise. A weight off our shoulders, I suppose. It sounds like all the work has been going well for her, so with how well the surgery went, I presume things mean she'll be able to recover fully eventually.
Yeah, that's really good to hear.
Yeah, knowing the damage isn't permanent was probably the most important part about this.
Oh yeah, it's a real weight off her shoulders to know that. Yeah. Well, given some more time, she'll be right back to normal.
Slid nods. Bringing over here, Kid and Oliver.
Yeah, I'm just clipping into the wall.
See, I want to say anything with them. Oliver was trying to get some snacks for people.
I'll get it to you. I'm inside the machine.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trapped here now.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, just gonna come up and go. It's a real relief to finally be getting some news about this, eh?
Yeah, about time. Guess she was real conked out for a while.
Yeah. I mean, it was obvious it was gonna happen and all, but they sure picked a real coincidental time letting us all visit the day they announced Lullaby has to drop out.
I guess that's just Lucy. Jerking up when she realizes something like that. I didn't know these Aura things went like this. I mean, induced medical coma? That's scary sounding. Oliver just kind of laughs. Yeah, scary. Well, it is! Comas aren't exactly a good thing, Oliver. Yeah, I mean... Whatever, right. He just shakes his head. Sorry this is your first time thinking about advanced medicine.
I think most of that doctor stuff just sounds bad.
Wow. What an enlightened take, Viridian. You're right. It sounds awful. You shouldn't go to any of them. They're trying to feed you poisons and pollute your mind.
Hey, really? Viridian's gonna say, like, he's making a joke. He's overplaying it and going, really? Miss Tiz is right over there.
Oh, I know. It's so insidious how she blends in.
Oh, man, Ollie. Keep it behind closed doors, man.
Of course. Or else they'll start feeding me things in my food. You two are fucking ridiculous sometimes.
Well, you don't know what they can put in his bugs.
It's true. I can already feel the change. I'm a different man since I showed up here, and there's no going back. So, you want, like, the cheese and crackers, or what?
I like the crackers with peanut butter in them.
Yeah, I'll just take a water. Boring. Alright. Felix want to say anything if Irene and Hagio's over here? Or just...
I don't think it has to be anything, really. Just... Probably just gonna talk about Lucy a little bit, and then maybe talk about Irene, you know. Sorry, why am I forgetting? Team, like, her being happy about fighting Team Grow.
Yeah. Yeah, she's fucking juiced. It's awesome. It's perfect. Yeah. All right, so eventually, Mary will crack the door open and poke her head out and go,
Hey, we can only take like a few visitors at once, okay? So don't pile in, guys.
Okay. Who gets to go first?
I don't know.
pick among yourselves. I am going. Likewise.
Me too. Felix will walk up.
What team leader thing? Come on. Is 4 okay?
I think we got room for like 1 or 2 more.
We have to go train soon, so Gwen and Viridian, come with us.
Viridian's like 2 people. He comes in first. We'll get you in a minute, Gwen. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
I mean, by that logic, Gwen's like a half a person.
Okay. Fuck you.
Love you too, Gwen.
Ugh.
Turn back to Sifday, and Mary will step out to let you guys in. And,
Into the dark abyss.
let me.
The
Damn
darkness can't.
Damn it.
I've been lost.
You shouldn't have said that.
Don't throw yourself
I feel
in
like
there,
the darkness is gonna be revealed. There's gonna be like some fucking 40k shit she's hooked up to.
She's just a fucking. She's hooked up to the golden frown.
Looking cool, Lucy.
Oh my god, I picked the right location.
Oh my god, she's dead.
Yeah, I'll just move these
Fucking
guys.
love this song, I like it.
Yeah. Marion.
Oh my god. This is the end of Lucy's social link.
Oh my god. This is it.
This is it. I'm dying.
Are
All
you-
right. So, as you guys walk in, Lawrence is standing up to make a little room for people to file in. It's a smallish room. It's, big enough for a hospital room, but not exactly a fucking hotel suite. Lucy's laid up in a big bed, propped up with a bunch of pillows. She looks awake and, not, out of it, just tired. Like, she doesn't have bags under her eyes or anything, but she looks a bit paler than usual. Her, hair's, she looks clean and all. It's just tired and frumpy a bit. She's got, a huge, cast on the affected arm, and you can't, see the hand through it or anything. It's all wrapped up and bundled. She's got some, IV drips in her other hand and stuff. And one of those beepery things. But she sat up and she'll smile as you all kind of file in.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, hospitals are really weird.
What an insightful deduction, Lucy. It says. Yes, glad to see your facilities are doing well in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, got my hand on my brain.
Go look around a bit. Huh. Wow. At least they put you in a pretty nice room.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Festival Ground's got pretty good hospitals, those things considered. I guess they expect for things like this to happen once in a while, so makes sense. Plus, I mean, people probably get, sick when they're up here or something. I mean, once you start installing bathrooms and showers and food carts into places, you might as well add, a hospital just to be careful.
Oh yeah, it's real swanky. They even got some nice plants over here to keep you company.
Yeah, it makes it look like a fucking jungle, huh? Lawrence moves around the room a little bit.
Yeah. Come on! What?
Lucy froze her working, her undamaged hand up a bit.
Nothing. Nothing. Claire will just continue to walk over and get a bit closer.
Were you expecting us to come in with balloons? No, but... do I look that bad?
No. All things considered, just, I guess you're just real worried?
Yeah, you're fucking intimidating, Lucy. Oh, yeah. Jeez. Thanks, Lawrence. Tries to smack him with her good arm. And elbow him a bit.
How long you think you're gonna be laid up here?
Well, I, still can't feel this. She kind of wriggles her cast a bit. It's... together, I think, again. Gonna be at least another, well, like... I think I'll be able to get up and walk around a little bit soon, or at least get wheeled around, maybe, but... this isn't exactly coming off for a while, and apparently I'm gonna need to do some sort of, therapy thing for it. Guess I got damaged pretty bad. I'm gonna need to work on my grip strength and fingers and stuff for a while. So, I guess I'm learning how to write with my left hand for a bit. It's hard. Comes out scribble. Looks like I've, like, you know, had way too much coffee or something, or I'm in like a swing trying to write down something.
Well, I'm sure you'll adapt quick. Get the hang of it.
I wouldn't be so sure. My penmanship wasn't exactly good before, but I guess that means, like, the bar is low. So, yeah, maybe you're right, actually.
I mean...
if you weren't so good at it at first, it takes a lot less time to get where you were.
Yeah. All right. Nice.
Yeah, you'll do fine. I mean... oh, you're going from right to left, though. I don't know how that works.
Brave new territory.
What?
Hey, after that I get to be, like, ambidextrous with writing. That's pretty cool.
That is a pretty good upside.
A very sought-after skill.
Yeah, dang sure wish I could do that.
He just takes the moment of silence and just smiles a little bit.
Claire will just sit down in the chair. Oh, so I was talking to you the other day, Lucy.
Good, yeah. I was kind of annoyed that she wouldn't be allowed to visit right now, so I guess I'll have to make sure to get out of here for everyone else. Plus, I think they're only letting in shade students. That's fucking lame.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. What about Nadeshka?
So she was real worried. She was, well, Claire will smile but didn't look at her. She was telling me all about how much she looks up to you and all that.
That's so awesome.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Have some fucking sense, Lucy. Come on. Don't get a big head now. I could use a big head. Go on, Clark. Give me a big head.
She was telling me that you're like someone that inspires her and all that, and she didn't know how to. She didn't know how to feel seeing you. She thought you were invincible, so seeing you, seeing something like this happen, it got to her. But I made sure to set her straight.
Aw. Thanks. God damn. She kind of leans back in the pillows, but closes her eyes and lets out like a sigh of frustration. I guess I probably caused a lot of panic. Ugh. I gotta apologize. I could have picked a way better way to get injured.
Something's telling me that you apologizing for this probably will just make people feel a bit off.
Yeah, I know, I'm joking. Sorry. My bedside manner is poor or something like that, I guess.
You're in the bed, not beside it.
I'm bed proximity, right?
Ah, jeez. Felix, do you know how this works?
Felix will just shake his head.
She'll tilt her head a little bit, looking over at Mr. Quiet in the corner. And Hagios will go, well, bedside politics aside. He chuckles and looks over up at Irene, who just frowns at him. And he waves his hand like, you're too strong. I suppose it really is a shame after all. But at least you woke up in time to watch the rest of it unfold.
Yeah. I guess of the two options, as hard as it is to sit here and know I can't really do anything, it's better than knowing I was conked out through it. At least this is something. You guys all made it, right? Nothing crazy happened. I heard Yuri tried to kill someone? You guys didn't try that also, right?
No.
Like,
no.
if you tried a little, I'd be flattered. But if you didn't, I'd also be relieved. So it works out.
No, you don't have to worry. We're saving that for when we're actually on stage.
Yes, we practice death glares exclusively.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
I mean, you should ask Rosalind if she's waiting outside his hotel room, though.
You know, that's pretty cool. I like the sound of that. But hopefully,
She says, looking at over Irene, is raised an eyebrow.
she doesn't cause any problems. Right, Clara? She's not going to cause any problems.
Um,
Irene would be really mad, and I don't want to be proximity blamed for that.
Nah, you don't gotta worry. She's not causing any problems.
I wouldn't be that mad at you. She's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions.
Nice. I got out of it.
Yeah, Lucy, all of us made it. And
Good.
seems like we'll get to be the ones that have the honor of getting the revenge. As we'll be the first up to face Team Bond.
Right.
She'll nod a little bit as she looks you guys over.
Right. Good. Well, it shouldn't be a problem then, right? I mean... But... don't worry about that. I mean... I don't really care if you beat Team Vine. I care if you guys win.
She looks over at everyone.
I mean, seriously, guys. The least you could do now is win. One of you's got to. I mean, what, you want me to try? It'd be a little impossible right now. So, one of you guys has to win. Just smiles.
I don't think we have any intention of losing. Even, you know, and with you out of things, I think that's just gonna make our job a whole lot easier.
You're adding an unreasonable amount of pressure onto us, Lucy. Huh. Maybe for you. I didn't say it was unwelcome. Oh, yes, you always do play coy. Well, I will happily accept this challenge and make sure to win for Shade. But I hope we don't have to be the ones to put down Vine, or else I'd be very disappointed in you. Jabs the finger at Clara. And you too.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I know how to take care of Vons.
Yes, they will be. Well, I'm anticipating the match.
Hell, anticipate winning, okay? Don't lose the forest for the trees, or whatever the right way to say that is in this situation. I think the tree would be the winning?
Yeah.
I never really
Something
liked
like
that
that.
phrase. It always seemed backwards.
Yeah, try not to give yourself an aneurysm while you're here, Lucy.
Yeah, but wouldn't the hospital be the best place for that?
How do you miss a forest? Brittany will just whisper to Felix.
Alright, Hagios, I guess we'll get to see which one of you have the honors of fighting us in the finals.
It'll be us. I'm not even gonna try with him. He's stubborn and boring. But yes, I'd like that. Don't drop the ball.
I don't think you gotta worry about us. There's no way we're gonna lose before we get to the finals. Or in the finals, Lucy.
Okay, jeez. I mean, yeah, I almost did catch you, but I'm glad you finally got it.
So it seems like they have a pretty nice setup in here for you to watch everything go down.
Yeah, like I said, I'm hoping they can wheel me out for it, but I guess it won't be the worst if I have to watch from here.
Sure, Anna and everyone else would probably feel a bit more comfortable if you actually get to come watch the matches with them.
Yeah, that's what I want too, so don't worry, I'm gonna do my best for that.
It's okay. If it looks like they won't let you out, then, well, you can just, take a little walk for a little while and come back later.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Yeah, I guess we could, Try not to encourage her to do something so dangerous, Clara. She doesn't need it anymore. She'd do it anyway.
Right, Lucy...
I think it's constructive to put our heads together in this situation.
What's wrong with a little walk? It ain't her foot that almost got cut off.
Yes, I'm just saying.
Well, Lucy, if you're gonna do that, make sure to do it for our matches.
Well, your guys' as they put it, are always the most exciting.
And it's certainly not gonna disappoint going forward.
Good. That's good, Lucy says with a bit of a sigh.
Getting tired or something?
Huh? Oh, yeah, maybe, sorry.
Oh man, everyone outside's gonna... Well, we can scare them off for you if you want a nap.
Just for a little bit. I'll try to wake up soon again. It's just... I'm good, don't worry. It's just all the stuff they give you and everything through painkillers and stuff. Gets you a little tired more than you expect. I mean, I would have woken up way earlier if I didn't have this stuff plugged into me. Smiles.
Well, try not to nap too long. I doubt Gwen will leave the building until she gets to see you.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll do it nice and quick.
As Claire will smile at her and get up out of the chair.
Any last things you guys want to say to her?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright. We're gonna, I assume there's like a desk or something somewhere in the room besides the bed, by this chair.
Sure.
Counter or something. Okay.
Yeah, there's counters and things.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Now that I think about it. We're gonna come up and go, you didn't just make us all worry, Lucy. He's just gonna kind of like look down at her and like cock an eyebrow up and go, throughout the whole first round, you showed everyone the best of what Shade had to offer. You did good, kid, he'll say as he fishes into his pocket and goes, it's a shame you won't get to carry that into the second round, but he'll shrug and go, you already made your impact, let us have some, eh? As he fishes out a small star that he has carved for Lucy.
Aw, how nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll either put it down somewhere or like put it in her good hand. And go, so since you're letting us have that honor, I'll star for you. Good job.
Thanks, Pretty.
She says, kind of like running her thumb over it.
Appreciate it. I guess something like this is the only way you guys have a chance of winning anyway, huh?
Well, certainly means that we get to relax more.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Maybe once we're the champions and you're feeling better, we can have an unofficial match to see who would really come out on top.
Oh yeah, unofficial, because you're worried about me stealing it back. That'd be nice. We'll get there when we get there, though. I don't want to get you guys spooked about thinking about that. Focus on the real match ahead of you right now.
You can trust me, I'm not gonna get spooked by someone laid up in bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have Felix walk over, and he'll just sit down in the chair and be like, "I missed you, Lucy."
Oh. Thanks, Felix. Me too. I mean, it was kind of like dreamland, but like not really cognitive dreamland, so it was like, I don't know. I think I probably talked to you somewhere in there, but painkillers do a lot of weird things to dream talks. So I missed you too. Sorry to have such a dramatic exit for a while.
There is no need to apologize.
Yeah, I could have screamed a little less.
Felix will look away for a
Pretty
second.
wimpy.
Lucy, please do not say such things, even as a joke.
What? You used to say stuff like that a lot, so. Taste your own medicine. Gotta take advantage of it while I can, right?
Felix will, like, suck in a breath and, like, let it out slowly. Like,
Hey, you're the one who said you missed me.
I wouldn't. It is a necessary trade-off.
Thanks. I'm glad. She chuckles to it herself a little bit.
I hope I don't sound like a broken record, but I promise that we'll win.
Nothing wrong with hearing the song you love over and over again. Thanks. I know you wouldn't do something like that lightly. Just, shine a bit brighter when you do win. You guys gotta work on that.
I suppose I will add a bit of flair.
Thanks. I want you guys doing this for yourselves, after all. Don't feel like you gotta do it for me. It's for the headmistress and the school and everyone who cheers us, you know?
Yes, well, you're a part of all that, so...
Guess so, right? Alright, well, I guess I can be a part of it then. Yeah. I'll take that.
Felix will just like nod his head a little bit.
She'll give him a smile. Doesn't shine.
Felix will stand up. I'm just happy that you're alright. Felix will kind of shamble away a little bit faster than usual.
She'll smile and say a quiet thanks. Well, before she slips off to dreamland, I suppose we should get out of here. Come on, Irene. What? I was leaving too. I don't trust that look on your face. Come on. Pull Irene out as you guys will go to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You will bid Lucy a farewell and make her way out.
Anything you guys want to say outside here in the hall with everyone, or only stuff that would be fine to just happen off screen?
Pretty much stuff is just fine to skip over for me.
Yeah, me too.
Right.
Yeah.
Like obviously giving people the laydown of what Lucy was like who are curious.
Yeah.
Telling her to back off. She's sleeping.
Right. Hold on, we'll linger in the hospital room as Lawrence takes back the chair and looks over out of the room for a second as everyone leaves, smiling as he's waving people off, and then turns back to Lucy. And Lucy kind of stares at him for a second.
and then just kind of laughs. Yeah, leaving, huh? Nope. Yeah. Didn't think so. Guess I was, bit selfish? A bit. Yeah. I guess it just gets to me. It's not like they wouldn't understand it, Lucy. She says as he kind of leans forward a bit. And Lucy, with her one working hand, feebly claws at some of the bed sheets as she sniffles and a big teardrop rolls down her face, and she starts to dribble like ungraceful tears onto the bed sheets in front of her as she slowly bends forward and Lawrence pats her back. And Lucy starts to quietly sob, saying sorry. And we will return to Shade Academy.
That was sad, bros.
Comment how you felt below.
Among Us.
Is Lucy sus? Comment down below.
Oh my. Okay, hold on. What's
One guy in the comments is pulling for that.
Huh?
Hey, bros. What we got on the menu?
What's
left?
what we got? What about what you got?
He just did what he had. Son of a bitch.
I blew my. You want to get to the fight?
No, I'm fine.
That's what I got.
I'm joking.
11:30 at night. Yeah,
I'm
let's go
joking,
for it.
I'm joking around.
It's not happening.
Let's go, battery.
It's not
Let's
happening.
stop.
We're not fighting Butterfly today, are we, bros?
Listen, we are about to have. Okay, listen, Noah. Think about this. I'm serious. I'm not making a joke here.
Huh?
Okay.
Because maybe I'm stupid, but when the fights start back up, right? It's like every day, right?
No, it's 2 fights per day, so that would be like
Dude.
it'd take a while. Like we'd have a couple days in between fights because it has to.
Okay, that's okay. We can still have 2 fights in next session. I think we can do it.
2 fights in next section.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
I mean, we're not going to play for every day you're not fighting.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like that's certainly
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, I think
Exactly,
So
that's what I'm
if we
saying.
start with one,
I can't imagine it'll be like some type
yeah,
of
if we
like
start with one, we'll be fine.
insane turnaround.
It's fine. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's fine. Because I also don't have to feel pressured to speed things up.
I suppose not. Why don't we get some things done now?
Alright, well, I need to talk to Gail.
Alright. I guess we'll start with that while the other bros decide what they want to do.
Yeah.
I keep staring at this situation and going,
What? Oh,
am I allowed to do this yet?
You're always allowed to go in there.
Yeah, I know, but I meant my teammates.
Well, I mean, we would after talking to we didn't have a scene of it, but after talking to Toto, we were just told Viridian like that we were like explicitly told to not do anything unless unless a situation came up that really made us feel like we should. So it
just mixing
That is-
Toto and Gale's messages.
well, no, I would have been clear who said
Toto
what.
said don't do anything, and Gale said do it, lol.
I would have ran through like the entire
Toto
conversation.
and Gale got in a fight, I think?
I would have ran through like the entire conversation with Viridian, like saying like Toto was very clear to not do anything, and then Gale said, "Okay, like maybe, but if you feel like you should, then go for it, Lamau." So like basically, Viridian has been kept up to date on what happened in that scene I think you were here for that one, Richard. It might have been the one where you had to BRB.
I was here for most of it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you can just use that
I know
information.
what they said. Oh, okay.
So you can just use that to decide if you should go over there or not.
Well, based on the information that you went to let's tell people to let's not tell people from let's not tell people. Fucking throwing my hands off in the air. I'm going to talk to the Blind Buddies.
Listen, you go for whatever you feel like you have to do.
I'm fucking doing it.
I'd also
You-
like to say. Oh,
you know
sorry.
I'd listen to Gale and
Yeah,
not
man.
Toto.
What'd you say, Ben?
I was gonna say that I would like to talk to the one that is so small. When our name.
When? Okay. 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 Here we can start with Headmistress Gale. Can get into the office.
Walk over to the office. Nod at Mr. Toto.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, you can go in unless you're here to talk to me.
No, I just need to talk to Miss Gale about something.
Right.
Well,
Well, she's in there.
Claire will open the door and take off her shoes.
Oh! Clara! Hello! Hello! She says as she's dumping a stack of papers into the trash.
Hi, Headmistress Gale.
How's it going?
A bit better now that I got to see Lucy.
I know. Tough little one, isn't she?
Oh, yeah. Seemed like she was doing real good, considering.
I know, right? She really knows how to put it on afterwards and all that. I guess she's a bit of a realist underneath all that optimism. It's a good combo.
Yeah, she even made sure to remind us a couple times that we're supposed to be winning this thing for you.
Oh, I love her so much. A woman after my own heart.
I mean, like, we felt like we had to do it before her, but when she tells it to us laying down in the hospital bed, I don't think there's really any other way.
I know, I almost want to thank her for it, but it just seems, like, mean to thank her under the circumstances, so definitely not doing that, but, like, almost, right?
Yeah, maybe, like, send her some, like, get well flowers, but, you know, that's like a hidden message.
That's a good point.
You know, are these... This is my first Vytal Festival. Are they supposed to be this, high pressure?
Well, I would say perhaps. Well, was this already this pressure feeling before what happened to Lucy?
No.
Okay. See, that normally doesn't. Now, it's not the first injury by a long shot, but I would say having your friend go on an incredibly positive, like, winning streak and then be intentionally crippled and thrown out of the tournament and then ask on her hospital bed to make sure you win it would add an unreasonable amount of pressure, more than to be expected.
So, I guess this isn't like the normal feeling.
No, I don't think so.
Do you think do you have any good ideas on how to, like, use this kind of feeling positively?
Let me think about this. Well,
It's okay if you don't.
no, She sighs for a second and puts her cheek in her palm as she leans on the desk. It's not that I don't, dear. It's just that, well, you sound silly, and I feel, I don't know,
I mean, sometimes I give out a bunch of advice, and I start to worry if I sound like I'm repeating myself. But it feels like it's the first time people hear it when I tell them, and it's because I have a lot of students, really. I just feel unsure of it sometimes. Whenever something horrible happens to me, I ball it up in a tight wedge of anger in my chest, and I normally use that to kill grim. So, I would say, try and find, instead of pressure, anger or frustration, and then, well, I mean, you've got a pretty good target in Team Vine, should you make it to the second round. I would then take it and expel it, she says, doing a little slow punch in the air, onto them. Violently.
Mm-hmm. Well,
See, that sounds like a very obvious answer, though, and I'm not sure it's giving the sort of insight you're looking for.
I did already have a feeling of using my anger to go after Nero.
I think the fact that you're already looking for a healthy way to express it is a good thing, though. I think that's what you should be focusing on here. I mean, not a lot of people would just get mired in that sort of thing, wouldn't they? I think it's showing that you have, like, a good sense that you should be using it for something.
Oh,
Is good.
I don't want to just be angry for anger's sake. I want to
That's
at least
right.
get something out of it.
Remember in the first year when you'd come in and just say you're angry? Now, or like worried or upset, now you're coming in and saying you're trying to figure out how to use this. It's good.
Oh, well, thank you.
I noticed a lot of growth, and I have to point it out sometimes. It's so easy to miss how much progress you make when you're like a child and all of that. It slips under the rug of sort of things that are happening, and especially given the circumstances, I don't think much positive affirmation is going around enough as it should be.
Well, I guess a lot of us were probably saving a lot of that for when, we're done with the tournament. Because, not thinking about the whole thing of even 3 teams from Shade making it to the second round is pretty amazing.
Oh, this is already beyond anything that's ever happened before.
Would have been 4 if, it wasn't,
Yes!
So, honestly, that seems like you really booked a good batch.
I suppose so. I hope I can take pride in that. I don't know how much I've actually done for you all.
I mean, you're a headmistress, so I think it's kind of your job to take pride in it, right?
Well, yes, but, I don't know, a lot of it's your work, isn't it? It feels like I don't do enough here.
I mean, talking to all the guys from the other academies, I'd say I much prefer the way you do things, Miss Gale.
Oh, goodness sake, yes, right? I mean, even before me, Mr. Scheherazade was a terror. I can't imagine subjecting to children the sort of treatment that they receive elsewhere. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Who'd want to have some boring fuddy-duddy in charge of this place?
Yeah. So, at least coming from me, and I'm only one of your students, but I wouldn't want you to do anything different.
Thank you, Clara.
Ah.
I'm so happy.
I also had another question.
Of course, go ahead.
More like a suggestion.
Okay.
What do you think, so, the mood going around, I think it'd be pretty, down after what happened to Lucy. Especially with everyone here that was cheering for her, in Shade.
Oh, yes, we've had an
exponential increase on street crime towards our Mistrali tourists from the locals here. I would say they're quite furious. National
Yeah.
pride has never been more willing to explode.
And, well, I've gotten to be friends with a lot of the people here in town.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I wanted to try and reignite their, their cheer for when we actually go on to win. Try and get them real excited for the second round and all.
Excited rather than violent is good. I like the sound of this.
Yeah. Try and, have them, cheering and clapping instead of screaming and pulling out their weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought of an
Good.
idea after reading some Gwen's comics that I think might help with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna need Nebu and Yuya to help me out with it, but I wanted your opinion too.
Alright.
And I actually want to fade out there.
Okay. Got it. Got it, Chief. Who wants to go next?
I'm actually debating whether I want to do the Blythe scene right now or a different one I thought of that I should happen.
Sure.
So, like, do Felix
Alright.
if Ben's here.
Hello, Fenlix.
Fuck.
Felix?
I don't think Steelix is here.
Felix?
I'm here. I'm sorry. See,
What,
you hit me
can't
with
tell from
you hit me with
Fenlo?
Ben, Felix, Steelix.
I said
But you should have
Fenlo.
said Philo.
I thought you'd get mad, so I stuck with Fenlo.
Well, I would have,
Yeah,
but it would have got my attention.
Alright, Felix. Can chat with Gwen.
Yeah. This could probably be later that same day of seeing Lucy, I guess. I mean,
Cool.
because
Yeah, I mean, Gwen would
we're gonna be training quite often.
Yeah. Gwen would have had the chance to see her later, after all. She wasn't actually sleeping. She just wanted to fucking cry, so, haha.
Yeah, of course.
She just cried and sobbed and said, it's not fair, it's not fair. It's just bullshit. I'm so mad, haha.
Ugh, it's rough.
Big idiot tears.
Well, I'm sure with Gwen's amazing rapport, she could pick up on that.
Absolutely. As we all know, when something's happening, no one likes to rapport, so having low rapport doesn't hurt you.
I can't argue with you.
Owned.
I can't argue with you, dude.
Yes.
No, it's not a call out. Clark's so cool. Anyway, let's get to...
Clark
Get to
doesn't
the-
even have the highest rapport. I think we know who I'm calling out now.
Oh, fuck you. Alright, yeah, so, after training a bit with Gwen, Felix will kind of look at her. I guess I should ask, does Gwen seem different after she talked to Lucy, or...
Gwen seems focused, yes. There's less immediate worry visible on her visage, as annoyance and worry are easily placed on Gwen's face. She seems single-minded and focused about what you're working on with her in sparring.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Sure, bro.
Okay. Felix will, noticing how focused she is, and she's in the zone, obviously. So,
Yes.
Felix will be like, "I must compliment you right now, Gwen. You're, how should I put this? I would not wish to be on the opposing team against you."
She'll blink for a second and nod. Good. That means I'm doing something right. It's all about staying sharp and in the zone, isn't it?
Yes, part of it.
Yeah, right. I'm not all. Yeah, of course. I guess I feel better somehow. How about you?
Because my feelings are quite complicated right now. I suppose a bit better.
Yeah. Saying they were simple would be stupid, I guess. Right. Well, maybe I just... I'm... mad, I think.
There is a lot to be mad over.
Yeah. But I guess I'm relieved because I can be a little mad at Lucy now, which means it's easier to think about.
I see.
I mean, you're not like a little upset at all, really?
I am quite upset, Gwen.
I mean, at her.
I feel like so kind of look at her, kind of hoping it's a joke, but then realizing quickly it's not. Like I'm sorry. Should I?
Well,
Should I be?
I mean, I'm just annoyed. She should be way more upset. She's trying to be way too casual about this. Like, I get it. It's gotta be impossibly frustrating for her, but I don't know. You know, for someone who'd yell at me for keeping up like a real distant sort of bitchy attitude before, a distant smiley attitude isn't much better.
I feel like so think for a moment, but like, I suppose you are right.
She's healthy enough to be trying to stop us from worrying about her or something. I mean, yeah, she wants us to win, but she's not even going to ask us to win for her. That's just rude. As her former senpai, I expected better of her. And I'm glad she's doing well enough to be troublesome already and all, so... It's a tough battle for her, I guess, this whole thing. But she's not shying away from trying to tough it out the hard way. So... as bad as it is for us, it's reassuring, I guess. Makes me not want to slip up, right? I guess I've been measuring myself to Lucy's success for a while now, so it's a reminder not to get sloppy.
Yeah, Felix will nod his head. I do hope that she isn't harming herself by not letting what she really feels out.
Well... I'm not great at the touchy-feely stuff or anything. But...
I do not think either of us are.
yeah. But... at least half of her team are pretty good at it. And her and Yuri have that sort of... tough guy alliance that I'm sure breaks when they're just themselves, so... she'll be fine. Especially once everything's done and we can all go back to bothering her about it.
Yes, must be incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, I mean... I know you'd be unbearable if you couldn't get up and do things for... well, even like a couple days would probably make you a pain in the ass. I couldn't imagine how long Lucy's gonna be laid up, not being able to use that hand of hers. Being you. Get so whiny about it. I mean, I would too, but, I mean...
I suppose I would be.
Yeah. It's times like that when I remember there's a real age gap between us. I gotta be mature around you sometimes.
What a cruel comment, but fair one.
Well, I have to act my age sometimes. I admit I've made many mistakes in the past, but I'm going to continue to be a reliable person for people around me. I can't let you and Lucy try and upstage me. Kids have to respect their elders.
Of course, you are someone that many could look up to. If... Well, Felix will stop himself and be like, no if. That is what I meant.
Thank you, she says, like stammering and kind of catching herself in anger and embarrassment out of a compliment, crossing her arms right. Yes! It's these days.
You're not that old.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that old. God damn it. Well, that's it. So, yeah. I'm falling behind.
You cannot afford it.
Definitely not. Alrighty, enough stammering and not stammering, enough standing around chatting. Let's get back into this.
Of course.
You've got your breath by now?
I've been ready for quite some time, but I know that your advanced age may cause you to need a few more moments.
Oh, you're gonna get it, kiddo. She says as she snaps over Weaver into its Kusuragami form and starts twirling it above her head angrily. It can fade out then.
Yeah.
Kids these days.
I'm tall.
I'm tall in age.
I'm tall and responsible.
You can't take that away from me. Is Richard back yet? Alright, Blake, you got anything?
Yeah. I need to talk to Nebu for a very quick thing.
Alright, cool.
It's once it's done doing like a funny thing where I'm hinting at something I'm doing.
Alright. And talk to Nebu in the room while Kit's passed out on the couch.
What the fuck? It's been like days.
Until it's entered upon, the joke isn't utilized.
Well, I entered, Kit. You can get out of your like infinite stupor.
She's passed out and drunk.
Oh, later you can get out of your infinite stupor.
Yeah, exactly. It's a background gag. You can be with Nebu over here.
Jesus.
Or the work desk.
I'll just, I don't know, pat Kit on the head as I walk past.
That's the spirit.
What's up?
Hey, what's up? Working on something?
Yeah. Something. I guess I'm just seeing if there's any last minute adjustments I want to make. What, you don't fiddle with your weapon when you're nervous about something?
I definitely do my good share of maintenance and checks up on it. But luckily my grandpa here, he definitely takes up some of that time for me.
Right. I forgot yours was a hand-me-down.
I like to,
How cute.
Well, I like to think of it a bit more special than that, but...
I bet you would.
Well, I was wondering if you could do me a favor if you had the time.
Well, I certainly love doing favors, and I love having time, so those two kind of conflict, but we'll see.
So, I was thinking of doing a wardrobe change for the second round.
Great, like it.
And, well, I definitely already had some ideas, but I thought I'd come to the master to really, work them out.
Mm-hmm, that's smart.
So, I was thinking of going for something that's real, flashy, Sends a clear message to the audience watching.
Right, that's good. You don't want things to be too subtle. I don't think you can pull that off.
Yeah. Right. Claire will nervously pull out like a notebook she has. So I already kind of tried to write down what I was thinking. Claire will put it on the table.
Have some revisions.
Yes. As Claire will put it on the table, we can fade on her talking with Nebu, as Nebu is criticizing Claire's poor drawing abilities.
Yes, of course.
So Claire did just try to make a stick figure with her ideas on it.
And that was like, alright, let me improve. Oh good, welcome back.
I bought just enough time.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, right. Can make your way over here. As Robin, of course, would have asked at one point, been like, so like, what's happening? And it'd be like, I've got the gang together right now. We have a couple of additions.
I mean, that no
told
problem.
you to come over, and
Yeah,
you
yeah,
would
yeah.
have entered to see the couple of additions. Or Oz just sat on one of the desks, and Hazel, who's just stood by.
Those are good additions.
All right, about time. Hey, Viridian, what the fuck is this about? Sounded like kinda serious.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to be raining on everyone during this parading time, but it's pretty serious. And I'm not too sorry about raining it on you. That's what you all's for.
Man, you really worked hard to try and make that sound clever. He did pretty alright, Hazel. You didn't listen to him. I caught most of it.
Yeah, Ozzy caught most of it. You listen to your team leader.
So, what is it? Oh, yeah, I brought them because, like, we need, like, something else. And, I mean, Oz is easy to rope into things, and Hazel likes to feel like a cool upperclassman. I'm not a cool
Right.
upperclassman, I'm just a responsible one, alright? Yeah, see?
Well, like, 80% of the time, responsible is not cool, but you make it work, Hazel.
Thanks. Huh.
Alright, well, I see your
easy
reasoning.
compliments work here.
Alright, I see your reasoning, Rob. Yeah, they make sense. He's gonna pause for a second and go, could I just say something first?
Yeah, sure. No one's stopping you, I don't think.
Right, of course. I just want to make it clear, sorta how I feels about this. He's gonna kind of like put a hand over his chest and tap it, thump it for a second and go, I come from a little place out in the woods called Sleepy Hollow. Don't know if any of you have ever been or heard about it, but it's a mighty special place. It's way deep there in those woods, and it's got some thick trees around it. Got this nice babbling brook that runs by it, and the wind always whistles real pretty, and there's lots and lots of different types of birds come flying through, migrating from north and south, staying in the trees and singing their songs. It's a real peaceful place. So peaceful sometimes if you nature-loving kid, sometimes you sneak out of bed to fall asleep on the little crock out behind the house or in the front garden because it's so nice to listen to those birds and feel the grass between your toes. And then your mom gets mad at you and thumps you in the morning when she finds you. The point is, it's a real peaceful place.
Holy shit, you could have just said that. No, Hazel, he loves to soliloquy. Come on, let him have it.
So peaceful, like. living there, you could almost start to think that Grim ain't a
fucking
thing.
God. Hazel, shut the hell up.
And, that's something I want everywhere to be like someday. Somewhere you can imagine that Grim ain't a thing. Now, primarily, I care about cleaning the world up a Grim. But there's some other monsters I wouldn't mind taking a shot at first.
Like Bigfoot?
Now, he's on the list.
What the fuck is Bigfoot?
I guess you wouldn't have heard about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have.
Never mind. It's one of those sand things.
Huh?
Anyways. So, me and my team ran into a real nasty fellow. Real, snake in a three-piece suit. I don't know how best to say this other than... Sorry. Well, we found out about there's something real messed up going over in Mistral. These people with a lot of power and a lot of bad stuff going on called Hachibakemono. Something like that. Like,
dominoes?
you know, I thought that too, but apparently not. No, it's like they're criminals over there. Real powerful ones. One of them... He'll look down for a second and go, one of them branded Felix's back up something fierce when he was a kid.
The fuck? What? Why? What?
Because he was trying to make Felix into a slave.
Okay. We went like... Huh. So is that why it's weird? Rob! It's a genuine question.
He's weird because some old swords guy trained him up and raised him into woods. And not like the woods we grew up in.
Oh, that's very dramatic. That's good. Oh, God. All that's good and gracious in the world. He was a slave? That's wild, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, it is. I mean, happy
They
ending,
still
he got
have
better.
those?
Well, yeah. Like I said, real snakes in three-piece coats over there.
Yeah, I mean, I heard of kids, like, going missing before in Mistral. I mean, guess they go missing back home, too, but holy shit.
Yeah.
Viridian. Is this what this is about, man? I mean, this is a little more than what it sounded like. Well, to be fair, I mean, Rob, you said this is the same level of importance as egging that house back. To be fair, he just said he couldn't told me. I thought like it was a gambling debt thing. Holy shit.
I told you it was real serious, knowing you have a maximum level of importance you go to, Rob.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, you said so, but... Listen, it's been a while, alright? I guess? Jeez. Alright, so, like, we definitely should go, like, do something bad to this guy. Whoa. No. Hazel froze the band. No.
No. The fuck? People like that, you don't want to get into business with them at all. I mean, sounds nasty, but it not sounds like something you'd want to just sit on completely, right? No, it doesn't sound like something that I'd want to ignore. You said you're already in trouble with them, Dion?
Yeah. Look, this is something that I can't let go, but I recognize if I was not pressed into a corner at the moment, it's something I wouldn't do dealing with right now.
Oh, you are fucking crazy, man.
Look, like, if y'all just want to walk away after this, that's fine. None of you have to stick your nose in.
Have a little faith, Viridian, please.
I was talking to him, Rob.
Well, I heard everyone.
Okay, I was being fair because I didn't want to single him out.
You can single me out, man. I don't care. This is nuts. But I'm...
Alright.
Hazel just bangs the desk a bit. You already got some people dragged into this. I mean, look at Robin. She's frothing at the mouth. I take offense to that. Friar's the one who froths. I drool. Rob, this is serious. Maya, you saying you ain't concerned about this sort of thing? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying take a second. We cannot jump to... You said you were, like, planning on, like, letting off stink bombs in their room. I mean, I meant, like, serious ones to make it uninhabitable. But, like, now I guess it could be, like, worse than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's an idea. But, if we are actually gonna do something, it's, gotta be something that, really drives the point home. And preferably something that stops him from going back to Mistral.
Like what? Killing him?
Well, I mean, I really don't want to go that far.
Goddess eyes! Maya shouts out as Hazel looks down at his feet. Well, that was just the most obvious way to deal with something. I wasn't suggesting it, I was asking if that's what he was suggesting.
Wow, I really wasn't suggesting that.
Alright, good. That'd probably be a little rough. I don't know if I'd want to do that. That's good. Glad
Right.
Let's get
Good.
over that.
Good, right.
Good. Yeah.
I mean, the guy is a monster. He's a criminal. There's got to be something that can, like, get him locked up over here. Just got to be
He just
some way
throws
to...
his hands up. Yeah, I'm not exactly familiar with the laws of vacuum. I didn't know you guys had them.
I mean, I guess we could try to, like, beat him up and drag him out to one of those desert tribes and have them look after him.
Hazel
probably-
stares at Viridian. Like, with a look of absolute, like, deadpan, for fuck's sake. Like, really stares, waits for him to say, I'm kidding, and then sighs when he doesn't. Yeah, that's, a great plan. Can't see any problem with it.
Alright, maybe there's a few holes in there.
Yeah, a few. Just a couple.
Look, I'm casting a net, not throwing a blanket over the fire here.
Feels like you're throwing a pillow over our faces. I don't need to be so dramatic, Hazel. I think I can be a bit concerned.
I mean, to be fair, my teammates are also concerned, so you gotta give him a break.
You want to do something about this. I mean...
Well, the way I figure it, we have to do something about this. I mean, at least I do. My team does. Even if they, don't want to admit that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't just let, like, bad things happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, like,
It's a little more complicated than that.
okay, it's a little more complicated than that, but there's also the part where we're really gonna trust this guy not to make a move on us after he gets out of here.
I don't know. Why would he care? Do you have something on him?
Brilliant's just going to kind of think for a second and go, "Oh, by the goddess." Oh,
Yeah.
that's a bit more than I. He'll kind of squint at the ground for a second and go, "He'd probably do that too."
Do what?
Okay, so maybe since we don't have anything concrete on him, he don't really want to do something to us in general, but I can think of a pretty good reason he'd want to do something to Felix.
Why? What? Wait, is he like? I guess he's mad about the slaves thing, right?
Yeah,
Really
it's-
like. Are we really just calling it the slaves thing this easily? What do you want me to call it, Renard? I don't know. Seems pretty touchy to me. Please don't fight with the underclassmen. Oh my god. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Look, wait, just listen to me. Hear me out for a second. Alright, some things I don't think we've, let anyone in on this bit, but... Alright, so Felix was saved from the slave thing by his master. His master happens to be a former member of the Hachibakamano.
Is this like This sounds like one of them television dramas.
Yeah, I know, but it's real. So, his master broke up this guy's operation
Yeah,
It's
this is
safe
getting
Felix.
good.
and left them.
Right? This is pretty cool.
These guys got worked themselves all the way up to the top where they say they've got people in the Imperial Court over there.
The fuck? Oh my god.
They's of course gonna care about slats like that, right? You don't just go spitting in people's faces and they forget about it.
I don't know, I was just born in Mistral. I wasn't raised there. I have no idea.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just talking about how prideful guys act.
I don't know either.
Alright, moving on.
I don't like people spitting in my face.
Alright, exactly. Now,
Didn't seem to mind when Friar did it. Eugene! Listen, this is a lot. I'm trying to have something lat.
now,
Keep going, Varian. I like this part. This gets cool.
now. Felix's master saved him from this guy and shut down part of his operation a long time ago and then quit. Now, if I was in his position and I didn't want to let an insult like that stand, and I was a real monster, well, if I ever tracked down Felix's master and I really wanted to drive some vengeance down on him, wouldn't I do something to that slave he saved and is so proud of?
Do we know if he's proud of him?
I mean, I think he is. Felix sounds proud of him. Don't you figure it'd go both ways?
I was just fucking asking, man. I don't know. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I don't really think like a sociopath most of the time.
Oh, man.
So you're saying he's gonna take Felix, really mess him up?
It's something I think has a good chance of happening. I mean,
Maybe
heard
we're
the-
thinking about this wrong then. Maybe we gotta be like setting up like a patrol around Felix and wait for them to come then into our trap.
yeah, maybe. We need to set something up like that. I mean, they made a good point before when they said that us being all famous for the Vytal Festival right now, they're not likely to try something too blatant. But if they were literally just gonna leave after this,
So like, we gotta like do something about the Mistrali folk, right?
pretty much. What you mean?
Well, I mean, like, couldn't any of them be plants from this, like, Baka people?
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, I Guess any of them could be.
Ain't it kind of suspicious that they got a bunch of weird teams?
Yeah. Yeah, it is
Robin,
suspicious.
shut the fuck up. What do you mean, yeah? What?
Well, I mean-
Nah. That's really weird. I mean, this festival's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly like I've been saying.
Like I've been saying too.
Ah, thank the goddess for you, Rob.
I can't take two of them. Where we? You fucking asshole. Oz is asleep. Fucking hell.
It's fine. That's how he shows his support.
Right. So, basically, we should suspect most of them team from Mistral might have a connection there. So we shouldn't let any of them near Felix.
Yeah, we should be on the lookout for something like that.
Yeah. If any of them get near him, we make a little, investigation, right?
Yeah, we gotta figure out what we's looking for.
Right. They got like a identifying mark or something, like maybe like don't they like cut fingers off or something? Robin, what the fuck are you talking about? Nah, I heard this once that them Mistrali gangs cut a finger off for if you do like to advance in them or something. It's like a sign of respect.
Oh, dang.
And it the other way around? What do you mean the other way around? Like they cut them off when you was like embarrassed them or something. Well, I mean, if I let a slave go, I'd be pretty embarrassed.
Either way, that's real fucking stupid of them.
Yeah, it is stupid. They're Mistrali. What do you expect? Notwithstanding, Hazel, you're like, you're mostly Valish now. I'm not offended by anything you say, Robin. It's mostly just obnoxious half the time. It's harmless. Thank you. Okay.
So, like, yeah, we need to keep a watch on Felix for any kind of danger like that sneaking up on him.
Hey,
But-
we don't got much to do right now. I can promise you the Blind Buddies will keep a pretty good patrol going.
That is the best thing I could ever ask for, Rob.
Of course it is. Don't worry. I've got this. We've got this.
Ma, Eugene,
Of course.
he nods. He didn't have to ask prior. Who knew he was in?
Of course.
I still gotta figure out some way to get a bust on him, though.
Yeah.
I swear, there's something telling me we can't let him get back to Mistral after all of this.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that would be bad, huh? You're not high, right?
No, I'm not. Look, you can't go asking about this, but, like, okay. Miss Gale was looking into the same suspicious kind of thing. But they don't got no proof, and they's all's official, so they sure as heck can't do nothing without no proof.
What the fuck? Why the fuck are they looking into it? What?
You know, I don't know why. I did not get informed of that.
Because they're like in charge. No, they're fucking. They're huntsmen. In charge of what? I mean, don't like Headmistress Gale like run the school? And like, doesn't that mean she like runs like Shade? What the fuck, Robin?
Yeah.
What the fuck do you think is this? Don't say yeah. He points a finger for you. That's just not true.
What? I don't know who else runs it.
The fucking military here, the VRA, the guys with like Humvees on every block.
Well, they sure do a swell job.
I thought those were. I didn't know what the VR part stood for. I know the A stands for Army, though. I'm not that stupid. It stands for authority. What the fuck? No, it doesn't. It
Really,
stands
just
for...
pretend he knew it.
No, it does stand for Army. Rob's right somehow. No, I'm pretty sure it stands for authority. Yeah, I think Hazel's right. Anyway, that's not the fucking point. I don't know what I was talking about in the first place either. Anyway, whatever. Throws his hands up. Okay, so, yeah, you're not high, whatever. You're just... Okay. God, I'm so glad we're not participating in this festival. This is a nightmare.
Hey,
Yeah.
kind of a little side question, but,
Sure, why not?
yeah, about that. Like, is it always the case the last winner don't get to participate next time?
No, if you'd paid attention, this was something new. This fucked us out of it.
Okay. I thought it were like that.
I told you this format's fucking weird, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So, another question. When did y'all find out this was going to be that way?
Same time you did when it was announced.
Huh. Well, that ain't good.
Why not?
Just gonna
I
kind
get
of
it.
like shift his eyes to the side for a second and go,
Robin nods. I get what you're putting down.
yeah, it ain't just
Maya
this.
stares at the back of Robin's head with barely contained exaggeration.
So what you're saying is that something changed last minute. That's
Yeah.
suspicious.
What do you mean?
I mean, y'all wouldn't just be told last minute unless the change was happening last minute, would y'all?
It wasn't last minute, it was announced.
Right, yeah, it was announced, but it was announced kind of late.
Was it last minute that you decided to talk to us about this? Because it just happened. Hey, Renard,
Well, I mean,
I don't really hear a lot of suggestions coming from you. Just complaints. The fucker. Shut up, Robin.
Right, anyways, well, right. Everything's just gonna think for a second. Oh no, it's good to have Hazel here to be saying this stuff, cause, well, I mean,
I appreciate it.
I's not gonna. Rob, you not gonna.
Well, no, I'm not stupid.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to have that other opinion around to think about a bit.
Yeah, the Maya of the group. Yeah, I'm saying this one out. I'm still kind of processing the slaves thing. Oh yeah, sounds pretty nasty. Is it like a cool mark at least? Wait, it just froze her fucking folded up shield at Robin's head.
He will show you if you ask him.
Falls over a bit. Fuck. Okay, I guess that was kind of mean. Oh, really? Shit, I gotta go ask him. Rob. What? I mean, we're gonna be doing, like, Kingsman guard duty on him. I gotta, like... No, I don't actually know. I just want to see it.
Yeah, look, there'll be time for that.
Yeah, there will be plenty of time for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Basically, if while I keeping an eye out on Felix and you see anything or think anything weird about the Mistrali, notice anything, like pass it on up, because we really want to hear that stuff.
Yeah.
Might give us a thing to get out of this.
Well, there's no way they're gonna be slipping anything past us now. Yeah, my eyes are open for this. Stay vigilant, Dion. When the fuck did you wake up?
Thanks, Ozzy.
Fucking hell. Alright. I think that's a good place to leave it off there.
Yeah, I think that's a good place.
You're right.
I told them most of the important stuff.
Yeah. How the rest of you guys feeling? You think that's probably a good place to leave off for today?
I think that's a pretty good spot.
I had one more scene before I'd like literally have nothing to do before getting to the match, but I can just do that next week. It is getting kind of late.
Which one was it?
It's the one where I talked to Artie. It's up to you. I'm not like tired or anything. It's just however you're feeling. If you want to get that done now.
I'm just thinking. Sorry.
Sure.
Well, if we're gonna like cut after potentially one more scene,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I still have like what might be 3 things to do next time
Oh
before
man.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Before we get to the match, so you might want to have something for next week. Just at least one. Thing.
I think I could probably think of something to do
Don't
next
no.
week.
I'm gonna save your thing if you already have one. Don't think of more because I want to get to the match. I don't want you to need. I don't want an infinite cycle of inventing scenes. Then.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be adding anything more into things I came up with this session.
Okay. I mean, Blake, if you want to do your scene, we can.
No, it's fine. I told you. I leave that up to you.
Okay. I think now might be a good place to wrap up.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves today.
Yeah.
I had fun. Where the fuck is
I
my
liked it.
music? Yeah.
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 It was good. It was fun.
Yeah, it's great.
It was fun to get
Yeah.
into it.
I feel like some significant stuff happened.
I think it did too.
Yeah. Good to basically we have most stuff out of the way before the actual fight happens, so we're quickly getting to the finale of the Vytal Festival. As once the actual fights start happening, I mean it's gonna be pretty quick into the end.
Yeah, basically.
So
This is, I think this is the last stretch of any talking time, because in between the next coming matches, I don't expect to really focus on too much of it in between.
yeah, and I mean I doubt there's gonna be like any giant events in between the matches. Just like some talk,
No.
but even like then the talk like will be mostly people like focused on the matches.
Yeah, exactly.
So, unless there's some kind of fucking, like, Umaboshi comes in to chokeslam Felix or something, like, they're
Yeah,
probably...
picks him up, and as he's about to grab the briefcase with the title in it, Umaboshi pushes the ladder over. No!
Yeah,
I don't think this was my last surprise for the arc. I'll say
yeah,
that,
but I mean, like, from our point of view.
Yeah, of course. But we're basically at the end here, folks, so...
God.
I hope you all have been enjoying it as much as we have at home. And, Blake, why don't you give us the ending spiel, if you don't mind? Unless anyone else had anything else they'd like to say. Ben, Richard, you both good?
I got it. I got it all
I
out.
enjoyed the session.
Excellent. All right. Cool.
Session fun.
Right
Yes,
ahead.
if you like what we do here, please like, comment, and subscribe, please. We're almost to 100 subscribers at the time of recording.
Holy base!
There is a chance that we just hit 100 already by the time this is uploaded.
You guys are cool.
but
We
I-
got way more than we expected ever.
Oh
This is
yeah,
awesome.
I mean the fact that the first episode has like over 2,000 views is pretty hype for us.
Let me say that I really appreciate it, because I try and do this anyway, but it certainly motivates me more to make sure my shit is
well prepared and ready and a cool product, which I'm sure they appreciate. So thank you, everyone, for making sure I don't ever get lazy.
Oh yeah, I mean, like it's not. It's fun to edit these episodes and put them on YouTube, like, and get some type of engagement out of it. But
awesome.
Other way, please continue to watch and enjoy. Tell us down below anything you're thinking. How are you enjoying what's going on in the Vytal Festival? How excited are you for, a post-Vytal Festival world? And I guess that's it on that end. I hope you really enjoy what we do here at RWBY. If you do like this so much and you're hankering for more content, link down below to a channel run by my friend Noah here, which has the One Piece game, which is run by myself. Noah runs the channel, I run the game.
It's a good thing we got here.
Yeah, and it's a good time. I think it's, pretty okay. And I'm sure if you enjoy this, you can get some enjoyment out of that. Same people, same fun, different anime. So go and have some fun there.
Hell yeah.
Other than that, I'm starting to ramble, so I think we can play this out.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you next time. Stay safe.
Yeah, make sure to stay safe. That's another session down. Whoop. There's some individual Blake time right now. Little bit of solo Claire time. Ah, God. Wait, no. Thank you all for watching, especially if you're watching this. I mean, it's already like eight some hours. If you're watching this, outro still and hearing me talk, then appreciate it. I respect you and really thank you for what you do. Yeah, continue to tune in, as this should only get more and more exciting after the Vytal Festival. The shit really ramps up. I don't know what Noah got in store, but I'm sure it's going to be great. Yeah, so, it should be a whole lot of fun. I hope that you all like it. And, yeah, almost out of time, so please, tune in next week for even more RWBY fun.